battles on the track. Speed that pushes the limits. Racing against the clock. This is where drivers test their skill, endurance, and courage. Welcome to the heart-pounding world of auto racing, where every second counts. This is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, bringing real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents Champ Car Live. Hello everyone and welcome to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's the 2024 National Championship at NCM Motorsports Park. So let's take a look at NCM Motorsports Park, courtesy of Doc Waldrop, as we head down the front straightaway here in Bowling Green, Kentucky, to the start-finish line, now braking hard for turn 1 and 1A. It is the bus stop chicane, designed to slow the cars down as we then re-enter the straightaway. Braking hard for turn number 2. We sweep to the right on this double apex, turns 2 and 3. Now accelerating up to the part of the track named the Corvette curves after the Porsche curves at Le Mans. Now into turn number 5, a very fast sweeping right-hander. The exit of 5 is tricky as it exits right into the braking zone for turn number 6. A slow right-hander that sends you diving deep down towards turn number 7 and then back uphill to turn number 8, a blind left-hander. Now sweeping through the S's here, climbing to the crest, and then another steep dive down towards turn number 10, the slowest part of the racetrack, that left-hand turn. And now it's a steep climb back up the hill towards Deception, turn 11. A right-hander back on the power and beginning to roll up through the gears with a blind exit, heading downhill towards Tabletop. Through Tabletop here, a slight bump there on the straight, which can unsettle the cars in the wet. And then it's into that tricky and fast turn 15. Sweeping through that fast turn 15, taking on to that very tricky 16-17 complex. Finally down to turn 18, a hard brake for that right-hander, pit in just off to the left as we now dive down into the sinkhole. Then it's a left-hander with all that compression, picking up the grip towards that left-hand blind exit and dancing through the final S's. And it's back onto the front straightaway here at NCM Motorsports Park. The Grand Course, 3.2 miles is the distance, 23 corners, and that is what our competitors will be facing this weekend. And good morning, everybody. Welcome to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. If that doesn't get you excited, I don't know what will. Maybe you should have your heart checked, because this place will definitely check your courage. We are at NCM Motorsports Park. This place is definitely rock and roll for the Drivers' Championship. This is it. This is the big one. This is the race that will determine the National Championship for 2024, as the teams are lined up now on the grid, getting ready to head out onto the track. Joined today, I'm with Kyle Lockrow again, of course, and it's going to be Lester Epps down in the pits, our guy on the ground. Good morning, Kyle.
Good morning, Paulie. It has been an eventful morning. Not only are we just trying to get fired off here in the booth and get everybody rolling, but we're getting ready to chase the weather and fight the weather here for the next day or so. So it'll be very interesting. I think that the elements are going to wreak havoc on the teams, but I think we have a lot of good quality professional teams here that have been there, done that, got the T-shirt. So I think they'll handle it with just the right amount of bravado they all have.
Well, and it's definitely an issue we've been thinking about all weekend. We knew we were going to get a lot of rain today. We knew that the forecast was calling for heavy showers, lightning, possible tornadoes. We knew it was going to be nasty. And this region, although not totally accustomed to having tornadoes, lately, in the last couple of years, it has been a thing for them, and we can already see some of the wet stuff gathering on some of the windshields here as we get ready to roll out for an 8-hour contest today. Now, so the way this is going to happen today, we've got 2 races here this weekend. We have a national championship, of course, being decided, but then we also have a race within a race. So some of the teams are here competing in the national championship, and you'll see down below in the text, you'll see some of them say champ here, just like Wittenauer Motorsports says champ in the description. That is one of the teams that is here competing for the national championship. But then there's about half the field that's not competing for the championship, and they just want to race here. So the other half of the team is also competing. So we're actually going to be watching 2 different timing and scoring events that are taking place. And you can go to racemonitor.com if you want to check out, that's race-monitor.com if you want to look at both of them or either one of them independently. But we're going to be bringing you the standings as they unfold here throughout the race, and really just focusing primarily on the national championship, of course, but we do want to acknowledge those other teams as well. So some of the in-car cameras we have set up, it's Cone Crushers, of course, Leviathan brought that MR2, and we talked to them yesterday, Kyle. Pretty much, this is a skeleton crew.
Oh, this is going to be very reminiscent of Team Infinity with the Shark guys at Road Atlanta. This is going to be a Goliath effort. They're going to do the best they can. They've got a 2-driver lineup and very minimal pit crew, so it's going to be crucial on the pit stops that fatigue does not set in. We only have 8 hours today, but that's kind of a sprint for us in our series. 8 and 7s tend to be more of your sprints, where you really have to be on top of your game on the racetrack, but you've also got to be on top of your game on pit road. So I think they'll handle it. They're very experienced. That is a combination effort, and we'll get into a little bit more on that later in the broadcast over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, and then, of course, we've also got a camera in the Race Right Silver Bullet team. Race Right, they just got done, I believe it was Harris Hill. This is a team that races further out west. They were coming up here and gave me a call and said, hey, is there any chance we could possibly get a camera in our car? So us folks out in the Texas area and everything could just kind of, my buddies can all enjoy, seeing our in-car camera too. And so we have a camera in their car this weekend. They're leading A class in the championship, and they come into this race in 3rd place in the championship. Now, it looks like they're actually at the pole as a result of some teams that didn't show. So they're going to be following the pace car here out onto the racetrack. And then we've also got a camera in the infamous Parts Badger, the number 630. Kyle, this car is fast.
Oh, this car was lightning fast at Road Atlanta, Paulie. I mean, consistently in the top 5, top 3, podium contention all day long. I think they fell victim to some issues, little gremlins that came up at Road Atlanta, but they put on an exceptional performance, and they have their 2-car effort. But again, that's that B-class car. They're going to be fast, and they're going to be one. And I think with the layout of this course, that Miata will play to their advantage, especially when we get to the wet.
Well, it wasn't just at Road Atlanta. They had problems here, too. They were replacing a differential. Kyle and I watched them working on a differential replacement yesterday. And there were a number of teams that had issues with transmission. Madwag, who actually eventually put it into the wall just moments before the end of practice. And I don't know what the status is of that car. And then also it was the Rockwell Autosport Development Porsches, one of their cars, also suffering from transmission issues. So there was a number of driveline issues out here this weekend during practice that has hurt the cars, but we still, hopefully get everybody back on track and compete with us today. And then our final camera, well, I don't know if it's the final really, we've also got a camera in the Bavarian Mustache Works. So these guys are also always wicked quick, and Evan Horner's here this weekend helping them pilot that. He said, it's going to be a wild ride. I talked to Ben yesterday. I said, so are you guys going to win this? He said, well, I sure hope so. So possible driver lineup. It looks like, I think it's Shahil Shakula is going to be starting today, and then it's Eric, Evan, Aurora, and then Ben. That they said that driver lineup may change depending upon the weather.
Oh, of course. I mean, if you have drivers in your lineup that are a little more versed in the rain and have a little bit more experience, sometimes you tend to want to arrange those drivers to go in at that time. But also, it just things happen. I mean, you have to make adjustments as a team principal and figure out what's best based on when you feel guys can go in the car. If these guys can put on the same performance and push as hard as they did at Nelson last year. I remember they fought hard and were coming back trying to chase down Team Salins. If they can do that again and put in that same performance, I think we're in for a show.
Well, they are always wicked quick out there, and they've got that the legendary E36 lean going on when they go through the corners. I always love seeing it's like, okay, that car's on the edge.
You would think it's got a small wheelbase, as many wheels as they lift off the ground, but I tell you what, they have the car hooked up, it drives well, and it's proven. It's been in the series for many years, and they've worked very, very hard to get it to where it complements every facility we go to.
Yeah, and then, of course, the crowd favorite has to be Running Bulls Racing. Running Bulls, of course, that terrible accident at Atlanta Motorsports Park last year, wrote the car off, tried to get the car a new car put together for Road Atlanta. It just couldn't happen. But here they are, alas, ready to compete at NCM Motorsports Park.
And glad to see Andrew getting the start here. He was the one, unfortunately, behind the wheel when that incident happened. Glad to see he is strapped in, ready to rock and roll, and he's got his co-driver, Gigi, the dancing hula girl you'll see to the left in that shot. Michael Bowles, the team owner, was telling me a little bit about it yesterday, and I told him, I said, make sure we have that in camera shot. I said, there was a race many years ago in NASCAR. It was at Atlanta in the spring, and Tony Stewart had a camera facing out the rear of his car, and he had a dancing hula girl, and I said, that would be awesome on the shot. So I think he listened to what I told him. He must have gone and looked up that race. That was that MBNA America 500 from many years ago. So good luck to Andrew and everybody with Running Bulls. We hope this is a great debut for the new build.
Yeah, definitely. So should be a lot of fun. It's a fun racetrack, Kyle. We did a preview here, what I call a track tour for NCM Motorsports Park. 23 corners. I think it's probably the most technical racetrack in the United States, perhaps even in the world, only because it just never stops. You just keep going from one challenging corner or segment to another, and everything is unique. This is a driver's racetrack, and I love it.
It's going to mentally test you, and I can tell. I haven't had the pleasure of racing at NCM just yet. It's one of those on my bucket list I'd like to get to as a driver, but from our track touring yesterday, this is a place that'll test man and machine. It's definitely, you have to stay strong and make sure that you're mentally there ready to go, because you're changing direction multiple times a lap, and I've got some keys to success here at NCM that I think will play in, and we'll get into that shortly. But it's also taking care of that car. This place can be very abrasive on your equipment, and we've seen that already this weekend just in the practice day, Paulie.
Yeah, we certainly had a lot of drama yesterday, and that's always heartbreaking because you don't want the cars to be breaking on the practice day, and of course for Madwag, even worse, putting it in the wall and really damaging the front end of the car. So we don't want to see that. Hopefully everybody's got their cars put back together and we're ready to go for the race today. Now I will say we're supposed to go green at 8:30, and that's not going to happen, obviously. We're getting ready to roll the cars off, but there's a car actually under the hood there. This is always one of the dangers of lining up everybody where it's like, well, what if one of the cars won't refire? But they're on my way here this morning at 6 a.m., there was some lightning in the clouds. Now, I will say, looking outside of our window now, it doesn't look that ominous. It doesn't look that bad. And we can kind of cycle around the racetrack here and look at some of the various cameras as we go to the less cam, where less is always more. Les Epps out here on the ground here. He's over there he's at the front of the line here with that camera, and we're just waiting to see the cars roll off behind the pace car and get things started.
Now, you will notice, too, folks, you're going to be watching the broadcast. The cameras are going to probably move just slightly, and it's very, very windy here. They're anticipating, I want to say, at least 30 to 40-mile-an-hour gusts, if not more. So that is going to wreak a little bit of havoc with the cars. It's going to wreak havoc with the teams. And a tailwind or a headwind or some type of wind coming from a various direction is going to affect how the drivers get in and out of the corners, especially depending on what type of aerodynamics they have on the car. So really pay attention to that. If you see drivers or certain cars moving around a little bit more, it may not be that the driver's necessarily overdriving the corner. It could be that they've had to change their line or make adjustments because of what was been forecasted today and tomorrow.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see that the Bavarian car now, we can see he's up at the front of the field. We've got a sheet here that shows the running order. So it's Race Right is supposed to be gridded in first place here behind the pace car NAR. And it's Bavarian Mustache Works. There's No Z and Mazda in third. Flat Out Nemesis in fourth. And we also saw that car. They were working on that machine as the cars now do indeed roll off the grid. Gorilla Sticker behind them, followed by Parts Badger, the number 630. Rockwell Autosport Development, Wittenauer Motorsport behind them. We got 901 Motorsport in the number 903. Cone Crushers is behind them, followed by Momo Champ. I think it's Balthazar Motorworks. Doc would slap my hand if I got that one wrong. Madwag Motorsports, North by Northeast Racing, Team Troxel, M2R, Rockwell Autosport Development, the number 715. Fuse 15, Williams Racing Group, and Gorilla Sticker, the number 516. So that's the championship teams by their order that they're going to be rolling off of the grid, and they are already through turn 2.
It's definitely going to be, you can start to see from this camera here in turn 3, Paulie, you can see a little bit of, I think we have going to have a little bit of a low ceiling in some sections. You can see the flag. The wind is very much picking up. So there you're going to get quite a tailwind as you come out of turn 3 and go up through the back part of the course there. So drivers are really going to have to be heads up, especially colder tires, colder brakes, really till everything gets up to temperature. It's going to challenge our drivers a little bit, but we've got really good folks here in the Champ Car Series that we know can handle it.
Yeah, I think so too. And I was just talking to my wife about it last night. She says, "Well, what's that going to mean to the drivers? How does that affect them? Are they?" And I said, "Well, the front-wheel drive cars are usually going to do well in this condition. Some of the higher power cars, I was explaining to her, rain is said to be the great equalizer." And that's the concept is, well, maybe you better explain it.
Well, what we're going into with that a little bit for clarification is rain sometimes can be the great equalizer with the higher horsepower cars and the lower horsepower cars. And reason being is a higher horsepower car, especially if it's a rear-wheel drive car, if you're driving down the highway and all of a sudden you hit a little bit of water and you roll into the accelerator and your tires start to spin and your little traction control light comes on and starts blinking at you. Well, we don't have that advantage here in Champ Car. We do not have traction control. So you really have to modulate that with your right foot. So what makes it easier is for a lower horsepower car or a driver that's very experienced in the rain, he'll know that a third gear corner could potentially be a fourth gear corner. Less wheel spin is always better. You want to sometimes use the torque to get out of the corner rather than trying to do anything and try to get a lot of wheel spin to get that jump out of there. So it's just a lot of being smart and understanding what you can do. And the higher horsepower cars, if you try to put the power down too soon, you'll spin that tire. The smaller horsepower cars, you try to treat it more like a go-kart. So you can roll the corners a little bit smoother, and you can stay with those heavier horsepower cars. Plus the weight of the cars, you have to get that slowed down. You have to adjust your braking points when it's wet. It brings a whole different ball game into the race.
It's funny because that's word for word what I told my wife last night. And if you believe that,
we have beachfront property in Tennessee down near Nashville. We will sell you guys dirt cheap.
Yeah, so getting ready to start off 8 hours of endurance road racing today. We're running this national championship thing in such a way where it's going to be what's called a parc fermé. So the idea of the parc fermé is we get towards the end of the day here, the end of today's portion of the race. We're going to close pit road at about 10 minutes till, and then we're going to yellow checker the field at about 10 till, and bring everybody in nose to tail in order. And that is going to be the way that they will leave the pits tomorrow. So that's how they'll keep everybody in order. So it's going to be interesting. The other guys that are racing sort of in a different race, depending on their finishing position, they're going to go to impound. So, and then go through the typical impound routine. So it should be interesting. Oh, that's a cool shot. 18 camera we set up, man. That is
that's good. That's gonna be fun. Look at that, Paulie. That's gonna be really cool watching those guys come in. You're really gonna see the lean when those cars turn, and you'll see the car lean to the left. I'm looking forward to seeing that lift on Bavarian. We'll see if it's got the same lift in both directions. So, but this will give you an indication. You'll really see the nose drop under braking, and you'll just see how much it takes to get that car slowed down. And then right here, we have a camera pretty much about in the same area, but just looking at pit in. And this turn 18 combination, Paulie was telling me a little bit about it yesterday. He is actually quite a bit more versed with this facility than I am. So, Paulie, why don't you kind of give everybody that 18 to 23? You were telling me it's one of the more unique down there by Sinkhole.
Yeah, it really is. There's quite a few tricks, I guess you might say, or secrets to the track. I was talking with Kyle, it's a highly technical racetrack. So Sinkhole's pretty interesting. It's kind of you kind of get in there, you grind around the corner. What I like to do is about mid-quarter just mat it and go full throttle down into the sinkhole, lift, light brake, turn in, and let the compression of the car dig into the asphalt and then start carrying it up the hill. Dance through the S's and get on it hard for the second to last S, so that that curbing there on the left, so that we're coming out of here at this is the exit here. We want to be, you want to extend those straightaways as much as you can from the final turn, so you get a really good run out of the corner. But it's a little scary because there's a concrete wall that's just to the left as you exit. So as you're coming out of the sinkhole area here through the 23rd turn, you're looking right at a cement wall. So it's uber critical that you have that car positioned beautifully for the exit of 23 as the cars come down the front straightaway and get ready to start another reconnaissance lap. This will give Troy Trulio the chance to really see everybody pinging on their transponders to make sure everybody's legit. We're going to be able to score them without any issues. And then once they come back around, we're going to hopefully go to green.
Absolutely. And you'll see as we're back on board here with the Brew Crew, the number 86, their 1988 BMW 325. They're going to be strong. They were strong here last year. They were very strong at Road Atlanta. It looks like Derek J is in the car to take the green flag here. So we'll have to see how things go for that crew. They have been notorious for having that black cloud of just mechanical gremlins and various things that have happened to them. Hopefully today can be the day that they shake the gremlins off of them.
Yeah, and then turn 5 is also a real gut check coming in. You come in here with terrific speed through what they call the Corvette curves, which is a tip of the hat to the Porsche curves at Le Mans. There's several areas around the track that are just like that. They were built based upon giving credit or homage to famous racetracks around the world. And so this is turn 5 is one of those corners where a lot of guys, the experience that I have is this: it's just easy to overslow the car. And if you just treat some of these corners like 5 as more of a high-speed sweeper, you can just make up all kinds of time. But it's definitely, you definitely got to work your way up to it. It's not an easy thing to do.
And you were very, very adamant about just there's a balance with this racetrack on how you handle it and just how you have to carry your momentum but not overstep the boundaries that are given. Real quick, I've got some keys to success for the race today and tomorrow. So first, manage your balancing act. What I mean by that is you're changing directions a lot here, and we've already seen it in the camera angle, and you can just see it through the pace laps. You want to make sure the car is well balanced, but you want to make sure your driver is keeping the car balanced. Managing that weight distribution front to rear, side to side, affects how you get through those corners. Eventually you're going to run out of that tire, so managing that balancing act across the board is crucial. Proper TLC, transmission lasting care. We've seen drivetrain issues, we've seen transmission issues already this weekend. You are shifting many, many times a lap here, Paulie, so making sure that driver is being gentle with that transmission, setting it into gear, not wheel hopping, not missing shifts. That'll end up getting you in trouble and putting you in the paddock. Championship focus for those drivers that are in contention for the national championship. Eyes on the big prize. Sometimes giving up a couple seconds could win you a championship and going at it at a later point. Finally, no Kentucky bluegrass. While it is beautiful and looks really nice, agricultural racing will do damage to your car and could cost you a championship. So make sure you manage that and observe it. Don't drive over it.
Yeah, good points there. As we see Leviathan going through, there's Momo Champ coming through.
See Rockwell, some of the cars just kind of trying to get some of that rubber built in. What they're doing, a lot of times drivers during these pace laps, they'll use it as a way to refine their line and just check and see entry points and kind of where, okay, this would look good. This seems like it's a decent line. And for drivers that maybe haven't been here in a little while, it's a way for them to refamiliarize themselves with the facility.
Yeah, cars coming down the front straightaway here again. And looks like the pace car has pulled in, so we're hoping to see that green flag to kick off the national championship here at NCM.
And we are under green here at NCM for the 2024 National Championship race.
There it is. The green flag waves as the cars barrel into turn 1 and 1A for the first time today. The race is underway, folks.
Bavarian Mustache with a great jump there, about 2 car lengths. Did a nice job of getting through that first couple of sections.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, I pretty much predicted they're going to be the ones to lead the race early on here as they go rushing down into turn number 3 here. And it's going to be Bavarian leading the way as the pack follows closely behind. Ooh, Parts Badger is right there with them, too. This is going to be exciting here.
They got a good run.
Oh, here we go. We got a pass going down into 5 already. Parts Badger taking the lead early on here as the cars come down into turn 5.
That was that commitment you were talking about, Paulie. You can see the BMW probably needed to get it settled a little bit bigger car. The Miata was able to drive it in there and make a pass. But, again, it's early. We just took the green lap 1. Sometimes just want to take it easy and let things unfold.
And look at the Gapajoia. They've already pulled on them as they
kidding.
hit down in 10. Here we go. Now, this is a really wild corner. It's constantly turning as you're braking for turn 10. Very slow. This is riding lawnmower speeds down here in 10. And you're just rushing downhill full throttle down to the 3-panel before you start braking through deception. Here we go. A fast left-hander, a little blind here. You got to know right where you're at. Set up for these corners that are high commitment. You just got to make sure you nail them.
Absolutely. It's all about just line consistency is what will win you a championship and win you a race in this series. You have to make sure you keep the car under you. If you're fast one lap and then you're 3 seconds off the next lap, that's not going to do you any good. And as we talked about just a little bit ago, this is a Miata-style advantaged racetrack. You can see Parts Badger right now is starting to leg it out. They've got at least a good, probably 20-car length lead. Nice outbraking maneuver there by one of the Rockwell cars. They're always strong. I mean, that's a pro team right there. They know how to do it. I'm not sure which car that was there. It's hard to see, but we know the Rockwells are here this weekend. Doug Oakley's with them, and a little bit of a merger this weekend. I got a little bit of information on that yesterday, Paulie. So Todd Lamb was shaking his car down for Daytona and some races going forward, but Todd has joined forces with the Rockwells for this weekend, and along with John Allen, there is a number of strong competitors driving those Porsche Boxsters.
Yeah, here we go. The field's still staying nice and pretty tight together here, but wow, Parts Badger, nice move early on to get a jump over Bavarian. I really didn't see that coming, but we did say during the pre-race setup here how fast that Parts Badger Miata really is.
Oh, I mean, those cars are always fast, and they're still holding a steady lead. Now, Rockwell, it looks like they are starting to pull down on them just a little bit. They were strong here last year. They almost won that championship. I mean, they were in contention until I believe there was a tire issue they had last year. Something happened that cost them last year's championship. Back on board here with Parts Badger as he's just maneuvering through the course here. Driver looks very relaxed. You definitely have to be up on the wheel here. Paulie is absolutely correct. This is a driver's track, but you can see he's just letting the car come to him, letting the heat come into the tires and the brakes. Nice smooth downshift. Looked like a bit of a heel and toe maneuver there. That's an old school driving mentality. A lot of guys tend to not do that anymore as you move up, where you get transmissions that don't really require you to use the clutch. But in Champ Car, it's definitely beneficial to use the clutch when you shift.
Yeah, you can see him hogging up the whole corner at the exit there at Deception, and as he whistles down through Tabletop into Faux Rouge here, and then up into turn 14 and 15. You see he's going to sweep over to the left, a little downshift early here. So in a break, and there's a lot of guys that have a little different approach coming into 14 and 15. This is pretty tricky, but look at him start to try to connect these corners. He was really eating up the curbing there to get as much as he can out of the car. Decides to put another downshift in there as he runs over to 18. You can see him grind down into the bus stop or the sinkhole.
I'll tell you, Paulie, I did notice something. You were telling me that through 18, because of the way that sweeper is through, it's hard to stay on the bottom. I will give the driver credit, whoever's started the race in that car. He did a great job of keeping the car there, got to about mid-track, and really set himself up as he went through the sinkhole.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really a patience game, and of which I have very little. You got to be patient with it, and that's a patience part of the corner for sure.
And that's a discipline that drivers have to learn over time. I mean, a lot of us, you always want to go out and put those flyers down and put those qualifying laps down, but at the same time, too, you really have to keep into consideration the long game. I mean, we're doing a lot of hours in these races, so you really have to be consistent.
So here we got Parts Badger coming through turn 3. And we can kind of get an idea on some of the gaps here as the cars continue to come down. Here we're heading into 5 for Parts Badger, into Rockwell behind them. Got them in their sights, but it looks like those two are more or less pulling away from the field. And look at there, flat out Nemesis right on top of this thing. They're shown in 3rd place right now. So it's Parts Badger, Rockwell Autosport Development, Flat Out Nemesis, Bavarian Mustache Works behind them. Then we have, there's No Z in Mazda, Cone Crushers in the MR2, Gorilla Sticker in the BMW, followed by 901 Motorsport in their number 903 car. Madwag is out there again, turning laps. Good to see them out there. And Wittenauer Motorsports in 10th place. Go back to Wittenauer here, and their Miata, or it's not a Miata, it's a Mini Cooper. Sorry about that, guys.
Well, we do have quite a few Miatas in the field this weekend, Paulie, so you kind of get Miata fever at some of these very technical facilities. So now, we noticed through the technical sections at Road Atlanta, I remember the John Allen Special, they have a Mini Cooper as well. That really seemed to play to their advantage because our buddy Les was driving that car that weekend. So I think over the course of the long run, I really think it'll play into Wittenauer's favor, where if they stay smooth, I think it'll work out for them as long as they just take care of the car.
Yeah, some of the guys in the chat, I think it's Roy in the car. I think it's Roy. It probably is. And he is a beast. He is so quick. He really knows how to wheel that car around the track. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's Roy holding down the lead of the field and the lead of the national championship race so far this morning. Welcome, everybody. If you're just joining us, it's the TireRack.com National Championship for 2024 here at NCM Motorsports Park, as we saw Running Bulls go by. As we saw Running Bulls come by along with Momo Champ, not too far behind them. Paul Veltum with Kyle Lockrow. And we've got Les Epps here this weekend joining us as well. Our man down on the ground right now.
Like 4 different things in lightweight.
Things are looking pretty slow down there in pit lane, which is what we want.
Absolutely.
And it looks like he's near one of the shelters that were set up by the teams. I already saw there was one of the canopies was collapsed this morning as I was coming in, so there's definitely some weather to be concerned about.
Back on board here with Parts Badger. Yeah, he's you can see him really fighting the car. I mean, it looks very set up, but at the same time as well, I think what you're noticing is that's the wind a lot of times messing with him in the brake zones and in some of the corners where it just doesn't want to cooperate. Looks like we may be going to a red flag here, Paulie. I wonder if we might have some weather in the area.
Yeah, sorry about that, folks. Let me clear that.
Running bulls in fire. First one to turn 1.
What did he call?
I heard something about running bulls in turn 1. So if we have a camera down near in that section, maybe we can find out what's going on.
We do have a red flag there. Looks like running bulls backed it into the guardrail there. And it doesn't look like a heavy hit. Looks like he's just parked down there. So not sure what the story is.
I got eyes on the scene.
Yeah, that's a fast section through there. But you wonder, too, if and that's a passing opportunity, you wonder if there wasn't a little contact. We'll have to find out and see what's going on. And that's a shame for those guys. I mean, debut with the new build, trying to get out there and get rolling. It's hopefully it was nothing major and they can get back in the fight.
Yeah.
So as you can see, folks, while we're waiting for a little bit more information here from the red flag, we have the track map up on the screen, or we did here for a second.
Sorry.
No, you're fine, Paulie.
This is where the action is. They obviously have a rollback there, quickly going to pick them up, so we should be able to get things. Probably just they're in a really bad spot, but go ahead, Kyle.
I was just going to say, and no, you make a great point, Paulie. That is a really, really bad spot, and that was the right call to be able to get that car off of there, because if something happens or a car flies through there, and especially with the driver's door facing right at oncoming traffic, no, absolutely, we need to take care of our friends and competitors. But as you can see on the map, folks, I mean, this is a very busy racetrack, as Paulie talked about. You are constantly changing direction. There's a lot of turns here. This is one of the more challenging places. It has components of a lot of the various racetracks that we compete at across the tour. So I think if you can run here, it really prepares you to go other places.
Yeah, I mean, it really does. And I'm not sure this track is for everybody. It is, because it is so technical. I can understand why some guys, this might be a little intimidating. But, I think about this racetrack as a lot of other places. Unlike a Road America that's extremely fast, this track, it's kind of quick, but it's not that bad. And so really all you got to do is just pull it back, take it 90%, 85%, and you can just go out and drive and enjoy yourself. You don't have to have your hair on fire every time you go out on a racetrack. You can just come out here and drive the track and have some fun. That's really a lot of what Champ Car is about, is just, let's just come out and drive and have some fun.
And while you want to go 100% in an endurance race such as this, especially on a 2-day event, sometimes pulling back a little bit to that 85 or 90%, sometimes will play in your favor, because if you push that 100% too long, you can really teeter on what you just saw. And with a prime example of the car being off or potentially hitting a barrier, you want to keep yourself in the fight to where then you have the capability of going to 100% when you get down to that final run. Yeah. A little bit of emotion on Les's face there. The more is less cam. We have the Roman Nolan cam. The more is less cam. Or less is more. There you go. So it looks like we might get this cleaned up pretty quick there. While it was unfortunate it actually happened in a very convenient spot where they were able to get him and then get him right there at what would be pit out, coming off of pit road at that access road, and they were able to get the car behind the wall. So hopefully we can get back green here very soon. Yep, the less is more, Cam, buddy. That's all for you.
So cars red flagged. They've got them stopped around the racetrack now as safety vehicles are on scene. It looks like they've switched back to yellow. So this is the technique that they use where they go ahead and get the cars rolling. And so race right here, they see that yellow flashing, and they're just kind of waiting for the drivers ahead to get rolling. Hopefully everybody can start their cars and get going here again. Yep, and there we have it. Better check in with Parts Badger. Looks like the pace car has picked up the field to escort them back around and get everything going again, which means under caution, that's going to allow the field, of course, to stack back up again.
And hopefully we do not run into the trend where cautions breed cautions, but for a national championship on a technical facility such as this, with the opportunity that there's a funnel that goes down into turn one with a wide front straightaway, it opens up the opportunity for some argy-bargy, as Calvin Fish would say.
Yeah. I used that one day when Bob Varsha, I was working with Bob Varsha, and he said, I think you're going to have to pay some kind of
We'll probably
royalty.
Get contacted that we'll have to pay some type of royalty for using that. So we'll keep that one to a minimum.
Yeah, because I'm sure he watches the show regularly.
He probably. Well, you never know. Maybe we can. Hey, we've had Varsha on here. Maybe we can get Calvin in here. Hey, he can teach me a thing or two.
Kyle, I can't even get my boss to watch the show.
Well,
he's not going to watch it. It's just because he's got too much class. I don't blame him.
It's all right.
So Bavarian Mustache Works, of course, starting the field up towards the front, took an early lead, and then Parts Badger and Rockwell overtook them and jumped into the lead. As we look at cars, yes, the camera's a little sticky there. Cars are circulating around the racetrack now. We're showing Parts Badger leading over Rockwell. Flat Out Nemesis in third. There's Nosy and Mazda. Bavarian Mustache Works, Cone Crushers, Gorilla Sticker, 901 Motorsport, Madwag Motorsport, and Fuse 15. Those are the top 10 cars in the championship run right now. So hope you folks are having a fantastic start of your weekend. Let us know how things are going for you. Thanks for tuning in.
And hopefully the weather is better in your neck of the woods.
Yeah, so far, it hasn't been too bad, but we're expecting calamity. So yeah. So we'll see how that goes.
So, Paulie, we have two races within one race here this weekend, essentially. So we have our national championship, but I have pulled up the 8-hour for today, and right now we have there's no Z in Mazda right now. Yep. I believe leading that. And then we have the 45th Parallel Racing running second, Brew Crew Racing in third. On Second Thought Racing in the 342, their 1985 Toyota MR2 entry in fourth. And the number 99, the the 545 Whip Racing. There was an EC car mixed in there. Whip Racing, their green 2000 Ford Mustang rounding at your top five. We do have our EC cars here this weekend, and the 99 car, we'll get into them a little bit more throughout the broadcast. That is a very interesting story, training the future in auto mechanics. So we'll get into more of that, and hopefully we'll get a few of those guys up here to explain.
Yeah, Whip Racing using one of my cameras. This is one of my customers for their live stream, and paired that up with myraces.live so that they can get those great graphics on the screen, and they can control their live stream from the pits with an app. So it's a pretty cool setup that they have put together here. And many more, seeing more and more teams develop or put this type of a package together where they can use a camera, a live streaming system that runs out to myraces.live. So getting ready to take us back to green here. We'll hang out inside the Parts Badger machine and just kind of keep an eye on things here as we look to see that pace car pull away, and we look to see, let's go back to green. Let's do that.
Let's go racing. we are getting ready to hit the 30-minute mark here, and good time to let's go another 7.5 hours all green. How about that?
Let's get it done, guys. And of course, this is a great time to take a commercial break, right when the action is on top of us. Let's give it another minute here. Let's see if we can get this thing going again.
And we'd like to thank AutoZone for continuing to help out and partner with the Champ Car Live broadcast. We greatly appreciate everybody at AutoZone for all they do, and thank them. Go buy some parts, because it's going to cost them for letting us stay on here for another couple minutes to get you guys the green flag. So
yeah, I mean, those guys are great. They've been a huge supporter of Champ Car Live, and I use their stuff all the time. There's a store not far from where I live. There's over 6,600 stores throughout in the world, and so they're down in Mexico. They're all over the United States. And, fortunately, I got one right around the corner from where I live, so I frequently go over there and pick up stuff. Love the brakes, the Duralast brakes, the gold. They have those, I think it's high-carbon brake rotors that are coated. Those last a super long time. I like using those on all of my cars. And my minivan, I just think they're great. I know there are some racers that actually use them on their race cars, on the rears. So it's not... it's not just being used on the street, although you certainly can. I got them on my wife's Hummer. I got them on my Transit Connect. I've got them on my son's Pontiac G6. I've got them on my daughter-in-law's Camry. And they're lifetime. So they get wiped out, I can take them back and get replacements, and I don't have to pay for it again.
So if anybody needs parts for tomorrow, or if you happen to run into a problem, or you're trying to prep for Daytona and upcoming events, make sure you go to, for Champ Car members, there's just got reminded that there's a 10% discount for any of those folks that need to go. And we should be going back green here, Paulie.
Yeah, it looks good. Here comes Parts Badger. The pace car is pulled in, and the cars are now racing down the front straightaway, retaking the green flag here as we get started back underway here at NCM Motorsports Park.
Pretty tame start right there. They fanned out just a little bit, but everybody seems to be minding their P's and Q's for now. I thought for a second we were going to get a little bit of a Watkins Glen kind of start, and then it would funnel down into that first turn.
Yeah, fortunately everybody kept their heads together as usual in Champ Car, and they are heading out for another lap here at NCM Motorsports Park. So with that, we're going to take our first break and be back in just a few minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Parts Badger, Rockwell Autosport Development, and Flat Out Nemesis lead this championship race. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped to over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Duralast, designed to meet or exceed OE performance, with 2-layer shims and OE-style slots and chamfers to eliminate noise, backed by a noise-free guarantee when professionally installed. That's the Duralast difference, only at AutoZone.
Welcome back to NCM Motorsports Park here in Bowling Green, Kentucky, outside the National Corvette Museum here in good old Kentucky. Kyle Lockrow, Paul Veltum, we are live. Lester Epps on pit lane. We are rolling just over 30 minutes, almost 40 minutes into the 2024 National Championship deciding race. We have 2 races within one race weekend this weekend, Paulie, right?
Yeah, we really do, because we're not only running the national championship race where it's going to be decided for the 2024 season, but then we have some teams that are racing here that just wanted to race, and they're not a part of the championship race. So we have that every year. So yeah, we've kind of got race within a race. I guess there's no kind about it. We do.
We do. But it makes it interesting because you have guys going for the teams going for the championship, but then you also have teams that are not in contention for the championship. They're trying to also accumulate points going forward for when we get to the championship race later this year at VIR in December. So you have to think about that. Now, as far as the championship as well, that's something else I wonder too if guys are thinking about that. Yes, if something happens where they fall out of championship contention for 2024, you've also got to think about that 2025 championship too, to where you want to make sure that even if you have a problem, you minimize the damage, because you don't want to take yourself out of contention to contend again this year.
Yeah, you really don't. And just missed Les was in the tech shed the trophy they have for the national championship is gigantic. It is so cool.
Absolutely.
Kind of looks like a transformer kind of thing, and I did shoot some video. I'll try to get that to you here a little bit later in the show.
Here's what we were talking about there, Paulie. We're back on board with Wittenauer and their Mini Cooper. I just noticed we've got Dylan W. behind the wheel. He was coming through. Now, he's in that all-wheel drive with the Mini there. As we just saw, Race Right, nice outbraking maneuver. We have a camera in their car as well. But you notice he was trying to be a little bit conservative there. He got a little bit to the left coming on at a 23, got a little close to that barrier, so we'll have to see as the tires get heated up and as it gets slick through there and rubber gets laid down, will that come into effect where you were able to carry that speed going in, but now you have to readjust your entry into the corner. Maybe you might have to give it a slight burp or lift off the throttle to make sure you set the car accordingly. Looking really, really smooth right now. It doesn't look like there's any type of panic. You hear that typical screech, so you know he's pushing hard with the car. But looks like everything's going pretty solid so far. They're leading the class right now, and right now they're 14th in the running order. So far looking good. Just logging laps at this point as we are just crossing over the 40-minute mark. There's that corner you were talking about there, Paulie. Just making sure you get it angled right, a little bit of that turn in to make sure you get a good run coming out. I believe that's 10, correct?
I'm working on something. I'm a little distracted. So
no, you're fine. But
yeah, now that we're down, off of Deception, it looks like that would have been it. Turn 10.
And this is a fast section here. Paulie was telling me about this as he was giving me that track tour yesterday back there. There's that bump you really have to be careful about. And this is the very high commitment corner right here. As you could see, he kind of had to lift off a little bit. Probably used a bit of trail brake to set the nose of the car right here. Got to get it slowed down and get it turned in. Gain big on that Miata right in front. See what kind of run he gets here into 18. Nice move right there.
He pitches wide to get the full action of the corner. Look how he digs to the inside.
Now, it looked like the Miata was going to pull him, but you notice the Miata washed out a little too far. And with the experienced drivers of Wittenauer, he knew to just sacrifice a little bit on the entry to get it on that exit. And obviously the Miata's got a little bit more leg right there, but as smooth as he was through the corner, he's staying right in that slipstream or draft as he goes down the front straightaway. So a lot of times when you get in situations like that, play to your strengths where you can behind the wheel, but then try to get a pull off of that car in front of you and stay with them. And a lot of times it's just that ebb and flow of working traffic. You can see he's really having to work. The wind seems to have settled a little bit. It doesn't seem to be as aggressive as it was a little bit ago based on what we just saw on the flag there. So hopefully that's not affecting them too bad. But it looks like it's just business as usual, and they're just doing the best they can to just turn laps here and just playing the long game.
Yeah, he's doing a great job hitting those clipping points. He's doing a great job out here.
Absolutely. But you just notice how smooth he is. You've got that hint of the screech, which tells you he's at the limit, but he's not overstepping the limit. You can see he's consistently hitting his line every lap. You'll watch Race Right in front. They're fast, but you can see there's a lot of movement in that car, and what you have to wonder is, are you abusing those tires too early in this 8-hour race? So we'll have to see how that plays out for those guys as well. But got to give Dylan a lot of credit right here. He's driving a very, very smart race. Looks very, very smooth. We definitely have some overcast conditions here across the racetrack. So that consistent cloud cover will give you a little bit of cooler temperatures. So if you wanted to be a little bit more aggressive with things, you might have that ability to do that because you don't have to necessarily worry as much about overheating today as you would at a hotter race like we had a little bit, let's say, at Road Atlanta about a month ago.
And Flat Out Nemesis has overtaken the lead of this race from Parts Badger, and they are almost 3 seconds ahead on that last lap. So Flat Out Nemesis now jumps into the lead of this race at the National Championship event here at NCM Motorsports Park.
And based on what we've seen here, we have the podium, the top three within about 3 to 3.5 seconds of each other. And almost an hour into the race, that is very, very competitive.
And it looks like Running Bulls is heading back down pit road. They're ready to head back out onto the racetrack, perhaps, and rejoin the field. So that's good to see for the crowd favorite, of course, Running Bulls Racing in that brand new, beautiful build. And, of course, we're glad to see that car is looking just fine. On board with Race Right in their 93 Mazda Miata with the pop-up headlights, baby. Of course, they probably deleted them, but it's the way it came.
Yeah, but hey, pop-up headlights. I got to throw it back. The 90s trends and 80s trends are coming back. So let's get pop-up headlights trending again and get them going.
Yeah, I think Mike Chiswick bought a Miata. I saw a hood getting loaded into the Champ truck for him. I think there was some parts being moved back and forth as Mike's putting a car together.
Nice and smooth there.
Yeah, Kyle pointing out it'd be nice to see. It'd be nice to see iRacing scan this track. Mm-hmm. I have wished for that for so long too, because it would give everybody a chance to come out and really pound some laps down and get acclimated to the place. But alas, it still hasn't happened.
Maybe we can do it. I'll tell you, we'll have to. If you guys have the ability, tag National Corvette Museum, NCM Motorsports Park, tag iRacing, and tag Dale Earnhardt Jr. because he is a very big proponent in getting these tracks scanned, and tag some of your road racers too that run in IMSA and IndyCar that at those pro levels. Sometimes it just takes getting it to the right people. Back on board with Parts Badger here. Flat Out is starting to leg it out a little bit looking at the gap, but Rockwell and Parts Badger, they're not letting Flat Out Nemesis get away too far. So their best lap so far is a 2:19.50, so they're pushing it, but we'll see if they can keep that pace up all day long. Plus, eventually we're going to get into that first pit stop cycle, and it'll come down to those pit crews really taking care of it. You can see the Parts Badger, they're using up all that racetrack just trying to stay after it and make sure you just try to be as aggressive as possible, but not, again, as we talked about, you don't want to overstep. Sometimes it can just get you can get a little much where then you can get yourself in trouble. And it looks like he's doing a good job of walking that tightrope. Oh, looked like we had somebody who drop a tire there. Was that
Flat Out, the leader?
Yep.
There's Parts Badger trying to stay with them, and of course Rockwell right on their heels. If anything, this is a track I think where people they're a little too timid with it, and they're holding back a little too much, braking too much, not letting the car carry speed through the corners as much as they should, and a little overly intimidated by it. And there's so much to be gained if you've got the courage to do it.
Well, it's, as you just stated, it's a courage, but it's a trust factor. You have to trust yourself as a driver. You have to trust your ability to feel, and this track is very much, I've noticed, about feel. You have to feel the elevation changes. You have to feel the transitions, the body roll, moving the weight around to the car and understanding it to really be fast and be competitive here. And if you can do that, I think that is going to be a key to success. So you just really have to turn laps, and there's so many places here. It's so easy where mistakes can happen.
So Flat Out Nemesis leads Parts Badger, followed by Rockwell Autosport Development. There's No Z and Mazda, Gorilla Sticker, Bavarian Mustache Works, Cone Crushers, 901 Motorsport, and North by Northeast. And then Madwagon, 10th place there. And there's the Running Bulls BMW coming through.
I wonder if Sennhauser Racing is, I wonder if they've got a problem here. The driver was pointing pretty aggressively there, trying to get guys by. I don't know if he's just trying to take it easy, get a feel for the car, or maybe I think he might have an issue. Hands up, trying to let people know what's going on. Very heads up move by the driver to try to stay offline as much as you can.
Yeah,
so,
you got thrown a little distracted there into the Gators on the left, which is easy going through 2-3 because it is kind of an awkwardly shaped turn as they head down into turn 5.
Well, and there's room to get out of the way here, but there's not a lot of room to get out of the way because you change lanes on this racetrack so much to where you're out of the way in one corner, you're in the way for the next corner or two. So it's hard to, it's like in short track racing, and you have a problem, it's hard to get out of the way. So, but commend the driver for just doing the best they can to get it back to pit road, and hopefully they can get the problem resolved and get back in the fight.
They're on track. He's got yelled at for their run.
Less talking to our CEO, Mike Chiswick. Yeah, I got a message, lightning being reported 30 minutes out. So that means we could find ourselves in a situation where we have to pull the corner workers in to protect them. And, of course, that's going to mean we got to bring the cars in as well.
Yeah, safety first. That's the most important thing. We want to race. We want to determine our champions. We want to see our race winners. But first and foremost, we got to keep our staff safe and everybody that comes out and helps us make this series successful. We need to make sure everybody goes home to their families.
Yeah, it looks like Les might be kind of getting ready to take cover here. So Parts Badger, though, we're still green and we're still crushing it out here. But you can kind of take a look at the sky here from Les's camera. It looks kind of scary.
Yeah, it doesn't look promising there, Paulie, but hopefully maybe we'll get lucky and this system will skirt around us, or maybe we can get that vortex theory going that's always been thrown around. Hey, we're racing and get that air stirred up, and Darrell Waltrip was always a big component of it. He's not too far away in Franklin, Tennessee. Maybe DW, give us that vortex theory. Let us know what we need to have happen.
We need to get that country guy out here to do some dancing, some rain dancing or something to help protect us. I don't know, but we're doing our best vortex impersonation here that we can.
Well, we just got to keep these cars moving, keep those cars moving, keep that vortex theory going. It usually works on the ovals with going in an opposite direction with turning to the right most of the way around. Maybe we can get it working in reverse.
Yeah, Joe, I don't know about flat out being in green, and that's something that's set up with the timing and scoring. As we are looking here in turn 14, you can see, and then we're back to 18
Sorry
here.
about that. No, you're fine.
There's some more action.
There's action going on. We need to stay where the action is.
Well, we can look at this.
So as you can see, the cars come up over the hill here. There's more elevation change here, and it's not road Atlanta elevation change, but it's blind corners to where what we talked about, you really have to know your racetrack. You need to know where to put the car. It's very much reminiscent of coming out of turn 10A at road Atlanta and knowing where to put the car under the bridge. Here, you want to make sure you don't put the car too far to the right through that section to where you end up going over the Gators and end up in the Kentucky Bluegrass. Right. It's definitely got a lot of blind corners. In fact, just the entrance into NCM, it's a blind entry coming into the track. It's pretty funny. Yes. It's like, okay, I guess we see how this is going to go. This turn 18, this is a great camera right here, folks. This does not do this corner justice. You are hauling the mail coming up over there, and you've got to get that car slowed down. And what you probably don't realize is you're going a little bit more downhill than you think you are. So you really have to prepare for that under braking and then get the car turned in appropriately to roll through that sweeping right-hander. Yeah, you can kind of see the nosedive for the guys that are really pushing it. He might be heading into the pits as they go into the brakes. I love 18. Mm-hmm. I love it because you're really doing a lot of sweeping and speed. This is the one corner you actually do slow down. And
just to put it to the edge, to really aim for that one panel, nail the brakes, turn in. I think that's blue shells going through, and then head into that corner. It's just a lot of fun.
And that was a good move by Wittenauer with Dylan behind the wheel. He outbraked the Focus there, and that is a good passing opportunity, but you've got to be up beside the driver, and you have to be there, because if the driver doesn't know you're there and he turns down to set up for that corner, there's not a lot of runoff and whatnot. So we'll have to see what happens with that. And you really just want to watch when we go into the brake zones. You want to watch the nosedive of the cars, because making sure that there's no air up underneath that car, air getting up underneath the front of your car affects the downforce, and it won't let you turn into the corner effectively if you don't get it as sealed off as possible. So, and that's a balancing act with teams and their setups. You'll see the cars that are really, you don't want it slamming the racetrack, because then that's scrubbing speed, but you want it to just gently go down and get to it to where it closes and vacuum seals off, where no air gets under there, and it lets the front fascia and the aero do its job.
Yeah, about 3 seconds now, the gap growing between Flat Out Nemesis and Parts Badger, as the threat of lightning is looming about us. Of course, they will bring the pace car out to pick up the field and bring everybody into the pits if they decide to red flag the race due to lightning. But for right now, we are racing here at NCM Motorsports Park, and so glad you folks have decided to take some time to join us here.
As we can see, Les Roman pit road here, just seeing what's going on. It looks pretty quiet, pretty tame right now, which is a good thing. That's what we want. We want all these teams on the racetrack. Back on board with Parts Badger. He is pushing that car hard. Still running second right now. Looking really, really smooth, but you can see a little bit of fight in that wheel. He's pushing hard, so you're trying to find that balance of not overstepping that boundary as he's navigating a little bit of traffic there. Nice job. And Paulie really talked about this, folks. Setting up, he gave himself where it's a little bit of a turn, but he straight lined his entry as much as possible to where he kind of had to give a slight turn to set himself up, made sure the car was properly balanced, got the car slowed down, and then turned into the corner. So he did a really nice job there. And that's finding that what works for your car and really your driving style. With it being an endurance series race, you have different drivers and cars that have different driving styles. So you really have to pay attention to that. Back on board with Bavarian Mustache. Ooh. Nice snap at the wheel there.
Yeah, the BMWs are great around here. Miatas are fantastic. It's definitely a higher grip track, and you're going to want a good handling race car. So the Miatas are a lot of fun out here, and BMWs work really good too. The Turbo Saab, not so much.
You saw right there, he was out braking. It looked like the F-Class Parts Badger Miata, and he was offline a little bit, and he had to turn in. And when he went with the rear-wheel drive, he used the throttle to throttle up to get out of the corner. And you'll notice he kind of had to snap the wheel a little bit to straighten the car out. So, and that's that balance to where you don't want to snap it and then the car hook, but you noticed it's well balanced to where he was able to just kind of snap it and get it where he needed it and take off. So you really have to know your cars at a place like this. They are pushing hard right now. He is trying to chase down. I believe that's Gorilla Sticker in the 517 in front of him. I could be mistaken, but
shoot down the inside, but no, there's not going to be room down there. But he is ready to jump on this.
He's at the bumper. If he can get a good run through the 20 to 23 combination here,
yeah, this is the place to nail it.
Yeah,
he gave him some room there. I'm not sure if he might have got a little too close, Kyle, and had to back out of it. Yeah, and it threw off his momentum.
He was pushing so hard, and what you got to have to do, and it's hard because as a driver, we've done this, you've done this, we've all done this. We see red. We just see pass car, pass car, pass car. But what you have to do is you have to, good, wow, all right.
Over the Gators almost.
Yeah. They are pushing hard, and I get it because we're chasing the weather. You want to get all you can before that weather gets here. But what I was saying is you want to you have to take that step back, maybe pull back to that 90 percentile range, and you want to give up entry to get on the exit, because I mean you're going to get guys off the corner. So
I think he's overdriving a little bit. You see him, he's drifting over the corners. He's straddling the gators. I imagine he means to straddle them. Some drivers do straddle coming up into Deception, but he obviously overshot the bus stop, and it's hurt his time a little bit. Like you said, if he pulls it in a little bit, he'll actually be faster.
Just give up. You got to give up a little bit on that entry, because if you overshoot the corner, then you're chasing it, and especially you're gonna burn your rear tires up. So really, you just kind of got to find what works for you.
So Flat Out Nemesis leads right now. Everybody over Parts Badger. Then it's Rockwell Autosport Development, Gorilla Sticker, Bavarian Mustache Works, Cone Crushers, 901 Motorsport, and the number 903. They do have 2 cars out here this weekend. Madwag Motorsports, they replaced a transmission yesterday, and then they put it into the wall just minutes before the end of practice. But now they're very competitive out here again today. North by Northeast in 9th and Fuse 15. That's the top 10 right now for the national championship. So with that, we'll take another commercial break and be back in a few. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and we are at NCM Motorsports Park for the national championship. So stay with us, folks. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Duralast, designed to meet or exceed OE performance with OE matched friction formulations and fitment for 97% of cars on the road. Backed by a noise-free guarantee when professionally installed. That's the Duralast difference. Only at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at NCM Motorsports Park, and Bavarian Mustache Works, they're bringing it into the pits. Not sure what the story is there, but yeah. Let's see if we can listen in. The wheel's coming off.
Doesn't seem to be a lot of urgency here.
So they're calling to power off, which would mean they're probably going to put fuel in it. So not sure what the story is, but it kind of looks like they're going through a regular pit stop. Yeah, they're changing drivers, but it's so early. They've only been out there for about an hour. But I guess this is what they've decided to do.
Paulie, with the way the championship works with closing pit road early today, I wonder if we're going to see teams adjust their fuel windows to make sure they can get stuff done, because with them being in for the championship, I wonder if they're trying to set themselves up to where they make that last pit stop and then they can go for a portion of tomorrow as well.
Yeah, it could be. I did see there was a car that was off the track. The rollback was there.
Looked like through the Corvette curves there, Paulie.
Could be. So I think we got, they've got a car stopped over there. Looks like around turn 3 or so. Yeah, we've got a camera over there that just picks up the edge of the scene of the crime there. So obviously some dramas over there as they're working on that car. And we'll go to the less cam.
I'm down here with them.
And I'm not sure if they took fuel or maybe they already did that. Like I said, I'm wondering if they're adjusting their pit window, or if when they saw the car go off near the Corvette curves, if they were anticipating a code 35 and maybe they were trying to get in before it fell. But it looks like business as usual. The new driver is in the car. As you can see, the team's in there. They're getting the chill-out box and the cooling system ready to go, making sure it has everything it needs. It looks like that driver may not be using the cool box. It's not excessively warm here this weekend, so for drivers, as long as you're well hydrated and if your body is trained to take the tolerance there, then you can do it without it. So it is a blessing to have those things in the car for drivers that need them, but sometimes it's another thing that can slow or be a hiccup on your pit stop. As we're back on board with Parts Badger as they come down the front straightaway to the start-finish line.
Yeah, clicking off another lap here. They haven't lost too much ground apart to Flat Out Nemesis. In fact, they whittled back a few more tenths of a second there as they're trying not to lose contact with Flat Out, which is a great idea with weather looming. They don't want to get too far behind. Rockwell holding strong there in third place. Gorilla Sticker now shows up in fourth place in the 517 car with overtaking Cone Crushers, Leviathan there in fifth. Then you've got 901 Motorsport, North by Northeast, and Fuse 15, Magwag, and Wittenauer Motorsport now moves into the top 10.
It's getting interesting. I'm wondering if we'll start to see more cars on pit road as we're back on board here with Running Bulls with Andrew in the car. I think it seems to be okay, but it looks like they might be dealing with a little bit of an issue there. So I think Andrew had his hand out trying to point guys to get them by. So we'll have to see if we can get less is more down there to get us more information. But yeah, it's really competitive here, Paulie. I mean, we still got the top three really, really close to each other. And I mean, Gorilla Sticker has been consistently up there. Cone Crushers, and Leviathan are only 24. Well, looks like they're changed there for a second, so I'll have to get back to you on that one. The 901 Motorsport, the 903 car is still up there in sixth, and it looks that they're only about 4.5 seconds back of Cone Crushers, so it looks like they're slowly catching those guys, and you're going to see that constantly, especially as you navigate traffic. If you catch cars in the wrong spot, you can lose a ton of time here at NCM very, very quickly, and if you don't plan your passes accordingly, it can get you in trouble.
Yeah, Race Right also has brought their Miata in for a pit stop as well, so we're seeing now multiple front-running teams that are bringing their cars in. The hood comes off this time. Driver is working on getting out of the car, and they're looking around the front of the vehicle there, and it looks like there's some the wrenches are coming out, so there's some work going on here. Now that the car that was off track there momentarily, that has been cleared, so that corner is now green over there around turn 3. But we are seeing the crew very focused and working on the front end of that A-Class leading Miata.
So I just, Bernie Myers is watching us, and he was asking if our pylon is just the championship drivers. And I told him I believe it is, but I did pull in Race Monitor, I pulled the 8-hour scoring, and I threw that into the chat. So if anybody wants to see it, grab that link out of there, copy and paste it, throw it up in your URL, up at the top, and hit enter, and it should take you right to the TireRack.com NCM 8-hour Saturday event. So we'll make sure everybody can keep track of what's going on there.
Yeah, I'll flip over that pylon once in a while to the scroll, which shows the other race that's running here, so you guys got an idea what's going on there. Looks like our EC car is in there, the TMMI. On second thought, leads that secondary race with 45th parallel, and second Brew Crew, Dingus, Blue Shells. There's no Z in Mazda. You got Whip Racing in there.
Paulie, I just noticed we were talking about weather starting to be a factor. We're starting to see some raindrops on the window here in our booth, and we're noticing the color of the track changing. I watched Parts Badger come through. I want to say it was coming through the 6-7 combination. The car got very, very loose and stepped out slightly. So I think we're going to start to see a wet racetrack come into effect here, and he just did it again there. He's pushing really, really hard, but I wonder if we're starting to get into some slick parts of the racetrack.
Yeah, that might be flat out Nemesis up ahead. He may have reeled him in under these wet conditions. It could be the Parts Badger Miata is set up a little bit better than the flat out Nemesis Miata.
Depends. We knew a lot of teams were making adjustments yesterday evening when everybody looked at the updated forecast, because based on what we're seeing, obviously we're going to be fighting this all day long today, but what we're seeing, we may be fighting this into tomorrow's race as well. So I think teams were realizing that the wet setup combination was probably going to be the hot ticket this weekend. As we can see, that was a nice 3-wide move there, and it looks like Parts Badger's going to go with them there. Put those right sides on the rumble strip. That was a nice job, but that's anticipating that traffic that we talked about. You have to make sure you do it in the right spot, and on those straightaways through the Corvette curbs there was a great way to do it, because it's wide enough, and then before it funnels down into the corners for 6 and 7.
Yeah, and here at NCM Motorsports Park, the paint that they've used on the curbings is actually got a fair amount of grip, and even in the wet, because the paint that they used is an FIA paint. It has some crushed up media, some crushed up glass in it, so it actually does give you some grip in the corners, even though it does get wet. It's not as slick as some of the other tracks we might visit.
And that's something to where when we were at Road Atlanta, or when we go to Daytona, that was a little wild there. When we go to Daytona in a couple weeks, Paulie, for the 14-hour down there, when you touch the paint at Daytona, you're going for a ride, and it gets wet. And we've both driven there, and we know what it'll do. But yes, that's the nice thing about this facility, is it seems that the paint is a little bit more favorable, as we can see the rain increasing a little bit more from outside of our booth. That really is going to play a factor, and I think you're going to start to see, if teams have preferred rain drivers, I think you may see some of those drivers end up in the cars. Yeah, the rain is picking up big time, and the wind has increased pretty good too, so we'll have to see how that affects drivers and make sure that they can stay focused and do what they need to do.
Yeah, for sure, that storm front is beginning to move in, and you can see Race Right still parked in the pits here. Not sure what the story is there, but it's definitely we got some teams that are starting to feel the conditions of the race now. As of course, it's not a big surprise. We've known about this for several days, that this was going to happen, so the teams had opportunities to get prepared.
Now, I did just notice this, Paulie. While the curbs are decent, the lines that designate the racetrack from off the racetrack, I just noticed Derek here, as we're on board with Brew Crew in the 86 car. He touched the paint that separated the racing line from offline in the car. I heard a little bit of wheel spin there as he accelerated to come out of the Mulsanne chicane. So you really have to be careful. While the curbs may be a little bit favorable, the paint to your one side or the other may not be favorable. So you need to keep that in mind if you're using a lot of that racetrack to get through. I noticed see, we're starting to get a bit of a wet racetrack. Derek went to what would have been a little bit of a wet line. A lot of times when you get into wet races, you'll run a little bit of about a half a lane or a lane up, depending on what the track's doing. And what you'll do is you'll do that because a lot of that rubber, nice catch right there. Wow. Yeah, we are losing that racetrack quick, Paulie, but monster save from Derek there. Kudos to Arjun and everybody for having that car set up very, very well. But this is going to be the other fight too. Yeah, he's really chasing it. And you can hear him in his throttle inputs. He's not rolling into it really hard, but also
he's just having a hard time getting acclimated here.
Right, well, and he might have gone from, it depends on what kind of tires they have on that car too. If the tires, yes, we run a lot of tires that have treads on them, but are they more favorable in the rain? We don't know. We don't know what combination Arjun and Kate have on that car this weekend. I'm sure they do. They're very experienced, but you also don't know that if we're starting to get an abundance of water, how much rain experience does Derek have behind the wheel too. So it's really just finding that limit. This car tends to have a lot of torque and horsepower to get off the corner. You might have to temper that, where he might have to, instead of using third gear, he might just have to putt and use fourth to limit that wheel spin.
Yeah, and it does look like Parts Badger has retaken the lead of this race over Flat Out on that last lap. So we'll see if timing scoring represents that as they come up over the hill here and back onto the front straightaway. But we kind of saw that happening. You know, we could see that Parts Badger was starting to reel him in, and then let's see if it flips here as they cross the start-finish line. No. Yep, there's Parts Badger now leading the race over Flat Out. So Parts Badger in the 630 has retaken the lead of this race away from that screaming fast Flat Out nemesis as the rain has come in.
And we talked about, Paulie, there are going to be some cars like the Miatas are probably going to be a little more favorable in the rain because they're smaller, not as high horsepower car. That may play into Parts Badger's favor, where Flat Out might be having a little bit more wheel spin. They're having to temper it more so for the weather. Depends on what their combination is. So this might be an opportunity for Parts Badger to leg out that gap a little bit.
Oh, yeah, they've really opened up the gap, and it could be driver, too. This track is tricky enough. Add wet to it, you know, and it can be like, okay, I'm just going to cool my heels, and I'm just going to do some laps.
Yeah, sometimes discretion is the better part of it.
I'm just going to do laps and bring it to the next guy.
And right there where he caught the driver, that was a nice pass. But you've also got to be careful, too. And when you're in the rain, you also don't want to get right up onto the back bumper of a guy because, as we saw with the Brew Crew car, he stepped out slightly, and there were cars that were behind him based on how quick they came around him. If you're close and a guy makes a mistake and you don't give yourself that escape, you could end up going with him. So you really have to take that into effect. As we can see the down here, I think that's coming up over Tabletop, I believe.
It's coming down off of Deception. You can see how far back now Nemesis is from the Parts Badger as he comes into 15, and they've really stretched out that gap now. Now down into 18 and around the corner down into the sinkhole.
Now we'll have to see how guys and drivers adjust with getting through there. You'll have to adjust your braking. You may not be able to go as deep into the brake zone with the wet track, and depending on what the wind's doing as well. So we'll have to see where those nosedives really are getting into some of these corners. Because there's not a lot of runoff if you happen to make a mistake right there, as we see Parts Badger putting a lap on the Brew Crew BMW to the left. And it looks like he might dive in there, and there was another car he got by there. It looked like he was able to make it before getting into the Mulsanne chicane. So just these guys are continuing to lay laps down. Paulie, it looks like Parts Badger has stretched it out to almost an 11-second lead at this point, and then based on what I'm seeing, it's another 6 seconds from Flat Out Nemesis back to the Rockwell number 12, the Rockwell Autosport entry, and then from there we'll have to see when Gorilla Sticker crosses the line, but it looks like they might have a lap up on those guys, but we'll have to find out.
You just let me know when.
So, yeah, it looks like those top three right now are on their own lap at this point. So we'll have to continue to monitor. It looks like in fourth there's a lap back from Rockwell to Gorilla Sticker, and then 30 seconds from there back to Cone Crushers, and that takes care of your top five.
I'll hold it down with you.
As we can see some of the guys here, the less is more guys are talking to.
Just going through all kinds of teething pain with the new car and stuff. Gotcha. That's what we're going to do. We're going to bring it in. We're going to check a bunch of stuff today. For a lot of reasons.
Yeah, I got you.
So from what we heard there, what Michael was referring to is they're new car blues, just teething pains with the car. When you have a new build and you don't have a lot of laps on the car, you can do as much testing at the shop and run through things, but until you get it out on the racetrack and really put it through its paces, there's always some type of gremlins that you tend to fight, little things that come up and you end up trying to deal with it. And that's what he was referring to where they're just trying to get it ironed out, because I believe their next race on the schedule is after this weekend to be Watkins Glen. But if they can get it resolved before tomorrow, they can go for a win and continue to go for the fight tomorrow. So you're looking at the bigger picture.
Absolutely. The rollback bringing in the number 614, kind of a Easter purplish blue Miata here.
That is the on second thought racing team, it looks like, this weekend, the 614. That's the Supra.
I've got MMR, but it's a Miata. And they are...
oh, okay. Yeah. I had the wrong one. Apologize there, Paulie. I was looking at the wrong note. As we can see, Andrew's still on board of the Running Bulls entry here, is turning into the corner. You can really see guys starting to take that rain line through some of the corners. The track has got a bit of moisture on it, so I think we'll start to see folks having to adjust a little bit. I did notice this, Paulie. The 903, big lightning strike just straight across our booth there. That may bring us to a stop here very, very soon. So we'll have to monitor that and see. But I have noticed 903 entry for 901 Motorsport is less than 11 seconds from Cone Crushers. They are closing down on those guys. So we might have a new top 5 player here.
Yeah, we're on board with Cone Crushers right now. In fact, as they're working that very short wheelbase mid-engine MR2 through the track. And we saw them hit the radio button. They're talking to their crew a little bit. And we were talking to those guys yesterday, Skeleton Crew. There's only 3 people here supporting that team as Parts Badger comes whistling through down on the inside. And I guess Scott was saying he really wants to do more racing. So, yeah, they're looking at we might see a lot more of that MR2 here in the near future.
Well, they're saying they want to do more racing, but a couple of the guys are saying that they have a few things that they need to do outside of the racing world. Rich is saying, I got a few things I need to do there, and Ben is just like, let's just go race. He's kind of like, let's go race, but I get we have family things going on, so I think they just kind of have to find a happy medium. But yeah, they are from the Athens, Georgia area, and they've been around. Both teams have been around the garage for a while. So the way I'll kind of go into a little bit of this briefly. So the way this whole thing went down with these guys is Leviathan was a team, and then Cone Crushers was a team. And when Cone Crushers at Road Atlanta, it was a couple years ago, during the 2022 championship race for that season, first race of 23, the Cone Crushers lost their car. Ironically, Roger Cohen, who is the head of our board of directors, was in the car when it happened. And after that, they were kind of figuring out what they wanted to do. And they said, well, why don't we just join up forces and kind of put all the heads together and go after this? So it's kind of become a combined effort. And every time they've come to the racetrack, they've been successful and have been fast.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been great to see those guys get together. It is kind of fun because we are sort of like family. There's so many teams, we see each other weekend after weekend at these events, and so you get to know one another and strike up some conversations and maybe even work out an agreement to where we can get together and team up and maybe save a little bit of money, but also just have a lot of fun.
And that's what makes it unique, is sometimes where you have one team going and one team going and they're going against each other, and sometimes it's good to put resources together. We see this in professional racing all the time. Having a teammate or a notebook, regardless of it's a different type of car, having different notebooks of drivers and equipment and R&D to go off of sometimes can make your program better as a whole. As it looks like we may be going yellow here. Looks like we're going to be going full course yellow, Paul.
Yep, and boy, you can see obviously the Brew Crew driver Derek still fighting the back end of that car, chasing it an awful lot, trying to get power down, and he's just having a lot of trouble with it.
Now, I did notice on this entry, Paulie, when I was looking through the garage yesterday, I noticed that usually that car had the wing on the back of it. This car does not have that wing, so I wonder if the car is a little bit lighter in the back and it doesn't have that rear downforce that maybe they're usually accustomed to. So probably getting used to having to figure out what works for that combination, and obviously the rain doesn't make anything easier, but kudos to Derek and everybody. It looks like he's doing a great job of hanging on to that piece.
Yeah, Parts Badger now back in the lead of this race as we have gone to caution here. So with that, we're going to take another commercial break as we have reached the top of the hour, 1 hour and 30 minutes into this 8-hour contest for today. And we'll have to come back and see what is yet to follow. Lots of racing still on tap here at NCM Motorsports Park. Stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We are under a full course black flag condition now, as the cars are beginning to cycle into the pits. They're going to bring them in. We're black flagging the field because of lightning. And what that means to the drivers and the teams, they're going to bring the cars in and park them nose to tail on pit road. And they can cover the cars, they can turn off cameras and things like that, but they can't work on the cars, otherwise they'll be relegated to EC. And it's going to be the same thing tonight, folks, just so you know. If you're in the championship race and you get parked after the black flag and they pull you in, no work on the car is allowed to be done. So any work that gets done, if you pull a tire, anything like that, you're going to get pushed back to EC. So you'll be out of the championship running.
And that, I think, is why we were seeing a lot of these pit stops. Yes, we were getting to that 90-minute mark with the pit cycles, but I think anticipating the forecast and the teams looking at when pit road will be closed later this afternoon toward the end of today's race, I think we were looking at having to play to that strategy a little bit, so they kind of had to get off cycle. But yeah, when you get into a situation like that with a red flag, there's no work that can be done on the cars. About the only thing you can do is get your driver out of the car, obviously make sure the car is covered, because you don't want any of the electrical components and anything essential getting wet. And then if you happen to have your GoPro in the car, or you're trying to get footage, you can pull the SD card or potentially pull the camera, but you can't really do anything outside of that. And then, like Paulie said, if anything is done that the officials deem as inappropriate, they'll relegate you to the EC class for the remainder of the weekend.
And boy, you can really hear the wind has picked up out there on pit lane. The storm is blowing in.
And you can see the moisture on pit road. And, I mean, that at speed is very, very slick until you've been in a race car and you're at that speed. I mean, yes, you obviously driving in the rain at 55, 60 miles an hour on the highway is one thing. But when you're trying to do this and change directions multiple times a lap, hit your shifts, it can be very distracting if you're not prepared for it, and it can be very daunting and intimidating as a driver if you don't have a lot of laps in the rain, because it takes a bit of discipline that has to be developed, and you kind of have to figure it out. And some drivers have it, some drivers don't. And it really complements depending on their driving style. If you have somebody that can be very smooth with your right foot, they tend to do very well in the rain. So, or somebody that can anticipate brake zones and understand and has a good feel for that limit and tire lockup and other elements that come into the fray.
Yeah, there's so much to racing in the rain. Some drivers really thrive in it, don't they?
Oh, I mean, if you look at drivers like Boris said, I mean, Boris was a sports car driver. Everybody pretty much knows. Most people know who Boris is. I mean, multiple-time champion in various divisions. He ran in Trans Am, IMSA, back in Grand Am, American Le Mans before the remerger with IMSA. He made a lot of starts in NASCAR, and Boris loved when they would run in the rain in the stock cars. And the reason for that is his experience in the sports cars, because he had a feel of what the car needed, and he knew a lot of the tricks to get the car slowed down and do what he needed to do. But he also knew against stock car drivers that were primarily ovals, he could use that to his advantage, to where that was his great equalizer, was that rain condition. But he also was very good in sports cars in the rain. He just had a natural feel for cars, and he still does to this day, and so does Boris Jr., his son, who is an exceptional driver.
Well, let's talk about some of those nuances a little bit. What are some of the basics that, like, someone is getting into racing, and you might get into a situation where you have to race in the rain? And let's just consider NCM Motorsports Park, since we're here. We've got a racetrack that's a medium speed racetrack. It's been around for a number of years, about a decade. It's been rubbered in. I don't believe it's been resurfaced. What are some of the basics, Kyle? Let's just talk through that. I mean, what do you do when you're coaching a driver and say, okay, here's the basic techniques of how to race in the rain on a racetrack?
The first thing you want to do is you want to sit them down and talk to them and say, okay, look, you pretty much have to go what you were taught in the dry. You have to completely change your driving a little bit. And the reason we say that is because where you may be braking at the 400 marker or the 300 marker or even earlier, you have to back that up, because with the wet, you're going to potentially slide, and you don't have the grip that you had, because the groove is not dispersing the wet as quickly or as it would be if it was lighter. So you have to anticipate a potential lockup. You have to anticipate potential just hydroplaning, depending on how much water is sitting on the racetrack. I mean, you get a spot like Tabletop and going through some of those near Faux Rouge where you could have potentially standing water. That comes into effect. So you have to really back your driver down, and then they have to get to that limit. But it also comes down to the driver feeling the car. I mean, feel in racing is very important. You have to feel the wheel spin. You have to feel the transition of the weight side to side, front to rear. So you want the driver to get in tune with the race car to be able to adapt to the conditions.
Yeah, we can hear them shouting. They're saying, hey, we want you to cover the cars, and we want you to get to safety. We want to get you into the buildings. We want to get you protected. We don't want you out here where that lightning's going to strike. And I think, some tracks are just different than others when it comes to racing in the rain. Some have better grip than others, and some can be downright treacherous. Remember the old asphalt that we had at Mid-Ohio before the repave was pretty sketchy in the wet, very
sketchy
slippery
in the dry.
And a lot of times the basics can be, you're going to run offline because the track's so rubbered in. It can actually be slick, where it's got a lot of grip in the dry, and it just all that rubbering in, it just kind of smooths that asphalt surface out a little bit. So sometimes it's what they call riding the rim. It's just riding around the outside of some of the corners. Some tracks you mid-track brake into the corner for that very reason. You don't want to be over in the shiny stuff. You want to be where the track hasn't been driven as much, and you can actually find quite a bit of grip by driving that method. A lot of straight line braking, braking on the corners while the car's got some side load, which you do have to do here occasionally, can be downright the wrong thing to do. The very, very wrong thing to do.
But that's where the driver has to feel the car. He has to understand how much he's leaning over. He has to feel how much he's leaning on that tire, because when you roll off the side of that tire, that's when you get yourself in trouble. Or if you are driving in somewhat of a controlled slide, if you step out too far past that limit to where it's beyond recovery, that's when you go for that wild ride. You were talking about the rubbering in. So one thing that we have to take into consideration is no matter how rubbered in a racetrack is, when you get moisture and you get heavy rain that we're probably anticipating, that moisture, that rubber gets washed away to where you get what's called a green racetrack, which means it is pavement that has no rubber. So essentially it can be potentially like driving on ice, even on a dry racetrack. but in what the water does, and when you get rain, and especially if you get into a hot race where it's not as bad that this weekend, I mean, we have a bit of humidity, but not a ton. Any moisture that's underneath that racetrack is going to get pulled up, but when it gets washed away, there's no rubber that's adhering to what, the rubber on your tires with the heat to where you're going to slide around. So the trick is, once this rain, if it ever goes away, or if we happen to transition back to a dry period, it's rubbering the racetrack back in. And that's going to be the hard part, is finding that, because if it washes it away, you got to kind of find that line again. You have to develop and work the groove in, as we would call it. In oval racing, we call it a groove.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another thing you have to teach a driver is monitor your wheel spin. We talked about it a little bit before, and what I mean by that is it's your right foot. For a rear-wheel drive driver, it's using your right foot. You want to manage how hard you're hitting the accelerator with how much pressure, and you don't want to slam it. We always use, when you're coaching a student or you're talking to a new driver that you're trying to get them used to, you tell them, you pretend there's an egg underneath the throttle. And what we mean by that is you don't want to slam the throttle or punch it really hard, because then you'll break the egg. If you roll underneath of it and you push it enough to where you don't crack or break the egg, you use that to modulate the throttle. You work it in and out, and it's just a really smooth input releasing. If you transition the weight too fast, it disrupts and upsets the car.
Right. So
and
that's part of being smooth, and and that's part of learning how it affects you even on the dry. I mean, you're being gentle with the car, especially front wheel drive cars that have turbos, just more powerful race cars, which you have a lot of experience racing with, much more so than most of us do. That riding a car out on the edge, but you do have to become smooth and careful with it, because if you don't,
you can step out and get in trouble.
You're gonna
and that weight makes a difference, because you also have to slow that weight down, and then you have to transition the weight. But also, if depending on, and like I talked about with getting the front end of the car down to get it turned into the corner, you have to have a good balance where if the car feels like it's on top of the racetrack, you're not going to be able to drive it. We noticed the Brew Crew car, for example, they might not have the car lowered enough, because it may not. They might have to play with some ride heights and get the car a little bit lower to where maybe he feels like he's on top of the racetrack. Maybe they're not getting enough forward bite. Maybe they're not getting enough side bite to where the car's not gripping in that portion. So it's finding that balance. But in the rain, it's managing that. And sometimes if you can't do it with the throttle, you use the transmission, where if you're getting a lot of wheel spin in second gear, third gear, you go to fourth gear. And then you can get to the throttle a little bit more aggressively, but you don't get the aggressive wheel spin to where you can get the car straighter. It also comes down to getting the wheel straighter. If you got input put into the car and you're trying to get back to the power, even in the dry, the car's going to step out for a rear-wheel drive car. For a front-wheel drive car, if you got the wheel turn and you're just go to the power, you're going to feel that chatter where it's the front tires. You're just going to shake the car off the racetrack. That's more of a point-and-shoot car. The rear-wheel drive car, you can get it turned a little bit, use your right foot, just manage it, and then as you open the wheel up, then you can roll back to your power. So it's knowing what you've got and then how to adjust to it. The front-wheel drive cars tend to be a little bit better here, but you got to have a driver that's disciplined enough to let the car roll and then point and shoot.
Right, because you're sharing grip with those front tires. You're trying to drive with them, plus you're trying to turn up front with them, and that's a lot to ask of the tire. So you have to. There's give and take there.
Honestly, if you can drive a front-wheel drive car and you can manage it, it'll actually, in my opinion, help you I've noticed when I've gone back to a rear-wheel drive car after being in a front-wheel drive, I actually was a little bit more careful with how I drove the rear-wheel drive car, because when the front-wheel drive car pushes, when you roll off the accelerator or kind of lift your toe off of it a little bit, it lets the back end of the car catch up. It's a similar style in the rear-wheel drive car where you just have to use you kind of use your big toe to modulate the throttle to manage the wheel spin to then not let the back end overstep the front end.
Yeah, and of course, when you're in a racing condition, not even just driving, but just racing condition, you know, a lot of times you'll begin to see a groove develop where the cars ahead of you have carved out a little bit of not dry track, but less wet track. And so there's sort of a grayish look there to the racetrack, and that's naturally where most drivers want to be. They just want to stay there because they know the grip will be a little bit better, which actually does open up some good passing opportunities in the stuff that hasn't been carved out just yet, and that can be a lot of fun.
And that groove makes a difference, because if you've got a line that's worked in, if you've got weather where it's not as weathered, it makes it easier where you can then you'll have a little bit more grip where you can take more chances. But if you step the car out or even half a lane and get your tires out into junk, whether it's rubber, grass, debris, whatnot, it makes it where you don't have a lot of grip. And if you get that on your tires, it'll feel like you have a flat tire. But in the rain, if you have it where you're offline a little bit, then that'll affect you to where you can't get the car rolling as good as you want it to be.
We got Bill in the booth with us.
Had nothing else to do. They shut down the tower, got lightning. We're all kind of debating on how long this red flag will stay, and I've got like 2 hours. Some people said maybe 2 o'clock. It's a big storm, man, headed for us.
Well, I did see some lightning just a moment ago. I don't want to think 2 hours. That would be a pretty horrendous red flag. We've seen some lengthy ones though in our history.
Yes, we have. This 24 is a 6 hour, 5 hour. The fog came over VIR. No, you were at home. You were sleeping.
That was
bad.
It was overnight.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was asleep, so it really didn't matter.
Didn't we have a 2 or 3 hour kind of run under caution at VIR one couple years?
Yeah, we've done a few of them.
Nelson.
Yep. So we try to clear the water away. So yeah, this track is. I've run this track in the rain. We did a WRL race here with Troy in the MR2 years ago, and it was when it was brand new, and it was fresh blacktop the whole bit, and it was actually pretty sticky. It was not a slippery track. Came back here a couple years, or maybe a year later, 2 years later, and it was more worn in. And corners were really sharp on the turns.
Weathering is a big factor, and we'll see that here, especially the last time a track was repaved. Every year that it goes through big weathering cycles, cold and hot temperatures, it starts to develop bumps and undulations and character. And you'll see that when we get to Daytona in a couple weeks too, folks, where because the track there hasn't been paved since 2010, this hasn't been paved for a while, you'll start to see the character come in where you're thinking, well, I feel like I have the car set up right. That's great. But the problem is the track just is, as it ages, you have to adjust for a track that may not just have all the grip.
All right. And then we did this is the one track I ever got a first place trophy at. And I want to stress that I am a winning NCM driver, team owner. But But yeah, it was a really, really fast course. I don't know what it is now, because right now it's obviously not very fast. But hey, we have a guest in here. I'm going to pass this over to him. If I get any more information, Paulie, I'll bring it back to you and let you guys know what's going on.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Folks out there listening, if you're here at the track, please make certain that you go over to or join our WhatsApp application, and we're sending out notifications through that, and also on the Champ Car logs. I'm going to pass this over to Stephen Cox, and you guys can sit here and chat real racing. No. Fake stuff.
All right. So we are up here in the tower on the top floor here at NCM Motorsports Park in the corner office, and we've got Stephen Cox up here with us. Stephen's racing with the Wittenauer Mini Cooper this weekend, and so yeah. Hi, welcome to NCM.
Oh, I love listening to you guys.
That's great.
At the races that I'm not here, I enjoy tuning in. I enjoy watching everything that you guys do and present. And you do a wonderful job keeping up on, whenever I was doing the Hooters Pro Cup or, working with Varsha and the guys at ABC for Indianapolis, you've got 33 cars, you've got 40 cars. There are times I've seen you guys announce 100 cars at a time. And you keep everybody up, and everybody is clear on what's happening on the track, and I don't know how you do it. So I enjoy listening to you.
Thank you so much, Stephen. I really appreciate that. That means a lot coming from you. And
it's a balance.
You've got a lot of experience broadcasting and covering various kinds of events. Of course, you worked at Mecum for a number of years.
Yeah, I was there for 16 years through like three different networks. We were on HD Theater, and then let's see, Motor Trend, and we were on NBC Sports for a long time, and that was really a good time. I enjoyed that show.
Well, somewhere along the way, you got bit with the racing bug too when you were a young man, and
that happened really early. And I'll tell you, going into broadcasting was really the backup plan, and as I got out of high school, I had played every sport there was, and I mean, basketball, football, baseball, I played everything. And I got out of high school, and I realized, my basketball career is not going to take me to the NBA. So reality set in, and I thought, well, what can I still do? And so I started driving race cars when I was in my early 20s. And at the same time, I went to college for broadcasting. And so just one would step up, and then the other would step. I just pursue whatever presented itself at the time.
Yeah.
And I found out that, if you do anything in racing, that every now and then somebody will come along and say, hey, will you announce something for us? So that's kind of how it turned out.
That's great. That's great. I know you're on social media quite a bit and helping people out, just asking questions. If you got questions, you got so much experience, and you in multiple areas of industry.
Yeah, and having driven everything is both a blessing and a curse, because if you're not born with the last name Unser Andretti or something, you kind of have to drive whatever you can find.
It takes a lot of money to do this.
Yeah, and if you're trying to find sponsorship and you're actually trying to make a living at it, you end up taking whatever you can. So I've been in desert racing, trophy trucks. I've been in asphalt ovals, dirt ovals, all kinds of road racing, and so every weekend you're out trying to do something new in a different car that you've ever been in before, with a team that you've never worked with before. And it's been both a blessing and a curse, because I've seen everything that the sport has to offer, but it's really difficult to succeed at a high level if you don't have a specialty.
No, and it takes a lot of money to do it. If you want to race at the NASCAR, IndyCar, IMSA, or World of Outlaws, whatever those professional levels or whatever your choice of racing is that you want to do, it takes a lot of money to do this. It takes a lot of resources. It's not getting any cheaper year by year. But you also have to find a way to leverage those relationships and manage that return on investment, which we've followed a lot of your stuff with SOP Motorsports, and we've seen a lot of what you do. You're very good at plugging your people, providing any opportunities for codes that give incentive, that give return for any of your partners or sponsors that you're working with. So
what else are you going to, I'm super, super thankful. Stable Brand Fuel Stabilizer just came back on board again this year, so I'm super happy about that. Cars and Convos, G's Up Collector Cars, JR Fastener out of Chicago, all of them came back on this year. And why be on social media if you're not going to use that as a platform to help the people that are helping you and putting you in auto racing? So that's it's something that we've really tried hard to consciously develop over time, and it's paid off.
And you have to find the right way to do it. There's a lot of people on social media, but you have to find that way to not step over that boundary to where you start doing the wrong thing, but you have to do it in a positive light, because you're an extension of their marketing department when you're in and out of that race car. You have to do it effectively and make sure that you're keeping their brand and their values at face value and in mind as well when you're putting content out there. But it's got to be creative enough to where it gets them a return but doesn't step that line.
Well, the content has to be king. Why would people follow me and my work if the content isn't interesting? So to me, content has to be number one. And then if I happen to be wearing my Cars and Convos shirt today, or my stable hat or whatever, then that's a bonus to it. But people have to be interested. And also, it's a chance to plug, Champ Car. And the guys in the Super Cup Series and other places that I've raced before, and to try to support racing at the grassroots level, because that's really where I've lived my whole life.
And the way the racing world is now, when you're doing things like this, I mean, you know this because you do television, you do a lot of MC work, you do a lot of things outside of the driver's seat. If you're going to be successful and do this at a high level, you have to be able to talk the talk and walk the walk. It's the very small percentage anymore is what you can do behind the wheel. I mean, there's drivers that have not won a race, but if they are social media frenzied or can do it right, they're going to get sponsors each and every year. So unfortunately, it's kind of the good, the bad, and the indifferent of the industry.
I hope everybody just heard what he said. Run it back and play it again, because truer words were never spoken in auto racing.
It's unfortunate, and I don't want to get to a point where I get on a soapbox, but having money in this industry, because it is so driven by that, bills have to be paid, tires are not cheap, equipment's expensive, but you have to do it effectively, and you have to do it the right way, and you have to keep those relationships, and it's not always about what you do behind the wheel. Yes, you want to work hard, you want to make sure you're physically and mentally and race fit ready to go, but you have to be media ready to go now. You have to be doing what Steven is doing here. You have to be willing to put yourself out there, get in front of a camera, get in front of a microphone, speak coherently, provide that value for your sponsors or partners that you're working with, and you have to do it the right way. But you also have to find those companies that work for you and fit. And yeah, I mean, it's hard. I mean, I race myself. I'm trying to do the same thing you're trying to do. It's very, very hard. We fight every day. I don't do this for a living. I would love to do this for a living. But through KLR management that my wife Tanya and I have, we're trying to find funding for me to do stuff on the NASCAR side, on the IMSA side, various departments. And we understand that fight, but you have to find ways that make you marketable, and you have to kind of find ways to leverage those relationships.
Well, something else that is really coming into play right here in Champ Car, and I want you, I'm interested to hear what you have to say about this, okay? So I'm going to give you this comment and then throw this out there and then see what you have to say, because when Champ Car team owners are looking around, the driver that comes in and pays for that seat has to drive to the contract that he signed.
Correct.
Now, if the contract reads that the driver is responsible for absolutely everything that you and your grandchildren will ever do to that car, you have to drive within that. You cannot be expected to go out and get that last half second or second out of the car when you're responsible for absolutely everything. But then there are some team owners that will come out and they'll say, look, we will sit down, we'll make a judgment call, we'll be reasonable about this. Or if you blow a transmission and it shows that the data says you didn't do anything wrong, then you're not responsible for that. Okay, now that driver can go out and really drive unfettered. So a team owner has to also look at the contract just the way a driver does and have reasonable expectations.
It's a balance. I've been in multiple situations where you're driving to the contract, but then you're in a situation where they're trying to contend in points. They're trying to win a race. You're running really, really well. They want you to do that, but then all of a sudden the car steps out and you have to catch it. And then in your head going, if I touch this door racing side by side with him accidentally, just trying to run really, really hard, I'm going to get charged $500,000 for knocking his door off.
Exactly. And I was in, in fact, I'll tell you this story because this was not in this series and I won't name names, so we're safe. I was with one team that they said every single time that you touch another car, there is an instant $500 charge. And so I gave them an example, and I said, okay, I was at Gingerman a couple of years ago, and it was pouring rain at the start of a race 2x2. And the car in front of me is all over the track and actually lost it. So I hit the brakes, didn't plow into him. I barely tapped him at all. As a result of moving over to the right, I barely made contact with two cars to the right. So in this situation, Mr. Team Owner, I saved you $30,000 and you're going to charge me $1,500. Do I understand that right? And he said, yeah. And I said, have a nice race. You have to drive sensibly to the contract. The contract limits the driver in some extent.
we as a motorsports industry, and I've said this before on shows, and I'm going to say this again, we have got to put the business model back to the way it used to be. Yes, bills have to be paid, but we have got to stop nickel and diming people in this sport. And I know I'm probably going to walk down in the paddock and probably get cussed out by about 6 owners I know right now that are going to go, "You're a hypocrite for saying this." No, it has to be a joint effort. I understand you have to bring money to the table to do this, but you know what? You as a team need to bring money to the table, and you need to find team sponsors because, one, that cuts down on your overhead, but two, that allows you to build a budget to where if somebody knocks a door off, it's incidental contact. Yes, if you get a guy that goes out there and just tries to Evel Knievel it and doesn't even come close and wads the car up, that's a different...
Right, he's responsible and nobody argues that.
Right, or if a guy money shifts or something like that, that's a totally different thing. But there's teams, and this is at a pro level too, and a lot of teams are guilty of this. Teams years ago used to go get team sponsors where it then gave opportunities for drivers to get in based on talent levels. And at the same time, it provided those opportunities because we have now transitioned into some very dangerous territory as a motorsports realm as a whole, where we are worried so much about this business model that we are putting any Tom, Dick, and Harry in a car that has very limited experience because they come with a check, instead of putting somebody in there who doesn't come with a guaranteed check every week. And this driver wads cars up. Well, not only are you having to get new stuff, you're then transitioning to where then you're putting more strain on your crew guys, which is causing mass burnout of crew guys across the whole motorsports world, which is why even pro teams at various levels are short crew guys because of the burnout. It is affecting everybody across the board, but we just continue to ignore that because, well, the bill's got to be paid. Well, the bill's got to be paid. Well, then, you know what? The owner needs to find a marketing executive or somebody to go get funding, or they need to pound the pavement and get funding to where it is either a joint effort or they do that to where we can bring in talented drivers and we can get away. But we also need to look at approvals. We need to look at, and yes, Champ Car is an amateur series, but we need to look at approvals of drivers and scrutinize them a little bit more. And you can't just let everybody drive these things.
What would you like to see as a model for team owners at this level here in Champ Car? What ideally would you look at?
As far as the approval process? Or
no, as far as the business side of it. If you're a team owner, and what do you think that should look like?
It needs to be, that's going to be at the team owner level. That's not my call. But what they need to do is you need to find a way to go get funding. Develop these relationships with people. Find ways to leverage some of the business relationships you have. Find ways to invest with these companies, learn how to do the social media, learn how to do what needs to be done to keep these things on the racetrack, but do it to where then drivers don't always have to bring X amount of $1,000 to do this or whatever it is, but you'll also get more returning drivers, but you also may get more talented drivers that can do this because they may not necessarily be able to bring a lot of funding. It's a balance.
I think what has skewed the sport is the fact that team owners have found that the easiest way, economically, the path of least resistance is to bring on drivers in a second car to fund their primary. That is working as an economic model, and I'm not sure I'm crazy about it either, but it's working, man.
I remember when NASCAR they would start and park cars to pay bills for the primary car. They would use the start and park money to pay the tire bill on the primary.
That's a great example. I'm glad you mentioned that.
But the problem is where that worked in the short term at a couple different portions over the course of time, we've now taken the talent away and transitioned into where we are now. It's all about, well, I'm interested in doing this. Well, you can't even get somebody signed on as a development driver anymore because they don't bring X amount of dollars. Exactly. And then it's hard to go to ABC Company when they go, well, what's your affiliation? Well, we don't really have one. Well, because we've paid for the sins of others. It's a vicious cycle.
Yeah, and then the driver is essentially asking a potential sponsor, hey, will you fund my hopeful search for something that I might find?
and it's hard. But for Champ Car, I would say the owners need to find a way to bring money to their program. I mean, they're trying to do this. They're trying to race more. go find the money, go find relationships with people, find discounts to get parts, do what you need to do to make things better, to where then it's not all on your rental drivers.
And you know, I got to say one thing, though, and this is the flip side of the same coin. I come out to Champ Car, and I always try to remember that, you know, once upon a time, I was the guy who didn't know the track, had no idea what I was doing, and I felt completely out of place. I'm standing there at the driver's meeting, kind of trying to hope nobody notices me, and thinking, you know, I'm just trying to learn. I don't want to ever forget being that guy, and so I want to remember him when we're out here. The doors that have opened to people because of Champ Car and other amateur endurance series is something that, you know, 30 years ago, we never had this.
No.
I had to go short track racing to find a ride, because there were no real amateur opportunities for anything that was going to get you more than a 15-minute sprint race in SCCA or something like that. So there's a flip side to that coin, and it's not all bad.
No, but we need to take advantage of it, and we need to be training the next generation, not hindering good drivers because of business models.
Yep.
We need to balance it carefully and find a way.
And I think it's not just good drivers, it's any drivers. You know, it has a lot to do with what's pushed me out of the seat. You know, I recently signed a contract to race with a guy, a good friend of mine, great car, but he wanted $27,000 to replace that Porsche. It's like, I'm not going to put my wife and myself under that kind of responsibility, as great as the car is. And I've done so many laps at Gingerman, I've lost count. But I don't think I want that kind of responsibility. And so it's not only affecting the good talent, it's affecting an amateur series like ours, where you have people that would like to drive, but they see that contract and it's like, yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
That's scary.
But that's where the ownership has to... You can't expect I mean, if a guy wrecks a car whole... There has to be a middle ground. There has to be something. You can't just charge a rental driver something because it backs into a wall. I mean, you can have the most experienced driver out there can make a mistake and things happen. We all need to hit the reset button, and everybody in racing, we all need to hit the reset button, or else we're going to put ourselves in a very dangerous position to where eventually the money's going to run out. And then, but you've also got to do your job, and you've got to find the returns on the backside to make people want to get into racing. You've got to do what you're promising. And there's a lot of over-promising and under-delivering in racing, and it's at every level. And we need to teach people to do this the right way, and we need to learn to get some of the shysters out of the realm.
Yeah, well, I know as a driver I've made a lot of promises I didn't deliver on too. So, but you know what? I know my situation is probably different at this level, but I'm kind of in the same boat to the extent that if a ride costs me $10, I have to raise $20, because at the end of this weekend I have to pay the electric bill and buy groceries, and this is not my hobby. So I always have to raise more than what the seat costs, because that's it's a big part of my living. So there's that too, to add in and kind of back up what you said. But the fun level in Champ Car is just off the charts, and I love it when we go out there. And I know some of these guys are pretty inexperienced, and I've made more than my share of mistakes too. But having 60 and 80 and 100 cars at some of the bigger races, man, that's as most fun as you can legally have.
But that speaks volumes of the health of series, but that speaks volumes of the interest of the series. But that's what it should be. Drivers of limited experience and maximum experience coming together, where we teach them the right way, but we continue to use this to develop ourselves as drivers. But it's a good opportunity for that inexperienced driver to follow an experienced driver and figure it out. You're not going to do it until you get in there and figure out how to do it.
That's a good point. There's nothing like, and that's one of the first things that experienced drivers told me when I was a kid. They said, find somebody who's faster than you and stay on their tail as long as you possibly can. There's no better tutorial out there.
And sim racing too. If you have access to iRacing, Assetto Corsa, whatever simulation of choice you want, simulators, while the feel of it, motion sims, it depends. Just eyes on a racetrack sometimes make a difference too. That learning and knowing what you have before you get there makes a world of difference.
I just love the races where you're never out of traffic. And you're always performing that ballet with the other cars in every single corner. And if you've got a reasonably quick car that's mid-pack or better, and there's 70 other cars, it's just fun in every single corner, especially, when we go into the guys that you're talking about and they're experienced and you can trust them and you go into a corner, it's just, and you're never out of traffic. Those are the best to me. At that point, it's no longer about who is the fastest on this track. Now it's who is the most consistent and can lay down the best line and time in traffic. And that, to me, is just a barrel of fun.
Yeah.
It's a blast. When you can get in that group of cars and you can back and forth and go, it's a blast. But you learn. And if you get good drivers that respect each other, if you have that mutual respect, you can have some, and there's drivers that have come from pro levels that have come down and done this, and other series and other disciplines that have come here and said, this is the most fun I've ever had. I know there was a gentleman and a friend that I knew from Savannah. He primarily raced dirt late models, crates, did all kinds of stuff on dirt, came down and ran Daytona for the first time, and it happened to be a wet weekend, and it was a mix of it. Said it was the most fun he'd ever had. And he felt like it made him better when he went back to the dirt. So that speaks volumes of what Champ Car does for drivers as a whole.
Yeah, well, and I'll tell you, I had the most fun of my life last year. About a year ago, we were at Daytona. And we were in EC class, so everybody get out your fruit and get ready to throw it. If you don't like it, that's fine. Go ahead, knock yourself out. But we were like 170 something miles an hour in Low Country Motorsports, and those guys are just fantastic. And they had a V8 Mustang, and man, we had so much fun in that car. And you're out there just cruising around. It's nothing like being on the high line, 3 and 4 wide at Daytona, guys. If your driver's out there, you're watching right now, and you're not at this race. If you get a chance to go to Daytona, just do it. I mean, it doesn't matter what class you're in, just get there. It really is that fun.
Yeah. And it's a rare privilege. It's crazy we get to go there and race.
Yeah, exactly.
You pull out there and you're like, wow, I'm really here. This is amazing. And so such a huge privilege that we're allotted here in Champ Car to be able to go out there and do that. And
there's a lot of trust there.
Well, sure, there's a lot of responsibility for us as a club, to make sure we conduct ourselves so that we'll be invited back.
But that's something we as drivers need to do. And I'm saying this out to anybody that's listening or anybody that is in a car entered to go to Daytona. For the next 2 weeks, you need to be nothing but getting on a sim. You need to be watching old races. You need to be learning the ebb and flow of traffic, because 120 plus cars at Daytona is one of the busiest races you're going to see all season long. And then when you have cars beside you on the banking, they're not to your left or your right. They're above you and below you. So your visual references are off too. You really just need to understand it. And I know I've been working with the Rad Air guys because I'm going to be driving with them at Daytona in a couple weeks. And none of them have been to Daytona and had the pleasure to do it, and they're getting ready to go. And I've been telling them, look, the draft is going to come into effect. You have to understand how to work the draft, how to work traffic, how to get off the banking. It's going to affect how the car drives, how you drive. Your visuals are going to be different, and you're just busy all the time. So make sure that you're there. You have to conduct yourselves accordingly. We don't want a repeat of last year where we had a lot of code 35s, and that happens, but we want to make sure we put on a good show, to Paulie's point, where we get invited back to where they respect us as a club.
And if you're in a Mustang or a Corvette, you got to remember, when you get to the bus stop, the Miata guys don't even slow down. They don't even lift off the gas. They just swoosh straight through.
Yeah.
It's a fun mix-up, and you're in this big monster V8, and you're coming up behind them, and then all of a sudden you slow down. They take off, and by the time you're through the next high bank turn, you're right back on them again. It's just so much fun. If you can do it, guys, go do it.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
write Champ Car a love letter for getting us there at all.
Yeah, it's incredible. We're going to be probably going back to IMS next year, and COTA is in our crosshairs as well. So some great opportunities out there for us to get out and race at these tracks that are bucket list tracks. Never thought we would go to.
I'm from Indianapolis, okay? And my career is, I'm like most of the guys out here. I never made it to the top. That's fine. It's no big deal. But my career bottomed out right as I was getting into Indy Lights. And I was this close to get in to run the Freedom 100. I'd gone through all of the testing, and I'd gone through the road course.
Yeah.
Then they send you to IMS, and you go in and you do the eye test, and you get your FIA license, done all that stuff. And then the bottom line was the team owner wanted another $25,000 with like 36 hours before our last test, so I didn't get there. But the main point is I'm from Indianapolis, and I didn't get to run there. So now, if Champ Car goes back to IMS, that'll like make my whole life. My life will be complete at that shining moment.
Yeah, just get me out there.
Yeah.
I mean, Indy's a bucket list for anybody, whether you're open wheel or closed, stock car, whatever, sports car. Indy is like Daytona. That is another bucket list place where if you can say you've driven on the same facility as AJ Foyt, Mario Andretti, Scott Pruitt, other big name drivers that have raced at these places and won and had success, it's really rewarding.
Well, and even if you just like go out there and score a class win or something, you can tell your grandkids, I won a race. I don't care what level it was at. I was at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and my name's on the winner's list.
I won a tricycle race.
How many people get
exactly.
You know how many people get to say that? Not too many.
Until just a few years ago when IMS began on a very limited basis, opening it up to some vintage and some endurance racers. I mean, the list was like, 100 guys in the history of the entire track over a century that had won anything there. And so it's still a pretty short list. And to be on it, I don't care what class you're in. If you take home a third place trophy in Class Z, you're still on the winners list there. That's a cool thing.
And it says a lot. And I mean, Indy's not an easy place to get around on the oval, let alone that road course. I mean, there's really no banking to work with. It's flat.
9 degrees.
You have to know your reference points for everything, but it's awesome that we're in those discussions potentially with Penske Entertainment, and it's great to see what Roger's done with the place and what he's done for IndyCar, and the fact that you're seeing SVRA and HSR and these other series like Champ Car and other series and amateur names we won't name that shall not be named, and are going to these places and getting it because it's opening it up. But this is also that opportunity for these drivers that want to do this at the higher levels. Go run these amateur races to get experience that then help you with your approval process when you get to that level. Because if you can show those race directors, hey, I've driven here in such and such car, I've done this in such and such car, it goes a lot farther when you go to have those conversations.
Let me just squeak in here real quick that we can see that the corner workers are being returned to the corners, so we're probably getting ready to go back to racing here after a few minutes, but go ahead.
Just one quick comment to follow up what you said about IMS being difficult to drive. Just a wonderful, wonderful guy named Paul Diatlovich has a huge history at Indianapolis. He was going to be my team owner in Lights, and I'm not speaking from experience because we actually didn't get there, but what he told me and what a number of other people told me, he said, when you're at Indianapolis and you're out on the oval, they said on race day everything changes because during practice the grandstands are empty. And you're mentally, subconsciously, you've got all your markers in your head as you're going around that track. And he warned me, he said, when we go out there, which is going to be the Thursday before the Indianapolis 500 for what was at the time the Lights race, now it's Indy Next, he said all of those grandstands, even at this level on Thursday, Carburation Day, they're going to be full. And he goes, all of your mental markers don't exist. He goes, it's like it's a brand new track and you've never seen anything before. So he made me think of that. And I thought, that's going to be scary.
And it's funny that you brought up Paul Diatlovich because PDM Racing, Paul gave so many drivers,
their first
underfunded
chance.
Drivers, their opportunity. I mean, you look
That's
at
why
guys,
I went to him. You're exactly right.
Sam Hornish Jr. drove his first couple races for Diatlovich. Ed Carpenter, Diatlovich, Jimmy Kite, Diatlovich.
Exactly.
Many drivers went to Paul and gave him opportunities, and I think Diego Medeiros, I want to say he drove for Paul back in 06. I mean, so many drivers have driven for Paul, but he really loves motorsports, and he's one that does, it costs him. He mortgages his life to run that Indy entry.
I have nothing but good things to say about Paul. He did everything within his power, and for the exact reason you named, that's why I called Paul, and we went out and we had lunch lunch at Speedway, and we sat down and had
Charlie
hamburgers.
Brown's?
It's exactly where we went. You got it right.
Charlie Brown's.
And we sat down there and put together a plan for a 2-race package, and he is the reason why I had a serious shot at it. And nobody else would give me the time of day because I had a low 6-figure budget. Isn't that amazing?
But
just for a 2-race package.
But for Indy, I mean, the cost with Indy back in it was so. But I mean, that's why you see a lot of guys that are only Indy only entries because the amount of money it takes. I mean, back then, I mean, compared to now, it's just such a different animal. And congratulations, real quick, as we know we're getting close to getting rolling here. Steven, we know you're running with Wittenauer this weekend. That relationship, I believe, started for you last year at Nelson, because I remember you originally had plans to drive for another team, and that fell through due to mechanical. And I remember you were kind of roaming around the garage like, hey, who's a good ticket to go drive for?
I was just wondering aimlessly, and it was I was going to run with Alan Martin's team.
You were,
and Alan's just Section 8. He's such a great guy. I really enjoy working with him. And they had a terrible tragedy. Their whole thing, team trailer burned to the ground. So I was already there, and I couldn't get my money back from my hotel. I thought I'm just going to go around. And so you know who I called? I called Joe Bungert with Gorilla Sticker, and I said, Joe, I literally have my phone in one hand and my helmet in the other, and I'm walking around the infield at Nelson Ledges. I said, who do I stop by? And he goes, well, who do you see? And I said, well, there's like this blue Mini Cooper. He goes, go there. And I said, well, why? He goes, trust me, go there.
Yeah.
And he said, don't worry about class. He said, that is an excellent car. But what I found out when I got there was they're excellent people. Kelly and John and Dylan and all the guys on that team, Lee and everybody, they were so nice. They were so welcoming. And I'm the reserve driver here. I may not even get in. I'm not scheduled to drive today, and I'm not sure that I'll be driving tomorrow.
Oh.
But I practiced the car. They want me in the car tomorrow. But the greater point here is I passed up 3 other rides because the Wittenauers said, Stephen, you are welcome here.
Mm-hmm.
And they asked me if I would be interested in taking a potentially empty seat coming up at several races this year. And we were so successful at Nelson. We took an F-class car and put it in the top 4. Wow. How do you say no to that? They're just such nice people.
You guys were very consistent that weekend. You looked really, really good and smooth. And and the nice thing is with you have driven so many different pieces of equipment and so many different things. You were able to adapt to that Mini Cooper very quickly.
Well, that's Dylan. Let me tell you, that's Dylan Wittenauer. I sat down with him. I sat down with Adrian and Ron and Lee, and those guys drive these cars all the time. And I've never been in one. I've never driven a Mini Cooper before Nelson. Never in my life. And so I sat down with them with a track map, and I said, just act like you're talking to a 5th grader and talk me around this track. And they're the ones who got me up to speed. And, it turned out to be a really good, smooth ride. And I just think so highly of that team, and I'm so thankful to be with them. I just sitting back and having fun this weekend, man, and listening to you guys.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Your son's here this weekend, and
he
carrying the camera duty for you. So.
He's taking a weekend off of his usual work at NBC Sports. He is floor director there with Mecum Auctions, and
nice.
I didn't have a photographer here. And I always need a photographer for all the sponsorship reasons that we've been talking about for the last 15 minutes. And so I said, Stephen Dale, you got a still camera you can use. He's just fantastic. Go on my Facebook page. All that's his work. He's really, really good with any kind of a camera. So, and you get to spend a weekend at Champ Car with your family.
Yeah.
Huh? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
So
it's nice.
So you're doing that with Wittenauer this weekend. So what is moving forward for the rest of 2025? What is your season looking like? What are the races that you have aspirations of running? Obviously, just with funding restraints and whatnot. So what is 2025 looking forward for you?
What I would like to do is run 5 Champ Car events, which would be 10 races. And my priority would be Wittenauer above everything else is priority 1. If things continue to move forward as they have been, just most wonderful people you could ask for. I really, really enjoy running with Alan with Gorilla Sticker, and I'm kind of shopping around to fill in because Wittenauer's not going to run more than about 3 events, maybe 4, and that leaves me short 2 to 3 events. And then the Super Cup Stock Car Series it's its own universe, but there's a possibility out there as well. And really, by the time you add in handful of asphalt stock car races and late models on the East Coast, in addition to what I'm doing in Champ Car and then television and starting a watch company. And we just had one of my books got signed on for a movie contract, believe it or not. I'm kind of at capacity.
Okay,
I can't
sounds
do it.
like you're pretty maxed out.
Yeah, I'm pretty maxed out, and I don't want to overstretch. And so less than 10 events this year, with hopefully half or more of them in Champ Car, would be fun.
Well, good. Well,
so if you got a seat, somebody call me.
I'm sure. Hey, while we're in the rain delay, you never know who's here. There's always guys. I know Mike Gorman's always looking to fill seats in his cars, and
Mike's great.
Yeah,
man, their
Mike's
cars are
people.
quick.
They are. I had the pleasure of driving one of their entries at Sebring.
Oh,
and
you did? What was the experience like?
Oh, it was amazing.
As good as I would expect?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the expertise that they have drivers. Mike is so good with his stuff because he wants really good drivers in his stuff, but he also is big. His team is very big on developing other drivers. They run just such an eclectic, process with how they do it. I had a great experience with them. I'm hoping to go back at some point in the future. I'll be with, like I said, with Rad Air at Daytona. That's another group too, if you ever want to see what a neon is like. And it's faster than you think it is, and it's a lot of fun. But Bill Snow and Andy Fifik with Rad Air Complete Car Care, they're another good option. There's a lot of good options, especially if you want to run various parts of the country, because as we said, there's teams that only run certain areas. But no, please keep us posted on what's going on, and we wish you the best of luck this year. And if, real quick, is there anybody that you want to thank for that's making this program happen?
Absolutely, and thank you for asking me that, because Cars and Convos came on board. Ron Crouch and the guys, everybody at G's Up Collect Your Cars has stood behind me, as well as JR Fastener Corporation out of Chicago and Stable Brand Fuel Stabilizer and their sister company 303 Car Care Products just came on board. So nice. I am really thankful that I can answer that question when somebody asks me. I'm one of the few guys that says, yeah, I've got some sponsors, some actual money paid. They write real checks and they cash. So
now, where can people find you to get a hold of you, to find your social media? Is there a website if people are interested in working with you? If there's any companies or folks out there listening that may have a business and want to get on board, where can they find you?
Probably on Facebook. Just look Stephen Cox, Stephen. Stephen Cox on Facebook is the easiest way to find me. And messages will either go straight to me, or if I'm in the cockpit that weekend, it'll go to my social media manager and he'll get a hold of me. So it's I'm easy to find. Or sopwithmotorsports.com, SOPWITH, just like the airplane, sopwithmotorsports.com. So thanks for asking. And guys, I'm going to go back downstairs, and if Wittenauer doesn't have, John doesn't have anything for me to do, I'm going to be listening to you guys. So.
Well, we appreciate the support, and anybody out there, please make sure you share the broadcast, and we'll be back shortly, Paul.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back, and special thanks to Stephen Cox for joining us here in the booth. Stay with us, everybody. We'll get an update on today's race, the National Championship at NCM Motorsports Park. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
And welcome back to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at NCM Motorsports Park. And, unfortunately, the news coming from race control is not promising as far as an immediate restart, or anytime soon for that matter. The race director just looked at me and said, it's anybody's guess. We're hoping we're going to be back to racing by 2:30, but we want to go back sooner than that. So, it's just undecided. I mean, we just don't know. With these lightning strikes that come up, we just can't send people out there.
No, we've got to take care. We got to take care of the corner workers. Really got to take care of everybody here. Everybody here at NCM. I mean, it's just when you get in these situations. Yes, this series can race in the rain, but unfortunately, with lightning strikes, I mean, it's just we can't afford to get somebody hurt. I mean, it looks like this, there's a pretty good sized system that is rolling through. I mean, hopefully we'll get some kind of window, but unfortunately we're just going to have to ride this out. We anticipated this in the forecast in the coming days, or in the days leading up to this race. So unfortunately, you get weekends like that in racing, but thankfully we have the ability, if the lightning goes away, that we can race in the rain. So at least we have that positivity to look forward to.
Yeah. Well, this is in the chart you see on your screen represents on the right there represents a 10-mile radius and a 20-mile radius and a third of lightning strikes. And with Champ Car, the policy is when lightning gets within about 10 miles, that's when we start pulling people in. And a lot of times the tracks are adamant about that too. It's not just a Champ Car thing. So we want to protect those people that are out there. And as we're in the tower on the second floor, which is the top floor that overlooks the track. We've got that metal roof, and we can just hear the water hammering the roof as the rain comes down. Which we'll race in the rain. That's not really a big problem, but it is the lightning is an issue.
Well, Paulie, I'm looking out our broadcast booth window here, and I'm looking over at Deception right now, which is the 12-13 combination. I'm seeing water being blown across the racetrack with the heavy winds that we've got. So it's the lightning is a good portion of it. I mean, that's the main reason for it. But hopefully everybody brought their floaties this weekend.
Yeah,
it's going to be a wet one.
Yeah, we kind of saw it coming, and looks like Les has decided to come up and join us too in the tower, so we'll get to hear a few things from him because it looks like we're gonna be hanging out for a little while until this some of this weather clears up. So we'll get Les on here.
So how's it going? You got your rain glasses on.
Man, it looks perfectly fine outside for me. yellow glasses on.
How's the scooter handling the rain?
Fantastic, rear-wheel drive. So
there you go.
It's been pretty good. Got the counter steer.
Got those rain tires on it this weekend. There you go.
Sights and grooved.
So how's the? I mean, we know rain races aren't fun, and we know it's. How's the mood down there? Is it still pretty light? Is it getting tense with the championship, or is it still pretty? Everybody's
everyone's kind of hanging out, having some food, just kind of having a good time. Honestly, I mean,
typical shenanigans. Put drivers in a garage, find something to have fun or whatnot.
Yeah, they were making bets on how long the rain was going to last because we're competition based, right? So.
What we need to do is, because we are kind of a new team, we probably need to talk a little bit about ourselves so that the viewers, listeners get a chance to know a little bit about us. I know everybody knows Les because everybody knows Les knows his whole story, right? No, it would be good to kind of get everybody to kind of tell a little bit about their history so that they see us at the tracks and they know who we are and they're kind of a little more familiar with one another. And so as you folks probably know, I've been racing for about 35 years. Started racing in open wheel in Formula V, and then went from there into Roadsters, and then Tin Tops, raced in SECA, raced in Champ Car and WRL, and then the VSCDA, which is a vintage group based out of Michigan, which is where I raced my Roadster. Did a lot of drag racing in HRA, ITRA, had a lot of fun doing that too. And but these guys probably know a lot less about. So let's start with you, Les. I know I used to be an auto mechanic, and most folks know that. But we have kind of a similar background in your upbringing or your early career moves, and you spent quite a bit of time working in the automotive business too.
I did. First and foremost, Paulie's being modest. He's quick in a car. He's quick. He's fast. I've been on the same team as him before.
I can attest to that. He's better than he says it is.
Right?
Modest he is.
He does not play around, grabs all the gears, and sometimes he uses curbs. Don't let him fool y'all.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
But yeah, let's talk about Les a little bit. Your career started out working in automotive. You and I both went to school, got degrees so that we could, work on cars professionally. And you did that for quite a while.
Yeah, I did it for about 10 years or so in dealerships and independents and even a speed shop or two. So that was a real eye-opening experience because, when the speed shops, things say they're going to fit, but they don't always fit. And then your customers are completely different too. Someone wants to make 500, 600, 700 horsepower, but don't realize they need to change their oil more frequently. So it's one of those things. It's about an education thing too. You have to tell them, hey, this. Oh, I have to change my spark plugs? Yes. Oh, doesn't warranty cover that? No. You're making double the horsepower. It doesn't work that way. Oh, well, yes, we know how it works on Fast and the Furious. We've seen it on YouTube, but that's not exactly how it works.
Yeah, and so it's interesting too that when I was a young man, kind of early in the car business, I too had aspirations of speed shop ownership, and so did you.
Yep, we sure did.
And you're like, oh man, I'm going to do this, you know. And so yeah, but it didn't. That didn't happen. But it didn't happen for me either. But so then, how did you get into the whole racing thing?
I was delivering a car to Audubon Country Club for one of the customers from the speed shop, and he said, oh, you want to take a few laps in it? And I said, absolutely, you know. And before you knew it, the first lap was really slow, and I was like, oh, this is great. I think I'm doing everything right. But no, I was not. I can look back at the video now, and I'm like, oh, man, I was so bad. But then after that, I was hooked, just hooked. And, I did track days after that, track day after track day. And, you guys were saying on the broadcast earlier that, this sport is really expensive, but I will always say when you have the will, you'll find a way. Whether it's eating peanut butter and jelly every day or tuna sandwiches and just figuring out how you can get some brake pads for this or for that. So definitely hit up AutoZone because I have a lifetime warranty on the Duralast Gold. I've used those many a times,
Yeah,
so
you're right. I read Derek Daly's book. He's done a couple of them, but I read one of his books, and that's exactly how those guys did it. Sleeping in a warehouse, eating hot dogs, that's all he had. That's all he could afford because he needed to save parts for his race car because he had bent it up. Mm-hmm. And that's how he got into teams, and that's how he went racing. And Roy's up here. Roy's up here with Parts Badger, so I want to get a chance to talk to him too. We'll get back because we want to finish up talking to Les. It turns out we've got some time on our hands.
Yeah.
It turns out meanwhile, we've got Roy up here with Parts Badger, and so I wanted to get some words from you. Thanks for coming up and joining us, Roy. It's so great to see you again, and it's you're getting more and more involved in sponsoring. Supporting Champ Car. I have to be careful of the word sponsorship I use. I know there's a lot of technical stuff there. But you're getting more involved in Champ Car. We talked to you. Where was we? We were at VRR? Is that where we talked to you? And I got your mic open there. And but you've got some things you're more heavily involved with Champ Car. We've got some commercials we're running for you, and there's some things happening at your business. And we'd just love for you to kind of talk about that again. I don't know what else brought you up, but I'd just like to hear from you.
Yeah, just coming full circle, I think I just love racing, right?
Yeah.
So the more people I can get involved in racing, the more things I can do to help out and help the sport as a whole. My background when I was 16, fell in love with racing, doing the autocross thing, and I always know the challenge is money. Right? Like, how are you going to be able to afford racing?
Yeah.
And that kind of drove my entire career is like, how do I actually make enough money to do this? And then, a lot of hard work. And now I'm kind of in a position where it's like, okay, I can give back to the sport I love so much. And that's with our team of new drivers, getting people that, are interested and they want to race. It's like, hey, let's come race with our team, and, we can get them in the car, get them the seat time, develop them, and they can be part of this sport. And at the same time, there's other things we can do directly supporting the series. And then with, providing the information as well through the YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Trying to help racers save money.
You do a great job on those videos, man. I know that's a lot of work. Thank you so much for doing that, but go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So like this weekend, for example, we retested the RT 660 Plus tire.
Yeah.
And we actually had a member from Falcon here.
Oh.
So Tom from Falcon was here doing testing. The tire actually performed great.
Nice.
We had some challenges at Road Atlanta. But we're really happy with the performance. But we also did back-to-back on the Extreme Contact Force, and then the from Continental and the RS4. And with the new tire rule next year, that's going to be important data because those are going to be some of the faster legal tires. So I'm hoping we can provide that feedback to other members so they don't have to spend the money to do the testing. We can just provide that data. They'll know, hey, this tire or that tire is going to suit our preference.
That sounds like a lot of fun. That's so cool. Gosh, I had something that came into my mind and it left me, but that's okay. That happens a lot at my age. So anyway, we were watching. I think you're leading the race right now.
Yep.
You're leading the championship race. And it seemed like you started the race fantastic. Nemesis got by you, but then it seemed like, I don't know if the rain, what it was, but things came back around for you.
yeah, they really did. And I think, a lot of really good teams out here. So with Rockwell Autosport, they have a really good driver lineup, and that car is just so solid. And then with Nemesis, I mean, they're fast everywhere. And I mean, they're just such phenomenal drivers. So I was really struggling in the dry to keep up and keep pace. And we were kind of neck and neck. And then once it started getting damp out, I think that's kind of where the tire thing comes into play, because we were looking at weather prior to this, and we said, hey, there's probably going to be a damp condition. Let's get the Yokohama AO52s, because the Yokohama performs the best in damp. Yeah. We have a set of rain tires, we have dry tires, but the Yokohama is the best damp tire, and that's what we actually started the race on. So once it started to sprinkle, I think that's where the pace really came in, and we were able to put a gap on the field.
So cool, because you did that exact. I was watching those gaps, and they got away from you, and it's like, wait, he's holding. If anything, he's starting to close a little bit here. You didn't let him get too far away. They were there, they were out ahead of you, but didn't get too far away. And then as the rain came, those tires, maybe that's what shined, like you said, and you're close enough to get by them. And so it was really cool watching that whole process. And Kyle and I talked quite a while on the show about racing in the rain and how that changes the dynamics for a race car driver. Let's talk about your company a little bit. I noticed you got a truck over there that says you're now hiring. So what's that all about?
Yeah, we're always hiring, right? So Parts Badger, we're kind of like a tech manufacturing hybrid. But at the end of the day, we're a machine shop. We just kind of take a unique twist on that, because our philosophy is it shouldn't be hard to buy a part. All these companies need, whether they make packaging equipment or medical devices, their engineers are designing parts that go into a final product. They need to get them made, and it's a shockingly difficult process. So we designed Parts Badger to kind of solve that problem. And then we put basically the machine shop experience all online. So there's a portal. These engineers can go and get instant pricing. They can manage their orders. And what we want to do is effectively streamline the procurement process, whether it's prototype or production. And in effect, what that can do is accelerate the innovation of these companies, because they can do more product revisions. They can release products faster. So that's kind of the vision of Parts Badger. And then with our teams, that's who some of our drivers are as well. They're kind of a group of employees, and we have some others that help us out as well. So that's part of the new lineup, getting them some seat time on the track here.
So we see you at the racetrack, and especially seems like within the last 6 to 12 months, your car is just really. It was always great, but it's really quick now. Racing must be so easy for you now. You don't have differentials that break the day before the race and have to change them out in the paddock. Like, well, wait a minute. Maybe that did happen to you.
Yeah. I mean, there's still stuff that goes wrong. I think yesterday in the test day, we put a lot of prep into the cars beforehand, and you can see some of that in the YouTube channel. I mean, so much of endurance racing is all about prep and just doing the right things. And, it's about process, right? Being consistent and making sure you're always using Loctite, making sure you're always cleaning the bolts, making sure if a part's old, you're replacing that at the right interval. So even with all of that, yesterday I think we had a fuel pressure regulator go out. We thought it was a fuel pump, so we replaced the fuel pump, the fuel pressure regulator. A cool shirt motor actually blew, and we went to Discovery Parts. We got our 10% discount. We got a new cool shirt. Luckily they were here, because one of our drivers, he runs a little bit hot, so he needs a cool shirt for sure. So luckily we were able to get that replacement in. And then to kick it all off, we had some driveline noise coming in to finish off, and it ended up being a differential. And then the Fuse, I think Fuse 15 or Fuse 51 team, luckily they had a spare Torsen. We had a spare differential, but it was an open differential. So they had a spare Torsen that they're very fortunate to let us use here. So we're able to put that in and then get the car out on track and then keep it a little bit competitive, because I think here would be tough without a limited slip differential.
It's crazy. What an amazing story. It's just, and that's the thing. I feel like when you start getting into racing, you're thinking, these fast teams, I could never compete with them. They're just so far ahead of me, and here I am working on this car again. It keeps breaking. It's like, no, dude, they do that too. Everybody goes through this. There's nobody immune to these problems, mechanical failures. It's just that, and we've had Will Nonamaker up here. We've talked to all these guys. They all have the same story. It's like, no, I mean, we do have a process. Mm-hmm. We have a schedule of things that have a life to them, and then next bearing, or what have you. But it's all a process of learning and experience that helps the longevity. But you can still have a car that comes in after practice with a broken diff. Mm-hmm. You can still have a car that comes in, you think it's a fuel pump, and it's a regulator.
Yep. Yeah, and it's keeping an eye on that, right? So do you have the right gauges so you actually know you have a fuel pressure issue, right? Are your drivers in tune enough to know, wait a second, something in the car changed, and then we went through the whole car to check it? Because we didn't know what it was. Initially, I thought it was, did a motor mount crack and the engine kind of tilted, or I thought it was an exhaust mount. Yeah. And then just going through the car, it's like, no, it's the differential. And I think if a team isn't as experienced, maybe they're not paying attention to the little things like that. Mm-hmm. And, we might have already been done. Our race would have been done had we not caught that yesterday. So just being mindful of that. And I think also with some of these teams, it's about consistency. So if you're very consistent in the car and you don't change a lot, you know what fails first, and you kind of get a feel for it. When you start changing things and you do a lot of new things, you have all new failures.
Okay.
So that's
trying to be consistent with the build. You're not changing a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I get it.
Yeah, that's a big one, just to finish. And then the speed side of things, which is really interesting because, we're at Road Atlanta with an F-Class car, which is the 300-point limited prep class, which I absolutely love. That car was like 9 or 10 seconds slower than the B car. Crazy. Yeah, and at Road Atlanta, it's only a minute 40-second laps, minute 30-something, I think. I forget the exact times. But here, we're talking 2 minute and 30-second laps. That'd be a significant amount time difference. So now we're starting to upgrade that car. And part of the reason was we actually had low oil pressure. We had some bearing issues, so we put a new motor. Then we put a different suspension on the car and things like that because we're trying to get it similar to the B car, which is much faster. We did all of these upgrades. It has a lot more power, new suspension, and it's still like 7 seconds slower. And we're like, well, why is it this much slower? And then we started going through everything, and we're like, okay, well, just tires. You're talking 2.5 seconds on tires. Ooh. It's heavy. We probably have about 1.5 seconds on weight, maybe more.
Okay.
We have about 3 seconds on aero. With the wing and the splitter. I mean, that's a pretty big difference. Yeah. And then even the motor itself, when we move to the Ecotec, we're going to have about 30 more foot-pounds of torque versus the motor that's in the car, which is still a fairly decent motor. So all these things add up, and I'm like, okay, that's the gap.
Sure.
So I think it even shocked me to be like, wait, why isn't this car faster? And I had to look at like all these items. It's like, man, it's kind of everything coming together.
Okay.
So you got to balance like not changing a lot on the car, but then also, doing these updates, because if you take care of your weight, you take care of your aero, you're running the right tires, you got the power, all of these little things to come together to actually make the car fast. And then once you do that, don't change anything, right? Otherwise the car is going to keep braking on you. So it's a really delicate balance, but at the end of the day, it's a lot of work. But the fortunate thing is, Champ Car is such an affordable series by comparison. So I think it really makes it attainable. And, somebody that might not have a lot of financial means, but they're very creative and they're good at working on cars, they can come out here and do a phenomenal build and can compete with, the best of them.
So you came from another series, right? You have some experience racing another series. What was that?
Yeah, I raced SCCA Spec Miata.
Okay.
And, I've been racing 22 years now.
Okay.
So that was a while ago, right? A couple decades ago that I was racing with them. But, back then you couldn't, there wasn't any budget series. When you go to an SCCA race and it's like, okay, a doctor, a lawyer, or a business owner. That's the only people that can race because they're the only people that can afford it. When you come here and it's like, and I'd hate to say like regular people, right? But like, they're not all business owners or doctors or lawyers. They're just like, hey, like I just have this, a regular job, like average Joe type individuals, and it's like great, they can come out here and participate. And I think especially the team environment, this makes it attainable for anybody to get into racing. This shouldn't be like this elitist type sport.
Exactly.
Which I feel like it was really heading that direction. And then with Champ Car's help, I think there's this huge groundswell of movement that it's like, no, this is the people sport. right? Everybody that has a passion for cars should be able to come out here and then do this. It might only be like a race a year or a couple races a year, but having this attainable is really awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, Les is a machinist. He's not a big corporate business owner.
Yeah. Well, we're hiring, right? So,
okay, sidebar.
My boss watches this, but
yeah, right.
But yeah, I really like that. That's a great message, and I love the way you put all that together. So that's really cool. So you were in the car, I think, in the morning, right? Mm-hmm. So what's your driver lineup look like for the 6:30? Yeah, so
Ryan's with us this weekend. He races with 45th Parallel, and I took a couple seasons off, and I actually rented with them.
Okay.
So I was racing with them. So Jeff was actually with us at Road Atlanta, who's one of the other members, and then he's here with his own car this weekend. But yeah, Ryan's driving with us, so I think he's going to be in the car next. So we'll see. I mean, he was putting down some really good laps yesterday.
Nice.
But the rain's going to be a whole new ball game, and
yeah.
And I think he's going to have to start out on the Yokohamas, which maybe it's going to be a little bit too much rain for the Yokohamas. So we'll see how that goes, because we're going to have to do the start, and then I think we'll change tires after that. We'll see how Champ Car rules on that. I don't know if that becomes a safety issue, because if there's so much water, maybe they don't want people starting on the tires they have now. Who knows?
So before we let you go, are there anything else you want to tell us, and any sponsors or anybody you want to thank for helping you out? It's really you.
Yeah, right.
I'd like to thank myself.
Yeah, I'd like to thank myself. Yeah, absolutely. No, it's I want to thank Champ Car, and everybody that works so hard to put this together, and whether it's the broadcast or the race. And I mean, it's not easy to run. To run these programs and run a good event. And I mean, I just want to say thank you to all of you guys for making this possible and allowing us the opportunity to do this in a affordable way to run what I feel is one of the best series out there. One of the things I considered, not to go on too much of a tangent here, but I initially did Champ Car because I wanted to go to all the tracks, all the coolest tracks, and you guys hit them all, the dream tracks, take really good notes, and then I wanted to go pro racing.
Okay.
And I kind of had the numbers figured out and everything. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go do pro racing. I'm finally at that point. My kids are a little bit older. I can make that happen. And then I said, will I have more fun? Is there going to be better competition? And the answer was Champ Car is the best place to be. So that's why. I mean, I love this so much, and I love everything you guys do, and I just want to say thank you for that.
Appreciate that. Thanks, and we appreciate you. So it's a great relationship we got with the Parts Badger guys and the team, and with you. So thank you so much, Roy.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
I do want you to speak on one thing. See,
sure.
So a lot of people in racing, they usually ask me this. They're like, "Oh, Les, but you got to be the fastest guy out there. Or you're so fast, or this." Or, I mean, they say that a lot. That's what they say. But it seems like with your build, you've gone the route of optimizing every part on your car. And I know a lot of people, just people in general, just throw money at things. Well, I need this splitter, or I need to make this, or I need to make more power, or if I do this bigger throttle body, it'll make that. Yeah. Speak to how you. I'm a fan of your YouTube page, so I know how you've done it, but how you've picked the things you were going to do, or your process.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. This isn't just a driver series. Driving's important, but it's a strategy series, it's a team series, it's a logistics series. Like, if you can just run a good organization, if you can align guys for this common interest and girls and get them involved and everybody working on the right things, and then it's the builder element. Can you be creative and build a good car? Not necessarily with dollars, but with creativity and time. So when you look at like our aero package, for instance, our splitter, it's $100 for our splitter, and you can make 2 of them. So we go to a sign shop, we get scratch and dent Alumilite panels.
Oh, okay.
And then we use a jigsaw, cut the panel into shape. And then on Amazon, you can get this plastic roll, and that's our splitter, for instance. And we've gone through a lot of different iterations of that splitter to try to find something that works well. And, the Champ Car test days, which are the best value per dollar out there.
Yeah.
It's $500 and you get an entire day of track time. But you can do that testing. So we can take that splitter and start adding things to it, which is a little piece of wood. That's, $2, right? So we can add these little pieces of wood to the splitter and then start feeling out like, hey, how does the balance feel? How does the front arrow feel? Am I going slower at the end of the straightaway when I added this or not? And by doing those little tests very inexpensively, we're able to dial in all those elements of the car. It's not necessarily about spending the most money or getting the coolest thing. I think some of those could make it easier, Like, one thing I love is our AIM system, which I was too cheap to buy initially, and then it came with the new car. And now I absolutely love it. It's like a really great system. But at the end of the day, the AIM doesn't necessarily make you faster directly, right? It's just really cool. It's a little bit convenience. You can still go fast without that. But at the end of the day, it's aero, it's weight, it's having the right balance in the car, and then it's balancing your power and fuel. Fuel is such an important thing in the series as well.
Yes.
All right.
That's all I wanted you to speak
Well, thanks so much for coming up.
Yeah.
And
thanks, Les.
Hope you have a fantastic race of the race weekend, and good luck.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
All right, thanks. All right, so with that, we'll go ahead and break away for another commercial. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't worry, we're still keeping an eye on the race and the rain and the skies to see what's going on here. So far, we're maintaining the status quo. Not much has changed, but as we hear more, we'll certainly let you know. And we'll come back. We're going to talk some more to this Lester Epps. Let's find out more about him when we get back. Stay with us.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Duralast, designed to meet or exceed OE performance, with 2-layer shims and OE-style slots and chamfers to eliminate noise. Backed by a noise-free guarantee when professionally installed. That's the Duralast difference, only at AutoZone.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live. We're at NCM Motorsports Park for the National Championship. So it has been about 20 minutes, Kyle, since we had a lightning strike, according to the last. That's the update. And with that, Jackie's considering time frame as to when she's going to have the drivers go back out to the car. So everybody knows with lightning. You don't know for sure what's going to happen. So at this point, things are looking better than they were before we went to the commercial break. So, but I want to get back to my man Les here. We were just getting into a little bit about him. We talked about we were talking about. Worked as an auto mechanic. We're talking about your involvement, how you got started in racing, and we need to kind of keep that wheel going.
Got it started my first track day. I started doing track days at Autobahn, and it was fantastic. I started branching out and going to went to Gingerman, and then went to the big scary Road America. Before I actually, at the time, I was driving my '87 Toyota Supra. And thinking I was fastest car in the world, right? But I went to Road America, and I'm like, I need brakes. I need brakes bad. Like,
oh yeah.
If you think you can go fast, you need to be able to stop even faster. So, but it was a wonderful time, and it just kind of kept blossoming from there. And started watching more IMSA and stuff like that on TV. And I'm not really an F1 fan, so here's my hot take. Haven't really watched F1 since '98 or so. But Lewis has a yellow helmet this year, so if you guys know me, I'm all about the yellow, so I might watch this year. I might be back in. But, yeah, just getting involved in motorsports more and just meeting great people, honestly. Like, you meet some of the best people in racing, and because you all have a similar mindset of, like, you have to do whatever it takes to get to wherever you want. And it's just really a hard-working, can-do attitude. And you have the days where it rains, and you have the days where you can kind of complain for a second, but you really just got to get back out there and do it.
You're right.
Mm-hmm.
And not only with your racing background, you have now ventured into teaching as well. I know I've instructed with you. You do a lot of instructing. You do a lot in racing. I mean, you're very, very well versed in many accolades of it. How has it been with the instructing? Do you enjoy giving back to the sport? Do you enjoy helping people overcome those hurdles that you did when you first got started?
I do. I love it so much, and it's sometimes it's a little sad for me because I see the younger generation that doesn't even want to learn how to drive or something like that, and I'm like, but this is your freedom. You can do anything in the world, and or some people in there like kind of afraid behind the wheel, and you see them locked up here, and you're like, no, just bring your hands down. Everything's gonna be fine. And I live in Chicagoland, so it snows from time to time, and people, oh my God, it's snow, and it's like there's no such thing as bad weather. It's just people being unprepared. That's just one of the things,
That's good.
I
like that.
It's going in the book. It's going in the book. But it's one of those things that when you have the confidence to overcome things, everything in your life, it just comes easier. Honestly, just once you start overcoming things, you just try a little harder, work a little harder. I know that sounds bad to say, pull yourself up by the bootstraps, but it's one of those things you just try a little harder and start believing in yourself more. And that's how my life took off in racing, honestly. And I'm not where I want to be at yet. It's not a Rolex yet, but it's on the way.
Well, you just stated that, and ironically, while we're under a rain delay here, today is the 12 Hours of Sebring, the IMSA, the classic. So you brought that up, that's not a Rolex yet. So where is Les Epps wanting to go? What are the aspirations for you?
Oh man, every time I've said I've wanted to do something, it happened, and then I was like, oh, I got to think of a new scary goal. Oh no. So, oh man, well, I wanted to say something achievable, but honestly, like I said, in racing, I've just been so happy, lucky, and blessed that I've met great people that just kind of pull me into different things. And I've done circle track racing now, some pavement midgets and stuff, and that's fast.
Those USAC cars
are
no
fast.
joke.
Like just no differential, no clutch. So you just direct drive every single time. And you're like, oh, time warp.
So what's that like with the shorter wheelbase of those cars? I mean, there's a lot of guys like Kenny Irwin, Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon came out of those kind of cars. We know some of those guys have diverted to stock cars, but a lot of those guys diverted to Indy cars.
Right.
Not as many American drivers anymore, unfortunately. The USAC used to pave the way, but where do you feel like that's helped you? Do you feel like it's added more option for you to potentially maybe go into USAC racing?
Oh, for sure. Oval, circle track stuff I would say is probably one of the last places as a grassroots you could actually make money in racing, through selling your merch, and actually there's payouts at the end of the night. I want to say my first race, I started 14th and ended 11th, and I think I got like $20. So I went and bought myself a country fried steak and a Red Bull, and I'm good, So it definitely helps. And
no Waffle House?
No, there was no Waffle House. I know. But no Waffle House or Buc-ee's, but it was a good time. But for sure, it's one of those things. The driving discipline's different, so you always need to be on top of your toes. But every car you drive is different, right? So I just noticed that my hands were busier. So the things that we tell people in instructing not to do this, just kind of look where you want to go. And if you with that car, I'm sitting up like this, and you're kind of going back and forth, kind of steering through the corner. But once it starts to come to you, you get it down. And I know you've done circle track stuff too. So
yeah, I haven't had a chance to drive a midget or anything USAC related. I mean, I've done aside from the road course stuff, I've done some late models and various things. And you're right, where we're constantly, especially when we would instruct, it's don't jerk the wheel, but you're in the corner. And even we've seen it out here with a few of the guys, when you're on that limit, it's not that you're trying to drive crazy. You're having to make corrections to keep the car settled. Right. And that's a lot, especially with that's more of just having to keep it. And I'm sure for you it was a lot of just modulating the throttle, even with the pavement, but just getting the car through the corner. Because I mean, with those USAC cars, they have the shorter wheelbase, so they're going to turn quick. And
everything happens yesterday, and you go,
oh yeah. So okay, so you've done oval, you've done road course, so many different things. Where do you want to go? Where do you see yourself? Where do you have aspiration? Do you want to get to a pro level? Are you happy doing it kind of at the semi-pro amateur level, doing what you're doing, or is there something Rolexy on the horizon?
Well, my big scary dream is the 24-hour Daytona. So I want to win that, and I have been working really hard too. But as you guys know, it's usually money and stuff like that. And shouting out Roger Penske.
hey, Penske, Taylor, JD, right? JDC Miller, any of those bigger teams.
Anybody, but it's there's a lot of drive for diversity actually in IMSA right now, which is cool. But I think the price tags just keep going up, so that's another thing. So, like our last guest was alluding to, anyone can participate in the sport, and a lot of times people don't like to hear participate. It's people want to win, people want to thrive and survive, but you just have to take a little bit more effort into that, and it comes down to preparation. So as a driver, I try and be fit, lean, ready to go, but I know I can't just bring fast lap times. I have to be able to bring the personality too. I have to be able to bring the data acquisition. I need to have multiple different jobs to make myself appealing, to be like, hey, you know what? We'll give this guy like $100,000 discount. Come on in, So,
and sometimes though that can go a long way if you can bring that kind of relationship to the table that maybe cuts down. And this is kind of to our conversation earlier that we were talking about. If you can find a way to bring opportunity to the table, and if the ownership and team principals are receptive to it, if it cuts down on their overhead with parts or some type of deal in that nature, it may cut down on your cost overall. So a lot of times people think, well, a discount deal doesn't do that. Yeah, but if you look at it in the grand scheme of things over the long haul, it may be a percentage off, but if you add up how much off that is, that might come off your price tag to race, because you're saving that money for replacements or whatever has to happen in the future. So there's kind of a balance.
Right. And just to be likable, because a team owner isn't going to want to sign you if he doesn't want to go to dinner with you.
All right.
It's one of those things.
You have to, again, like I said earlier, it's so much more than just driving anymore. And it's sad because sometimes you feel like your talent gets overlooked. Right. But we live in a very digital age where you have to have that online presence, but then you have to find that balance where you don't lose yourself and get too immersed into the online to where you don't forget how to talk to people. Communication, nonverbal communication, making sure you present yourself accordingly to where you can then be that extension of that marketing. And I think you've done very well with that. I mean, you're very well spoken. You're very good in front of a camera and the way you present yourself. So I think opportunities are there for you because of the way you carry yourself.
Right. So you're saying I'm likable less?
There you go. There you go. You definitely are. I think, of course, I first met you when you were working for Round 3 Racing, and I was driving for them, and you were there, and right away it's like, okay, this is a great guy right here. And I remember talking to one of the team owners, and he said, oh, man, he just loves getting an opportunity to drive, So he said if you don't show up on time to take your car, he's probably going to take it, just so you know. And it almost happened. But that's where I first met Les, and I don't know how you ended up getting that gig, but I was like, wow, that's a really cool gig to be working with this team, transporter, great cars and everything, and great people. And then the next thing I know, you're racing with Wittenauer, right?
Mm-hmm.
No,
John Allen.
It was John Allen.
Mm-hmm.
It's another Mini Cooper, and Brad was talking you up. He's like, hey, interview him. He's great, and all of that. So some really so there's definitely a lot of good juju for you around the paddock for sure. So
I appreciate that. Yeah, it's great to, honestly, it's just great to be around. Everyone says like, oh, good to see you, and I'm like, it's good to be seen, man.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's great. I think your story is really an awesome one, and it's very inspiring. Is there anything? You're working as a machinist right now. You've been working there for a while, and you've been kind of moving up in the ranks as a machinist. Mm-hmm. But the goals are, I want to be driving a race car.
Yep, that's the big scary goal: driving a race car every day.
That's great. Nice. So, do you have any inroads or how do you go about doing something like that? Like, how do you approach that? Is it relationships or
I think I'm just gonna they say like, oh, sometimes you can work smarter or not harder, but I'm doing both. Honestly, I'm doing both. So as much capital as I can afford to bring to something, and also the relationships I can forge with people, because no matter what, if you have a friend somewhere, you still have a friend, and if it leads to something bigger and better, that's cool. But if there's a friend that just comes over and helps you change oil on a Friday night, that's still a good friend. So I don't become friends with people just to have the ideas of that, but
right.
I definitely I think I'm gonna get it. Not exactly sure how, but I'm gonna, even just doing this, I just getting to meet different people, and being on the other side of the wall in the pit lane has just been good. It's been really good for my soul, in a sense. I'm like, man, normally I'm like not tense, but I'm ready to get in the car. Oh, it's raining outside. Okay, yeah, here we go. But being in the pit lane, just interviewing people, just getting to see their aura and how they're like, oh, okay, we got to change these tires of this, and just seeing how the strategy plays out. And then almost sometimes the franticness of people like doing the fuel, and they're like shaking to put the fuel in. I'm like, I remember that was me, So it's been really cool being in the pit lane reporting this. It's been awesome, actually.
That's great. I'm glad. Yeah. That's cool. I just think you're just a really special person, really unique. Very good. When we were racing at Gingerman, I guess it was last year, and the team owner said, "All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna kind of take it easy today. We're not gonna be like trying to break any speed records or anything. We're just gonna try and we're just going to try and have a good race pace, and then tomorrow we're gonna really step into it. And so I think I went out and did a stint, and then I think you got in the car after that, and you're going out there, and you began calling in to Greg saying permission to step it up a notch, and he's like, okay, and then Les was like, okay, great, and it's a couple seconds, and he's like, permission to step it up another couple notches. And Greg's like, sure, go right ahead. It's like, okay. And then it was just, it was really great to hear you talking. It's like, and he's doing it. And it's like, man, this guy's a machine out there. He's just so good. So it was really a lot of fun getting to know you then even better, since I got a chance to race with you a little bit. And as I say that, it is raining really hard now. It is raining really super. I saw a little bit of lightning strike, and I think it's been deflated our hopes a little bit here as that happened.
I think we need to look at speedboat racing this weekend. I really do. So, Les, if you're going to hang out with us for a little bit, hopefully you can stay dry too.
Oh, yeah.
I threw in the chat, if anybody has any questions for Les or wants to know a little bit more while we've got the time here, throw your questions in the chat. If anybody has anything, let's get them answered. If you have a question about Champ Car or anything in general, we want to do our best. I mean, this is a great time. We can have some fun, open-ended discussion on some stuff and reminisce about things, and you throw it in there. No question is a dumb question, and we want to be there for you guys, answer them, and help you understand things more, so it makes watching the experience a lot better.
Right. I know one of the biggest questions, one of the questions I get the most is, what kind of car can I bring? What kind of car can I have? And like, the answer is honestly any car, right? So if you look in the Champ Car rule book, they have pretty much every vehicle listed out with the points that it comes with, and if you want to do a motor swap into it, and what that points will get you. So
it's funny you mentioned that, because I did this at Road Atlanta, and I made notes prior to this weekend's broadcast, and I have a breakdown of our manufacturers for this weekend. So
before you tip into it, let me just put a little caveat on that, because you mentioned any car, and it's kind of like almost any, like there is some qualifier in the rule book, and it has to do with, unless it's like already not, he's like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. The car has to be mass produced. It has to have like 10,000 car units made or something like that. So it has to be not some tube chassis you built in a garage. Oh man.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. It has to be like a really produced manufactured car. But go ahead.
Oh, no. That's a great point. No, there are, while the series is very open to multiple manufacturers, OEMs, there are limitations of things that don't make good racing cars. So that is a good point, you guys. I mean,
they're just not allowed in our series.
Well, exactly. But anyway, we have this weekend, we had 38 entries, and we have 7 manufacturers this weekend. Mazda leading the charge at 16, BMW at 11, which are usually our popular 2. There's 4 Fords in the field this weekend, 2 Porsches, 3 Toyotas, and Honda and Cooper have 1 entry apiece. The oldest entry we have is the 1985 MR2. I believe the newest entry was a 2016 Ford Mustang. So that shows you right there, there's almost over a 30-year gap of differences of what's allowed in our rule book and what's allowed to race in this series. So you have a wide range of vehicles to choose from.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, it was great to learn some things about Les. I'm sure there's a whole lot more to Les to learn about. And is there anything you wanted to add before I transition to this gentleman sitting between us, Kyle Lockrow?
So gotta say one more thing.
Yeah, please
my mom watches this. Love you, Mom. Appreciate you. So everyone knows I love my mom, and you guys have seen her at the racetracks walking around. And like, I've seen some lady in turn 3 walking, and that's my mom. That's what she does.
That's great.
I understand. Don't get taken out of the wheel. I had almost had that at Road Atlanta and last year. So no, make sure you get put in there and say hi to Mom and Dad. So real quick, Average Joe's, I believe Justin, he said hi.
Yep.
What's up, Les? I wanted to respond that he said hi, so I want to make sure that he didn't get ignored.
So and yeah, I love my mom too, and we have breakfast every other Saturday. Get together with her and my stepdad, and we have breakfast together, and it's always fun to keep that relationship going. But so let's talk to this guy named Kyle Lockrow, and I was talking to Mike Chiswick here as we were coming into the new year, and he said, "Who do you want to bring in?" And I said, "Kyle Lockrow." He said, "Kyle Lockrow? Do I know Kyle Lockrow?"
Yes.
And
Very
the answer
well.
is actually he does know you, but that brought up a point. It's like, I've had you on the show several times, but I'm not sure everyone's really had a chance to really get to know you super well. Maybe you could kind of give us a rundown, like we did with Les, like what got you into this crazy sport, what's your background, and what are you looking for in the future?
Well, my racing venture probably started like a lot of people. I started watching as a kid. I grew up watching NASCAR, primarily has been my background. I grew up watching a lot of stock car racing. But how I got into it was 1997, 98, when Turner Network, Cartoon Network, sponsored cars. They had a lot of the Hanna-Barbera flavored cartoons, Scooby-Doo, Flintstones, Wacky Races, Dexter's Laboratory. Melling Racing and Diamond Ridge Racing, the 9 car and the 29 car, various drivers drove those pieces of equipment in the late 90s. That was a big pull for me, because it's, okay, how can you not pull for Scooby-Doo on the hood of a car? But also, too, I mean, it is. I mean, how can you not pull for Scooby-Doo? And then you have Shaggy's scared look. I remember in 97, the 500, Presley he was driving for Diamond Ridge at the time. He actually ended up flipping over down the back straightaway, and you can see the look on the cartoon character's face. But I mean, that's every kid's like, "Oh, Scooby's flipping." But I remember going back and watching that. But that was what a lot of got me into it. And then also the Montag family. I went to school with their oldest son, Andrew. He was in my class in grade school, and his dad, Denny, and mom, Molly, they're big race fans. Denny was a big Bill Elliott fan. We played the NASCAR 98 game on PlayStation religiously when I would stay over their house all the time. And it was a lot of fun, and it kind of blossomed from there. I started watching every week, and I loved it. For me, racing was an escape for me. It was a way for me to help with being awkward socially with things. So racing was kind of my escape from when I was growing up. That was my way. That was kind of what I figured out what was my niche. So as time went on, when I was doing sports in school, I wasn't the most athletic in that department, but I always loved racing. After I broke my collarbone in 2006 when I wrestled in high school, I got it fixed through surgery, but the doctor was like, you probably want to look at something different. So I said, okay. So I said, well, let me see if I can give this racing thing a shot. I'd always wanted to do it. I did all the sim games. And in 2007, 2008, I tested a NASCAR late model at the old Dominion Speedway, which is now Dominion in Woodford, right off 95. And then from there, it just kind of blossomed. I ran Legends cars, ASA 4-cylinders. I went and I've tested ARCA cars. I've raced ARCA cars. I've run for a couple different owners doing some stuff, done some testing in NASCAR Craftsman Truck Competition, approved to do that, and IMSA. So I've tried to run everything, but I've came into the Champ Car in 2016 thanks to Eric McClure and Hal Martin. When they had their NASCAR program, they were using this to get their guys seat time on road courses, because NASCAR was slowly increasing the road courses on their schedule, and for them it was fun. So I was able to get that opportunity. But for me, I've driven so many different cars in the series and driven for different teams, and I've been very grateful for that. There's a lot of people that have been very, very good to me. My aspiration is to go professionally and do this full time. But as Les alluded to, it takes a lot of money to do this, and you have to find ways to market yourself and be able to make it beneficial where you can make something out of it, and we're still trying to find that. I'm married. My wife, Tanya, is a lot of times at the races with me. We started a company, KLR Management Group, to have kind of a brand for me to go off of, where we can use that to try to sell partnerships and to find funding to go race. But also we're trying to use that as a way to bring drivers from different disciplines in and do the management, to where Steven alluded to a little bit ago, the social media side of things, really help pave and give little guys the shot to do it, because I know the hurdles, what it's taken to do this. And I would love to do IMSA competition. I'd love to run the Rolex 24 in addition to doing some stock car stuff. I wouldn't mind running full-time in IMSA. I feel in this day and age, you have to be very diverse in your driving because it provides you those opportunities. You can't just stick to one discipline anymore. And that's a lot about me. I work full-time in the IT field during the week. I work for a government contractor doing some stuff and for a program office with the Navy, and I've been very grateful for that. But outside of that, I do a lot of sim racing with some groups in different leagues that I'm in. NASTRAC, it's called Old Farts League, OP Racing. There's a bunch of them. I like to do it. But then I've grew up in Maryland my whole life, and I'm still there currently. And just, it's not the ideal place for racing, I'll be honest with you. But we're still trying to make something out of it.
Are we allowed to talk about the testing? I wasn't supposed to bring it up, or I'm not supposed to go into detail about it.
So as far as the
recent thing that almost made you unable to get it.
I can't go into a whole lot about it, but we were exploring a couple options on the road course side. It all comes down to funding. And we're still looking at some stuff. We are trying to work on some affiliations more so to do some stuff at pro levels, but unfortunately we haven't been able to put anything out there where we can really announce it. So.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I just think it's exciting that you have those opportunities, and that I think maybe it's kind of cool too that for you folks that listen in and watch the show, you got two guys here that are very talented and very driven and very capable of racing at the pro level. So here's opportunity right here. If you're one of those guys like Paul that are ready to invest and help somebody who's ready to go, here you go. Here's a couple guys that are definitely on board with that. So, or pass the word along to those that you think are in a position where, these guys would be a good fit. So yeah, hopefully this platform helps you move into that next platform where you want to be as well. And it's just part of your journey and your growth. So
I'll be honest with you. My first go around in the oval racing, I went from Legends cars, a little bit of late models, and then through my late model opportunity through Dominic Casola at Wall, New Jersey in 2014, he introduced me, ironically, to Willie and Dinah Mullins, who are a current ARCA team out of Virginia, and they were just getting their ARCA program going on the oval side. They had done some road racing at New Jersey and other places ARCA went, and they went and ran the Daytona test for the first time, and he introduced me to them. They're very good people, and they've had some success in ARCA competition. But I jumped straight to an ARCA car, testing it at Daytona over the preseason test, did a short track test for a friend of mine who was racing out of Maryland at that point. I was ready, but I think I underestimated it a little bit. When I came to Champ Car, and I got to race side by side with the quality of drivers that we have in these fields and gain experience. And when you can get out here and when you have to refine your line and you have to be very smooth with what you're doing and be consistent. When I went back and made my ARCA debut and tested for Andy Hillenberg with Fast Track Racing in 2021, I tested for him at Charlotte. It made a world of difference. And when I tested for Rayon Brothers Racing in 2020 at Myrtle Beach before they demolished that facility. When I made my ARCA debut at Kansas in 21 for the finale, being smooth, all the tricks I learned in Champ Car made me better on the oval.
Yep. And that's, and I remember when I was growing up, my dad was a race car driver, raced in the SCCA. We were doing 13 weeks a year we did it for 8 years. And it's like a lot of weekends. And I remember the day my dad was talking to me on the phone. He said, I think you have probably more seat time than I did. I'm like, what, really? All those years you were racing? I was like, yeah. And the other thing that really, because when I started racing the SCCA. And the thing that brought me to Champ Car was something that my dad had said. He said, there were so many weekends, I would put all that effort into putting the car together and all that. We'd go out to the racetrack. I'd get out there. I'd start racing. And then the guys that were too fast for me would get away, and the guys that were faster than would fall behind. And I was just out there turning laps by myself.
Mm-hmm.
There was nobody around. There was many races I went to where I'd just lose contact. And then he thought, that kind of sucks, you know? I mean, you want to mix it up. You want to have some competition with other people. Maybe not a brand new driver. Maybe he does want to just kind of go out there and do some laps pretty much, you know, unfettered. But once you've been racing for a while, you definitely want that. That's I think Steven brought that up too when he was up here. It's fun to mix it up with other drivers out there.
It makes you better. You learn from the drivers around you.
You do.
You figure out the good, the bad, the indifferent, what you can and can't do. And this is the place where you can do it. But if you make those minor mistakes, you can learn from it before you move on to that level where when you make those mistakes, it's harder to recover from those, and you know how to handle yourself better when they happen.
When I came to Champ Car, I had come having been in the SCCA, and it's just a lot of refined, polished drivers. Most of them are older gentlemen. And so I thought, well, this is a club where you don't have to have any... There was in the SCCA, you have to go through this whole process to get your permit, and then to get your license, you have to go what they call schools.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you have to stay up on that. Well, you don't need that in Champ Car. No schools. You can just kind of come off the street, show you have a driver's license, and you can go racing. And I thought, this is going to be a disaster. I'm going to have to really watch myself. So I was kind of an SCCA snob. You know, I was like, this is going to be, there's so many cars. We were at Road America, I remember it, and I got there and started racing, and I was immediately surprised at how good they were. And then I started talking to some of the drivers, and I'm like, well, he's like, oh yeah, I used to race in the SCCA too. It's like, oh, wait a minute, these are guys just like me.
Mm-hmm.
They're exactly like, it's the same pedigree, it's the same people. We're just racing here, and yes, there are some new people that come in, but what was interesting about that was I was immediately impressed that the people came in that were brand new were actually pretty good. I mean, eventually, you know, they needed some time, but they were fine. It wasn't really a problem. And I remember this so clearly too when we went to Indy for the first time. They thought we were all going to pile up in turn one. It was just going to be a disaster down Champ Car guys coming down there to Indy, and they were impressed. When we went down in turn one, we did not have that problem. In fact, we had a clean race that weekend, and so I remember, yeah, Greg Bowles was like, "I'm impressed." Came up and interviewed him. It was a great interview. So yeah, and we got Ray Frank up in here. So, but. Great interview. Thank you so much for both you guys for getting involved in this.
Something that you said earlier. The meaning of family and teamwork in this is immense. So if you have someone in your corner kind of like helping you get along with it, like you said, your wife, and if you guys go back and run this back, you'll notice he said all these people's names over all the years. And that just really goes to show you that, like, you know, it's not him just readjusting his hats. I really like to thank Gatorade this weekend and stuff like that. But it's the people that help you along the way that really, like, it just really helps you out. And without the people just saying, hey, can you come test this real quick for me, or test this, and that just gives you the incentive to meet someone else that might meet someone else that might meet someone else to get you along the way. So, you know, teamwork can make a dream work, and it's really important just to kind of, every racer has its dark days, right? But, you know,
but that attitude, it's not, you can be the most talented driver in the world, but if you have a horrific attitude outside of the car, and you can't maintain relationships with sponsors or partners or team owners or investors, crew guys, if you don't have the respect of your crew, you're done. They're not going to want to work hard for you on those long weekends when you're doing everything right, but lady luck in racing and the gods are just not shining on you. And those crew guys have to work harder. If you're a good person and you take care of those guys, pat them on the back, high five them, tell them how much you care about them, tell them how much you appreciate them, that rapport goes a long way. And just having a good relationship with the owner and respecting these people, it really makes a huge difference. And somebody like Les, just with the positive attitude, that goes a long way in the sport, and it'll help you maintain those relationships.
It sure does. And speaking of relationships, we want to maintain our relationships with those that pay the bills too. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have Ray Frank on the show too. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance exclusively at AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Duralast, designed to meet or exceed OE performance with OE matched friction formulations and fitment for 97% of cars on the road. Backed by a noise-free guarantee when professionally installed. That's the Duralast difference. Only at AutoZone.
Welcome back to NCM Motorsports Park. Kyle Lockrow with Lester Epps, and we have Mr. Ray Frank in the booth. We are still under a rain delay here at NCM. It is somewhat, it's not letting up much at all, folks, but we're doing the best we can with it. We're just kind of rolling. Unfortunately, you can't fight Mother Nature. We are still waiting to hear updates on when we think we'll get back out there. We did hear some thunder. We do know some lightning that struck here recently. So unfortunately, every time that strike happens, it resets the clock of that mandatory 30 minutes that we have to wait. So in the meantime, we are doing some interviews and talking to some folks. We appreciate everybody so far that has been tuning in, and really appreciate everybody who's been supportive of the series. But let me get the camera on in here. Ray, and it keeps trying to focus on me. Go look at Ray. There we go. Look at Ray. There we go. All right, Ray. So you have been in Champ Car for a long time, as driving, working for the series. Tell everybody about kind of where your journey started. We know you're from down there, Virginia, North Carolina, stock car, Orange County country. So how did Ray Frank get started?
All right. I've been a car nut my whole life. Father wasn't really. He was a mechanically inclined. He could fix stuff, but he wasn't a hot rodder. But, muscle cars and stuff were great. I graduated high school in 75, and that was when, performance stuff kind of went out the window for a while. But still, us younger guys, we had our Mustangs with our big blocks, and straight lines were the thing. Went to work at a body shop, and a guy there was racing go-karts. Kiddie ride thing, right? Not so much. Back then, we were running the flathead Briggs motors. I had, nitromethane fuel. We ran hours like 22%, and started doing it and got good at it, and won the state championship, won several races, raced against some pretty good people. And coached ball with my kids for a while, but I always had the car bug, and didn't have had some spare time, and I had an old Corvette, and all of a sudden I started autocrossing. So did that for a bit. That's where I learned that the right and left, turning, both ways on a car will kind of work. It isn't just a circle thing. You can do other things with an automobile besides just going one direction. So it's pretty cool. And then VIR is opening up. A guy, says, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do Motorsports Resort. And I'm like, yeah, sure, right. Well, opening day comes about a year later. And I'm like, well, I got to go check this thing out. It's only an hour away from the shop. So I roll on up there, and my eyes are like, oh, my goodness, what is this? I'd never been to a road course, and this thing was awesome. Going to bathrooms, it was plush, it was nice. Tile, guys were cleaning the urinals with buffing chrome. It was a beautiful place. I could not get over it. I was like, how am I going to get on this thing? I've got to do it. So I started building a vintage stock car, and I started collecting parts. I was going to build a clone of a car, and lo and behold, I actually end up with one of Tommy Ellis's old late models that we built a new car the next year, and we rented the old car out. Well, it just so happened this car that I ended up with won 27 features in one season, 2 track championships, and a state championship. The next year, we rented the car out. David Pearson drove it 4 times. Darrell Walter drove it in 6 features. Buddy Baker drove it once. Ray Hendrick drove it at the fairgrounds. And, it's just a very historical car. So I started putting that together. And at church one day, one of my guys came up and said, man, you're always talking about you can drive this and you're so good mechanic, racing. He said, why don't you join our chump car team? I'm like, what's a chump car? He said, well, it's endurance road racing with cheaper cars. Back then, we had the $500 AIV. Man, if anybody remembers those days where you could just kind of forge everything you were doing if you had a couple buddies across the country to get your price down on your car.
Statute of limitations is up, so you could say whatever you want.
Yep, those were the days, you know. But we got into the thing, got a little 240 SX, and you know, it was a round car, you know, come from South Boston. And it had won the championship like a year before these guys bought it. And I think they'd run 2 chump car races with it. But it was all stock brakes. It was 14-inch tires. So I go over to look at the car, and he said, you know, guy that had the car, he said, well, you know, we got these 14-inch tires on here, but we got these wider 13-inch wheels. Which ones do you think we ought to run? And I'm like, I think you ought to throw all the stuff in the junk and we go get some real tires and wheels. And he said, I kind of like the way you think. So then I got on the team, bought into the team. I was a dinosaur. I didn't need no internet, man. I'm going to live my life without it. I don't care nothing about it. A computer doesn't sand fenders. It doesn't put bolts in. I don't need it. I don't want it. Stay away. Nothing. Well, guess what? When you need to know and you need to find out stuff, there's a lot of information out there, and not all of it is porn. So, you know, I found me a Nissan guru, one of these guys that goes to JDM stuff and bring it. And next thing you know, I've got hubs, I've got brakes, I've got tranny, I've got a rear end, and all this stuff coming to upgrade this car. So I started doing clearance, fender wells out and stuff. I find 87 pounds of lead melted into the left quarter panel. So I get that out, and the rear end is still cambered for going around. And I'm like, how did y'all guys ever get this thing around the right-hand corner? Well, needless to say, I got her all squared away, and we go to VIR to run the 24. So we're going out, and we do that, and I get in the car. I'm one of the last guys to get in the car. 24 hours, you get to drive, there's 6 of us, so it's 4 hours speed. So I pull my first stint, and I get out, and I'm going, oh, my God, I think this is the coolest thing I've just about ever done in my life. This is just awesome. And I'm walking around the back of the car, and I'm just, woo, and I look, and Bobby Labonte is climbing out of the car behind me. Mm-hmm. And I'm just like, what? How? What? Mm-hmm. And he's still running Cup 2012, Right. I'm like, what in the world? I just could not fathom being on track, with somebody at that level. Mm-hmm.
And we don't, and the funny thing is, especially the way some of those guys are, we don't always know when we're on track with some of these guys,
right?
Because especially the pro guys, they've got all in VIR, because you're only a couple hours from Charlotte. Those NASCAR guys tend to sneak in VIR, CMP, because especially if they know there's a race coming up at Sonoma, Watkins Glen, one of those, and they're like, because and that was when they started really limiting the testing for Cup guys back then, and even the feeder series, it was getting a little more expensive to do, and it really makes a difference when you can get out there, even in a different car, just to get the motions, the shifting, the braking, heel and towing. So what was it like for you going, you were an oval guy, like kind of like me, and Les has got oval experience. What was it like? You said it was an amazing experience, but what did you realize difference wise it was going to take to be good on road racing?
Well, I wouldn't, the feel is the same, and I'd done some road racing and karting. Our state championship, we had 2 road courses. One was at the Goodyear Tire Center in Danville, and the other one was at Langley Speedway. So I'd done some asphalt left and right, and like I tell people, karting, the feel relates, and a kart teaches you so fast that overdriving is like sin, man. You just can't, and with a go-kart, it's just you and the tire, so there's not much to blame, and you learn that backing up and being smooth is where your time is. Once you get those timers and you get to really get in pace and get to learn what you're doing, you learn that every time that kart, it feels cool, like the drifters. They're getting out there like that, and that feels cool, and it looks fast, but it's not fast. I mean, if you take a drift car and get out there with us, and we're going smooth through the corner, we're gone, and they're just, like I said, showing off, and that's cool. but it's just a different type thing. It's still car control, but it's, they're out of control on the edge of that, but we got to be under that to be fast, to get around the track. So I don't want to say I caught on instantly, but in our first race, I think it was 112 cars there, and we finished 12th with a little 4-cylinder 240 SX. Didn't have to put a wrench on the car, nothing. Like I say, I spent a lot of time on the prep and everything, and our initial race was, pretty good. Two of my other teammates were racers in the past and had done stock car racing. And like I say, they had already done some chump car events before I got on there. And we did have a team captain that was a crew chief. And, I know a bit about springs and weights. I weighed the car out. I was amazed at how even the car was. And it was a very easy car to drive. I had to set up soft, very forgiving, and just a very easy car to get around. It just did whatever you wanted it to do. And if it did something, it was because you did it. If you went in the corner, it pushed. If you, got loose, it just reacted to what you did to it. Very nice feedback.
I got a question for you, Ray.
Yes.
Not to turn you into a frog, but about how old were you when you did your first Champ Car race?
Well, let's say I'm 68 now, so let's back up 12 years. You do the math. What we got there? So I was kind of an old guy to starting off at this thing.
And that's the point I want to make. So it's never too late for you really for our listeners, if you've been thinking about doing Champ Car, for you to really just come out and have some fun. So
this is correct. Yeah. And Kyle says sometimes you don't know who you're racing against. I'm going to tell you just about all the time, you never know. And I don't want to go down the list of, we've had ex-Formula One drivers. I mean, we've had Le Mans winners. We've had Daytona 24-hour winners. We've had Cup champions. And I don't mean just one or two.
No, we've had quite a few.
It just has amazed. But the thing is, all right, like we went to Palm Beach. It was the last race at Palm Beach. They're closing the track down. Everything's done. Well, here we go, and here comes the helicopter in. Here comes Cletus McFarlane in, which is Garrett. He comes in, and he's raced with us for years. And Kevin, Smith, and they've raced bunches with us throughout the years. So I take a couple selfies with them, because it's cool. Tech, everything's going on, and I get back home, and my kid and all these young people are like, Cletus, well, yeah, and then. Some people in the club say, well, we need to advertise when he's going to show up. We need to, because that'll bring more people in. Well, it's just like Bobby or any other guys. They come here to have fun.
Right.
And he showed up that day. He got those helicopters, just him, Kevin, and one other guy. His whole entourage was not there. They came to a racetrack to drive a race car and have fun. Mm-hmm. And you promote them being there, and all of a sudden, he's got a fan base. People are going to come wherever
huge.
He
Freedom
is.
500, Freedom Factory, all
that's not what we do. We don't talk. Well, I'm talking about it right now, but we don't. They promote it in such a way.
So I'll go a little deeper into what you're talking about. So what he's referring to is a lot of these pro guys. It's not that we don't want to promote them or necessarily there be promotion for it, but you want sometimes fun. You brought up the key word, fun. These guys have a very stressful job. They have to be on 24/7 with all those TV cameras, the media interviews, adding in the social media element. They have to be on 24/7. If they make a misstep, they get hammered on, and it's very stressful. It's just like you with your 9 to 5. You want that downtime to de-stress, relax, be a normal person. You don't want to have to be on the ball 24/7. You get burned out. Champ Car is a way to race with those guys and learn, but for them, it's a way for them to come back to racing in a way where they remember why they got started, why it was fun, but also just go drive a car, and they don't care if they finish first, last, or just go out and have the best or worst stint of their life. They just want to enjoy it, relieve a little bit of pressure and stress from that higher level, and you got to say you possibly were on track with these people, but they don't always want that, just like we want days off where we don't want to work 7 days a week. That's their day off.
Absolutely. Like I said, we never make a big deal over it. We never say, because our registration, we know when they're coming. They're club members, and I can't go down the list.
It's a respect thing.
It is.
We respect their privacy. They respect our series by racing in it.
But it's it's pretty crazy if you happen to go in the restroom or something and you look on and go, that dude looks like Tony Stewart. Oh, wait a minute. It's just been a great ride. I've just thoroughly been blessed with coming and doing the job I do. And I know a little bit. I've been in some stuff, been a firefighter a long time, and I think actually we've improved the safety factor on pit road and in these cars a good bit. Because like I come from NASCAR and the fuel thing, when I started there were fuel cells right in the driving compartment, pumps, hoses, stuff just laying in there. And it just drive me berserk. So
tell me real quick, I don't want to cut you up, but you just brought up a really good point. You come from the stock car side, but you're a fireman, which, by the way, any first responders, military, veterans listening, from all of us here at ChampCar, all of our partners, thank you for your service. Thank you for what you do. We appreciate you. We could not do this without any of you, and we would not be free to do this broadcast and race this weekend. So I want to get that out there now. What I did want to ask you was, you're a firefighter down in Virginia. What you were telling me about this a little bit last year. I know we were just kind of having just BSing a little bit. What was it that you brought to the table that you were noticing with certain things that have helped make Champ Car safer for our competitors and our folks?
One word: gas. We are so lackadaisical with the way we handle gas. Each one of us goes into a gas station or has, if you've got an electric car, you got to plug it in. But you go to it, you grab the little nozzle, you go out, you put it in your tank. There's safety features all around you. The nozzle automatically clicks off. If the hose breaks off, the pump stops. And you only have the volume of gas that's in the hose. So that's what you have to deal with. And I know y'all seen some service station fires and stuff going on. Gas is very dangerous, but we don't realize that. Okay, the next step up, you come off the highway, you get off the exit, and you stop, and you come around. Well, you haven't been sending your car into these corners with these glowing hot rotors and just you're pushing everything to the end, and your exhaust, everything is just so hot on these cars, and you come into pits. So you got a 5-gallon jug you're filling this car with. I got serious about it. I saw a couple of, and it's fireball. When they go off, it's a fireball. It doesn't just go up, it goes out. I was standing a little too close to a team. This was at Road Atlanta. And the guy, I saw him splash when he engaged the can. And when he pulled it out, there was a little splash. The next can, a little bit more. So this little bit's gotten on the ground, a little bit's gotten on him, a little bit's gotten on the car, a little bit's gotten in the drain pan. And then the car fills, and he pulls the can out, and there's a... And it went down a drip, hit the rotor or whatever, and woof. And it melted my eyebrows.
Wow.
As I'm backing up. Because, but I'm looking at the guy. The guy is totally engulfed in flame. The car is burning. The ground is, everything slows down, whatever. It's just, and I'm looking at it, and the guy, once he had the can like this, he set it down. And when he did, everything is just this orange fire, and there's this different color coming out the top of the jug. So that's how close I am. I can see this, and which I'm still backing up. And then the guy pulls the trigger on the fire extinguisher, and perfect. It went out perfect. We're not going to get perfect all the time.
No, not in this industry.
So I got to take this a little more serious. And Jimmy just walked in the door. He's seen it also. Like at Pit Inn at Daytona, we had one go up in one of our probably better teams, a Daytona winning team, and he has he does this vent thing where he puts a hose in it into the pan. Well, somehow he kicked the hose, and instead of going to the pan, it actually flipped over and it stuck in the wheel.
Oh.
And when it overfilled, and it was a biggie. It was a 3-4 fire extinguisher. He was right there at Pit Inn, and my Pit Inn people came over there with it, and stuff was on fire under the tent, and it's pretty intense.
Those little problems can turn into bigger issues if you're not careful.
And I was seeing, like when I started, everybody wants ease of stuff. So they were putting their gas cans up on tables or bench. One guy's bench, the next guy's table, the next guy's, thing. Just everybody wants to just grab a can and go. I didn't like that. And of course, people had a practice of picking up the can and just sitting right there by the wall, to hand it, when it's ready. I just saw that as, okay, you're holding 5 gallons of gas. How much does it weigh? 8 pounds a gallon, 40 pounds plus the jug. How are you going to move? How are you going to get away? When the woof happens and you realize you are holding a 5-gallon can of gas, what are you going to do?
You're going to drop it or toss it.
And now I got 10 gallons I'm dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to stop all this. So and Mike Chiswick, when we sat down and talked about him hiring me, I said, there's a couple things we're going to have to fix. I said, this is one. So I like the gas cans on the ground. Does it make much difference? I don't know. Every couple of inches, 6 inches, whatever you're talking about height-wise, like I say, fireball. If you're sitting there with 5 open cans, vapor is the thing. Vapor is the big dog. So that fireball come across, it's going to encapsulate anything that's around. So the higher up it is, the more likely it's going to get it.
Absolutely.
So on the ground is the same for everybody. One guy's bench may be great. You might be able to get up on it, do jumping jacks, and it never move. The next guy's bench, maybe not so much. The old legs weak over here, and something happens, like I say, something happens, you're trying to get out of the way, you hang a bench, and next thing you know, we got all this gas spilled over. So gas on the ground, leave it there until it's needed. It doesn't slow people's pit stops, and all these guys, I had to fight so hard and have so much against what I want to do because they thought I was messing with them to make them slow their stop. Well, it doesn't slow down at all. Unless you've been doing this for a while, when you see the guy's jug get empty, you can pick it up and have it ready for him, boop, boop, seamless. You just got to pay attention. So it doesn't slow down a bit to be that much safer.
Not over the course of a 5-minute pit stop, not at all.
Not at all, but like I say, it doesn't slow you down any. If you got a guy that's ready and he sees the jug empty and, hey, he's got it there ready for you when you come get it. It's the same as just standing there and holding it. And I see these beautiful wives and girlfriends with this curly hair, and they all want to help, and I see these, holding these jugs, and it just drove me nuts. I was like, I can't deal with this. This has got to, like I say, the whole bottom line is we don't realize the things that can happen. Because, like I say, gas stations, you do it almost every day. Been doing it for years, never seen a problem, never been part of it. But, and sometimes I think maybe I've seen too much. Maybe I've been too involved with things or seen too many tragedies. I had my hands on some too many, but I've seen things I don't want to see anymore, and I've smelled things I don't want to smell anymore, and I've had to put my hands on things I don't want to do anymore. So I think that's the biggest thing. I really think we have a very safe pit road, as safe as it can be, or as we can do it. You see it happening at all levels. You see fires in IMSA and IndyCar, and of course it's alcohol. You don't see that.
You don't see it. Yeah, and that methanol, you can't see it, and that's when a lot of people, if they're watching a race and they see a crew guy dancing around, they're like, "Why is he dancing around?" What you don't realize is he's on fire and you can't see it.
Yep, and we learned that in go-kart racing because, like I say, we're running methanol. So but that was it. And the thing with the fuel components inside the cars, I thought it should be more like I told Mike. I see, and he said, "Well, you don't ever hear of it happening in NASCAR." Well, that's because they did away with it 40 years ago. You just did not have any fuel anywhere around the driveway. There was a metal barrier between. So that's where we've been for. I guess it's been 5 or 6 years now that rule went into place, and actually a couple of the larger organizations have now. They thought it was a good idea, I guess, which I think it is, and just about all your road racing series have gone to, keeping your fuel components bulkheaded away from the driver compartment. So, hey, I think the Lord puts people in places that helps them out, and hopefully, we've done that. And
sure. There's always time for safety. That's what I always think. There's always time for safety. If just extra little step of not spilling something, making sure you got your catch can there, make sure you got the pin pulled on the fire extinguisher. Just be ready. Just be ready. Right?
Yeah, I had a guy there just today. He's holding a bottle like this, and I'm like, woof. You know, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, what's gonna happen with that?
You've got to be heads up pit road. I think, to Ray, your point, we take for granted the fact that when we pull up to a service station to get gas, we're just standing there, kick back, watching whatever promo things on the screen. You're not in a high pressure situation where, yes, you have 5 minutes. It's a controlled pit stop, let's say, but you're in a high pressure situation. You're over the wall. There's cars coming at you and a lot of things going on. You have to be focused and look and know what you're doing, and you have to know how to properly hold it and to take care of your teammates. So it takes a different discipline and respect when you come out here and do this at a racetrack.
Yeah, and I mean, I have all kind of members say, hey man, thank you for making us safe. I'm like, there's nothing safe about this. There's nothing safe about here. You know, even in the pits, walking around. You know, you've got to have your eyes open because, you know, some people get a little bit up. I think we run a good show. You need to just be aware of what's going on around you. Like we have volunteers come in, and I'm like, don't ever turn your back on traffic. Any car, you know, you focus on what's coming toward you. I told you.
Yep, you told me today. Yeah.
Yeah, because it doesn't take long to get hurt.
No.
And things happen on pit road. I've seen wheels. The stuff Jimmy and I have seen on pit road. You know, wheel falling off, brake caliper failing, and all of a sudden they don't have any brakes. Things happen. You got to be prepared for it. You know, you got to try.
Jack stands underneath cars when it's up in the air. Make sure jack can fail at a moment's notice.
Yeah, we had a school team down in Texas, and they jacked a car up, and I was sitting there watching, and the car was headed downhill. They just had like a 2x6 in front of the front wheel. And they let it down on the stands, and it started doing this, and then they let it back. And one guy was pushing on. I walked up and I said, whoa, whoa, whoa. I said, let's just let this thing back down on the ground, and let's find a little leveler ground, and we can put this thing where, you know, it doesn't roll. You know, just, you know, it's everything. You can get hurt doing everything. And auto racing is far more safe than slow pitch softball. It's safer than horse riding by far. So, I'm saying it's not safe, but hey, getting to the track, I feel, is a lot more.
We've made strides as motorsports and as a club. We have made significant strides in safety. We're never going to we don't want to get complacent because that's when we get people hurt. But we've made a lot of ground where drivers can come in, feel safe enough to do this. Crew members and volunteers can feel safe to go home to their families, I think. What safety innovations going forward now with Mike running everything again, and we're into 2025, let's say we're looking a year or so out, what type of safety innovations are you looking toward? Is the club looking toward to continue to stay on that trend?
I think just keep on doing what we're doing. I think I'm not saying we're there because we can always get better. It's always improvement. But all in all, as I look around, I think we're in a good spot. I'm not seeing any glaring thing that's pointing at me that we have a problem right now. Went to PRI this year. Spent a lot of time in some very important meetings with all the racing groups. SFI had a big meeting. We went in there with them, the head of IMSA, the head of NASCAR, World of Outlaws, you know, and we're all in there together. And SFI has been keeping records for, you know, on back. And he had this chart, and it was like deaths in motorsports. Now, this isn't something we ought to be talking about, but it does happen. Once it wasn't the first year they kept records, but a couple years after that, there were 98 deaths worldwide in motorsports. Last year there were 8, and that is not just drivers. That's people at the track. That's people at Baja getting run over. That's worldwide. You can see a significant difference when the Hans device came in, and it's. I said, very, very knowledgeable stuff going on. They're tracking all this stuff. It was very impressive. And what NASCAR is doing with these meters and stuff they have on the car, your impact meters, your second hit, you know, they're gauging and they're doing this, which they tell us on the Cup cars they're using this this device, and it costs about $50 or $1,000. Well, this company came out with a little doodad that looks like a coffee, coffee,
coffee cup.
Yeah, well, not a coffee cup, but the thing you put in the Keurig.
The cake cup.
Yeah, the Keurig thing. Yeah,
okay.
Looks almost just like that with a little edge on it, and it costs like $38. And they stick that on it because it does almost as much as
the old black box.
Yeah, as the big thing. So they're actually sticking it on top of that to get data on whatever. So it does so good that IMSA, trucks, and Infinity are all just using that. But the Cup Series is still, they're using both. So they're gathering data, and like I say, PRI, the organizations we went to, the promoters things, so they're in there talking about that. The tracks, they're talking about things. It's different meetings we went to, and we went to all of them. I went to Chelsea and Bill. We really got involved and got deep into the business side of it and the safety side of it. And I learned so much. I found we found 4 cars at Road America with cages that were not welded completely. Found one here. It's kind of alarming. It's gotten to the point that I've gotten mad. I'm like, okay, I'll just take this one example of this guy. He's a veteran. He's in a wheelchair. He bought a race car. He does drive, and he's got a prosthetic and everything, works very well. But when I met him at Road America, he was in his wheelchair, and we're inspecting his car, and I find 8 inches of bars not welded. Anything you couldn't see, like above the top, it was nothing welded at all. Didn't you check this car out before you bought it? Oh, yeah, I thought I did, but, looking at that, it's been, this car was a race car since new.
Oh.
So, race car since new. It's been racing for 11 years in some other series. Stamps in the cage, a nice little plaque on it from a pro company, supposed to be such and such race cars it was in Texas. Of course, they're out of business now. But horrible. Almost to the point of, I think, criminal. You're going to do something, you're going to put a product out like that for people to get in, something supposed to keep you safe. Now, fortunately, this car's never been wadded up. And come to find out, this guy is part of an organization sponsored by Stand 21. It's a worldwide safety organization. And Stand 21 promotes it. They're a French company, the utmost in safety and motorsports. That company brought fire suits into F1 and into racing. They were big in the development of the Hans. He gives a series of that. And so I got invited to a supper. They give a supper to people they think are doing stuff. And this guy he's a liaison for the United States. Had no idea. So he gets me invited to this dinner, and it's after PRI time. And I'm sitting in there, and the head tech from Baja is in there. I'm sitting beside the head tech of the Bonneville Salt Flats. And you wouldn't think that he and I would have much in common, but we face a lot of the same stuff because he deals with home-built cars. There's really no standard stuff. Everybody's got a new idea of doing something, and we're kind of the same way. It's just we have a standard, but, everybody has their own little spin on it because they're building their own car. So we had a good relationship, man, and just talking and having a good time. And Larry Dixon was in there. Can't recall the guy's name. He's a top neurosurgeon in this country. He works on all the top drivers and stuff. It was really something to be in there with that group of people that's just focused on safety. We had to get up and tell our little spiel and everything, and I'm listening to the top of the world. these are Formula One guys. And here I am, and I have to stand up and tell my little story, and it's like, we're like the grassroots right at we're at the dirt level.
But, we say that, but if you look what we were talking about earlier in the broadcast and just what you were saying earlier in this interview, the amount of respect that this series has from other people, I think it's gaining national prominence and international prominence, in my opinion, because they have such respect for us, and you and other folks on the staff are respected because they see this as a way to test those ideas, they put them into fruition, and then they're executed properly. That even these other series are going, we need to reevaluate our process, and they're at a higher level. But these drivers come to us, even the pro guys, who knowing it's risky to go do a side venture like that. A lot of owners are starting to not let their drivers at those levels go play, let's say. The fact that we have such a good reputation that they trust us to take care of their guys to get some fun and adrenaline out to go back and do their real job. So no, that speaks volumes about you guys.
Yeah, one of those meetings we were in there, and I mean, when you got the president of IMSA mentioning us multiple times, mentioning our race director Chelsea Vickery, which she also works with IMSA, and she's still a big part of Champ Car, behind the scenes especially. Like I say, it's eye opening. I was blown away. This last year I went and learned, where to go, how to get in these meetings and how to do this. But this year we were just right in the middle of everything. It was fabulous. It was such a learning experience all the way around. And like I say, we went in with the track promoters. We went in with, your sanctioning bodies. We went in with the SFI, all that. I mean, it was just a fabulous thing. So much learning. So anybody got a chance to go to PRI, it isn't just vendors and all there. It's a lot of stuff the racetracks and organizations can also get out of it. And, of course, our flagtronics, not our flagtronics. I mean, I talk like that because it was grown and developed, here. We've been using it for how long we've been doing flagtronics now? 4 years?
Yeah, about 4 years.
So it's been developed through us, which I guess the thing is, James Ballinger is the inventor, creator of it. I guess he figured, hey, if I can make it work with these squirrels, if we can herd these 120-some cats at Daytona for 14 hours, if I can make a system that's going to do that, then it's going to be able to cover about everybody. Well, now Trans Am's got it, SEC's on it, NASA's doing it, and he's developed this thing for oval tracks that, if you have a caution, you push a button, it freezes the field. So when it comes to lining them back up, it's they're like, oh my goodness, we got where everybody was like that. So it's a good thing.
Those scoring loops they're a godsend, especially when and even before electronic scoring, it's amazing what a lot of that stuff's done, and especially those close finishes. But when you get in those situations with those cautions, when you can hit that button instead of having reverting back to that lap, when you have those scoring loops at various points, it really makes a difference. It makes control's job so much easier.
Right. So of course we do spend a lot of times with the Ballinger and the Flagtronics group there, and Ballinger Motorsports in there. They have a booth, so we go over and hang out with them when we're not in meetings and stuff. And whenever they need to take a break, so we're kind of sitting there. So I've learned how to tell a little information about it. I don't know much, and I'm sure not an electronics guru, but it's pretty cool. And it won best new product, overall. And this past year they won best product. And like I say, it's over 4,000 vendors there, and they're number one, and we're hanging out with them. I mean, it's like I say, it's so cool. I mean, I can't get over I'm giddy. I've really been blessed to.
PRI is a great show.
Yeah, and like I said, it's a whole lot of information there. It's more than just that. If you're an organization, you really embed yourself into trying to make your organization better and learn things. I was over the top this year. It was just really, really something. And then Saturday we do get to go out and hang out with people. Well, I don't know whether you do the Street Outlaws thing or whatever like that. Well, you know me, I'll talk to anybody. So I roll up and I'm talking to a farm trucking agent. Hey man, how y'all doing? Hey, what's up, dude? How you doing? So I'm saying, my racing is totally opposite of your racing. What do you do? Endurance road racing. Y'all are getting it over, want to go as fast as you can. We go long. Where y'all race at? We're in Daytona. Oh, wait a minute. So next thing I know, I'm talking to them for long enough to where I got there before they were supposed to start signing autographs and stuff. So we're sitting there talking. All of a sudden, 20 minutes has gone by, and a line is formed from way out there. And the guy goes, hey, man, you got to talk to this guy. And next thing I know, I'm over there talking to their manager. So, hey, we don't know.
You never know.
They might start learning how to do the curve thing. And
that'd be cool.
Yeah, I actually went in. Jeff Lutz and Top Fuel guy. Doggone it, I don't think he was naming it, but he paid Jeff Lutz's son. They built a '57 Chevrolet, and they put a supercharged Hemi in it. Well, the thing, they made it run off nitrogen. They're making it to where it does that. They're going around into the shows and they're doing things, and they're going to auction the car off when the show circuit year is over, and all the money is going to scholarships for vocational mechanical schools.
Nice.
So the whole organization, they all know we've got to get younger people involved. We've had a stint or a time where, motorsports has been looked down on through education and things. They think it's been said the internal combustion engine is going to, kill us all. I really don't think so. I mean, it's technology. We use it. We burn fuel. Our largest global warmer is wildfires. So I think if we spend a whole lot of time, trying to figure out how to put them out faster, I think that would lead to a lot. And I really don't think cutting trees down and covering them with these black panels to make electric is doing much to stop global warming. That's just me. But anyway,
there's a lot of red tape in there.
Yes, it is.
I do want to take a step back and just kind of. Not everyone can be a driver, and you are a driver and you're also in pit lane. So if one of our listeners is listening to this and they're thinking, I got a mechanical engineering degree, or I'm in fire safety, I want to do this, you can come out to Champ Car and introduce yourself, and you become a volunteer for pit lane. You can become, your right-hand man with tech. You can become all these other things and just be involved in motorsports.
Absolutely.
So that's the best part about racing. So you never know who you're going to meet. So you might be in pit lane when you see Cletus McFarlane or something like that, and you see someone else hop out the car, and you're like, I see that guy on TV, and then they're just normal people, Yeah,
so it's just
that's what I just want to hit on is it doesn't matter who you are and what you do right now, you can contribute to racing.
Absolutely. Motorsports is a big thing. Like I said, I think it's kind of on the upsweep a little bit, I hope. I believe we've turned the corner of some people seeing, not saying it's a good thing, but it's a great sport in my mind. I mean, you're having to do so many things, so many factors in it and all. I meet up with it, but I'm a redneck. I love it.
It's the best
I know
thing
you
ever.
do.
Oh, yeah.
So I came in here and sat between y'all too. I said, well, we just get the best drivers in the series in here in one group, and which I'm not the fast guy anymore. I hate to say it, and I learned at Sebring that the appendages have become smaller. I really hate to admit it. It's hard on an old guy to, realize that, hey, I'm not quite what I once was. But I still think I can lay down some good laps consistent, and a little smarter than I used to be about doing things. Is I've run with some teams, and they've watched film and all, and they see something open up, they think I ought to go for it right away, and might hesitate a little bit, and then they say, oh man, go for it, go. And then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. And then I get, man, are you psychic? Can you see stuff that's going to happen? I said, well, I get a feeling. Mm-hmm. And if I know I'm going to be able to get you there, I'm not going to push you here. Mm-hmm. I'll just wait a little bit. It's endurance racing.
Experience.
It makes a difference.
Yeah, so the fast guys, I've been on several teams. I do get to drive 3 or 4 times a year, and I was running with a team, and, I run my little stint, and I get 8, and we're 30 positions ahead of where we were when I got in. So I'm like, hey, I did a good job. So about 4 or 5 hours later, I come rolling down pit road, and he had all the beautiful Sentinel stuff there with the big screen, and he hollers at me and says, man, come here. This guy's just flying. He is just eating it up. He just turned a 214. He is cooking. Mm-hmm. So I stick my head around there and look, and I'm like, whoa. I Man, I thought we was going to stay off the curbings and stuff. This guy's, he's just running, right over everything. I'm like, he said, yeah, but he's flying. He just turned another 214. I'm like, well.
And then 30 minutes later, you're in the garage.
Well, no, it was 20 minutes later. They were putting ball joint in it because he broke the ball joint at the bottom of the car. You can be fast a couple different ways. I kind of just kiss the curbings a little bit, but I stay in the track.
But that's good for qualifying. That's not good for 7, 8, 14, 24 hours.
At this very track 2 years ago, I'm leading class. I see the guy catching me. Okay, he passes me. We go down through the sinkhole. All right, I'm back on him again, and here we go up the hill. And, they got those 3 curbings there. It's like the S is coming onto the front straightaway. Well, this guy just goes straight over. And they're not gators. They're but they're tall. And the further right they go, the taller they get. Well, he just goes straight over it. Whoa. And I see a car link. He's got me at a car link doing that. Well, he goes over the next one. There's another car link, but I notice when he lands on the ground, it bounces so hard I can actually see air under the tires. I'm like, wow. So he does the same thing on the next one, and then he's 3.5 car lengths ahead of me going to the front straightaway. And I'm like, ugh. I'm just not doing that. I'm not going to torture this little car like that. I'm not doing it. So we go on and on and on. And, I'm out of the car and we keep on running, and we're running second in class, and 20 minutes to go. Oh, the subframe broke in half, and here's A-frame and, CV axle and all comes out the side of the car. Well, oops. But they were fast. So like I said, there's different ways to do it. And, it's endurance racing. It is a different animal. And I tell everybody, these are street cars that we're racing, not race cars. You don't have that Jericho transmission. You don't have that, that real beefy stuff. I'm like come from stock car. You got truck hubs. You got the big A-frames.
You can't just blip and shift. This isn't Trans Am. This isn't NASCAR or IMSA. You gotta heel and toe and smooth. Yeah. This series rewards you. Smooth is fast. Slow down to go faster. With that, Ray is you're with the series now. You've been with them for a long time. We want to thank you for everything you've done. All of you guys. You guys are just, the heart and soul of this series. We appreciate it. Thank you. When's your next race that you'll be back in the car?
I do not know. I have a couple opportunities this year. I don't know. I actually was invited to drive a couple of cars here, but we're at the national championship. Should the national tech director be in a qualified car? Well, I did finish third in it overall, so, but nah, it's not a good look. So, I do get to get a bit. I mean, I wasn't born to be over here. I'm supposed to be out there showing Lester how it's done, but it's been great. I really enjoyed it. Old guy having fun. It's a little testing and trying at times. The club has been through some stuff. I got on the board a few years ago. I'm in my second term now. We've been through some things that's been pretty incredible. Right now, as we stand right now, this club's in a very good place. And I'm quite happy with the management we have now. I say Chelsea's still involved. Bill's doing a great job. I said, y'all, now the show now is just, it's at another level.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
You get looks like this, showing up on camera. Hey, it's a win, man.
Yeah, he's going to get his glasses. Yeah. He's ready to rock and roll. GQ will be calling next week.
This guy, he loves the bright stuff. His driver uniform is just, it's day glow, man. He's got matching glasses. It's great. I love it. Now, I went up to him one time. I said, man, I sure would be glad when you come out of your shell. It's just, love you guys too, Kyle. You do a fabulous job. Paulie, you're on point, man. Like I said, I think we're headed great places.
Well, thank you guys. We appreciate that. Folks, thank you for tuning in. It has been a long and trying day. We're still dealing with the rain here at NCM Motorsports Park. Kentucky Bluegrass is a little wet. We want to pay some bills here. Thank you guys so much for everything you do. We will be back in a bit.
Good stuff, man.
Hope I didn't say anything to get us sued. No, you did great. You're supposed to prove that.
Probably need new tires.
Things were kind of messy. You figured that out.
Sold tires online.
We do. TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires.
We have so many tires.
And help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped to over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Duralast, designed to meet or exceed OE performance, with 2-layer shims and OE-style slots and chamfers to eliminate noise. Backed by a noise-free guarantee when professionally installed. That's the Duralast difference, only at AutoZone.
All right. And welcome, everybody. Welcome to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race, the 2024 National Championship at NCM Motorsports Park in Bowling Green, Kentucky. This is day one. So the way it's going to work is we have sort of two races, 2 days of racing. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say we're going to be driving today, we're going to be driving tomorrow, and then at the end of the day today, we just line them up in the pits in the order that they come off the racetrack, and then we send them back out the next day in the same order and continue to race for another 7 hours, and that's how we determine who the national champion is going to be. Yeah. And then we have we kind of have two races, though. We have a race within a race. We've got the national championship race, and then we have other guys that showed up that just won a race. So they're racing too. So we've got two timing and scoring things going on. This morning, starting out, we had Bavarian Mustache Works up front very early on. They took a lead in the first lap, led for a short time. It was Parts Badger then that took over the lead, and then it was Flat Out Nemesis caught them in the dry, passed them, started to put a gap on them, and then but Parts Badger wouldn't let them go, and they just kind of held on to about a 3-second deficit to Parts Badger. And then as the morning began to develop, we saw the wet stuff starting to come in, and when that happened, the tables turned a little bit, and Parts Badger was able to reel in and surpass the Flat Out Nemesis Miata. So that puts them in the lead right now. So as we came in to the pits with the cars lined up, Parts Badger leads the race right now. Rockwell Autosport Development in second in that Porsche Boxster. And then it's Flat Out Nemesis in their Miata. Gorilla Sticker, the first BMW, shows up in the fourth place. Cone Crushers in an MR2 is fifth. Then it's North by Northeast, Madwag, Fuse 15, Balthasar Motorworks, and 901 Motorsport in the number 903. Speaking of which, we have Frank Reynolds here in the booth with us with 901 Motorsport, and we're supposed to let your guys know so that they can make fun of you.
Yes, they will do a very good job of that. All deserved, I'm sure.
Yeah, so you're bringing the two-car team effort again here. You were at Road Atlanta with both of those cars. Yep. And how did that race go for you?
We ended up 8th and 10th. We just didn't quite have the pace or the luck of how the pits washed out. I think we got one yellow flag on one of our cars for a pit stop. Everything else we were under green, and it just hurts us because we really don't have quite the pace. So we have to lie, cheat, and steal to get
things need to line up.
Yeah,
you need luck and
so. But yeah, both cars ran all day like clockwork, but we just don't have the pace to make up for if we don't catch a yellow every once in a while or do something smart. Which the brain trust at on this side of the pit wall is not the best. So.
It seems like you guys are always up at the front. Yeah. I mean, you're up in that top 10 for the most part, and sometimes you really are threatening for the win.
Well, mostly the races that we've done well at are usually races like this because an E30 pushes like a dump truck when it's dry, but in the rain it's actually pretty balanced and it's a pretty predictable platform. And any of the races that we've done well at have usually been like this, but this is not looking too good. Lightning's not too good for everybody.
Yeah, we're still dealing with the fact that we've got so much weather coming through the area, and it's originally it was the lightning that was the issue, and I think we're still under the threat of the lightning strikes that's causing a problem. Of course, when you put this much water on a racetrack, then you've got some flooding that's going on, and so you got to deal with that. I think there was a report of ducks over in turn 1, so
heard that.
Quite a bit of the lightning strikes you can see within a 10-mile radius there. Pretty intense in the areas. We're waiting for this storm cell to move on so we can go back to racing. So yeah, that's what's going on. So tell us about about your weekend. How's things been going for the 901 Motorsport team?
Again, we don't quite have the pace. We're not running super sticky tires because it's expensive here to run sticky tires because this track will chew up some stuff. So I'm cheap, so I only put us on normal tires. We're on Continentals. So we don't quite have the cornering speed that we need. Our horsepower was surprisingly okay. I actually had to change an engine on Tuesday.
Really?
I was pulling an engine on Tuesday. And 903 actually caught on fire on Tuesday, so it was a great day.
Really?
Yeah.
All
so
on Tuesday.
One of my guys is welding something on the front of the car, and he walks off, and another guy, there's flames coming out of the front of it. And so we put that out. It wasn't, just a little duct tape that caught on fire, not a big deal. But the best part of it was the guy who did the welding informed me that it wasn't on fire when he left it. So he had that going for him.
Yeah.
So,
Possible deniability.
That's what I have to deal with.
Wow.
It was, the look on his face with his eyes as big as golf balls trying to put it out the fire was actually worth it, I must say.
That's awesome. That's some of the things you get to enjoy as a team owner and being a part of motorsports.
Yep.
You see things that the average person would never experience in their lives.
It was good stuff.
And that's why we do this.
Yep.
Trust me, honey, it's all worth it. Tell the wife, it's all worth it. And I'm having a great time.
But for the race, we were okay. Kind of what we expected. One of our better drivers in the car, really good in traffic, really good in the rain. So when we actually sniffed out this red flag and we got in the pits before it actually went in red. So we're at the head of the field, so we will get our lap back, and hopefully, depending how it shakes out, we have a full tank of gas. Everybody else is going to have to fill up. We're hoping that they fill up when it's green, and we can make up some ground. So we'll see. Well, we were hoping for a wet race, not this wet, of course, but we felt like that was our only chance to really do some damage, but. Tomorrow looks like it might be dry, so we might go forward and then go back. so we'll see. Anyway, but yeah, that's our weekend so far. Pretty good. We usually punch above our weight. We're usually the slowest car in the top 10.
Yeah.
So we'll take it.
Yeah, and it was funny because I was in this conversation. I don't know if you saw this. It was last year with Roger. And he's like,
that was fun.
Oh, we're so off the pace. We're terrible. It's like, Roger, you finished third at Road Atlanta. You're doing pretty good. And he's like, yeah, but we're like midfield pace. I'm like, come on. And no, he was. His lap times, their fastest lap times were midfield.
We finished fourth.
And yet they finished third overall. So that teaches you something.
We were about the same pace as Roger, and we were going back and forth. At one point, I think it was during a yellow, or it was our last pit stop, and I told my driver, because we were right behind him, but I think we were a lap down, and Roger was in the car. I said, Roger was on the pit wall, and I was giving him a hard time, what are you going to do, Roger? And he said, I ain't telling you, go away, in that stupid Mississippi accent. So I told my driver, I said, because we were a lap down, I said, we need to throw. So I said, whatever Roger does, do exact opposite. Going in the pits. But it didn't. I think we unlapped ourselves, but we ran out of time. But anyway, I didn't care where we finished. I just wanted to beat Roger.
Yeah.
Didn't quite work out, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's great.
Battle of the Turtles.
You just gotta keep the car out there, and most people can't, and that's why you can do really well if you can just keep the car out there, even if you're not the fastest. You don't have to be the fastest car, and that's what's really crazy.
Yeah, we run into that a lot. At Ozarks, we were surprisingly quicker than we were quicker than we thought we would be, and we were fourth, fifth, I think both days, and everybody in front of us broke both days.
That's right.
And we won both days.
Yeah.
So I named that car the Vulture because it's now we pick over dead bodies. and we are the vultures of the Ozarks. Everybody, I really felt bad for the Love Racing guys because they had everybody covered. They were even as fast as the Riley vet, and they're just they're everything about Champ Car. I mean, that's what Champ Car should be. Those kids, they work on their cars. They're young guys, and they deserve that race. And they just spun off in turn 1 or something, and I just felt so bad for them. But anyway,
that stinks.
Their time will come. They're good guys.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thanks for coming up and talking to us.
Yeah.
I hope you don't get too much ribbing, but I'm sure you will.
Oh, I will. Yeah. Have you ever been around those guys?
No.
They're ruthless.
So I have a question for you.
Yeah.
As a team owner, just to give some insight to the listeners, how quickly do you have to make those decisions of like, oh, are we going to stay out? Are we going to come in? I heard there might be a red flag coming in, and if the driver makes the wrong decision, it's, oh man, I made a wrong decision. I'm sorry, boss. But as you making the wrong decision, it's like the driver's like, you threw the race away from me. Like, how's that work for you?
I mean, I probably should get somebody to do our strategy because I'm not the smartest.
Just follow Roger, man.
Yeah. We do. Yeah.
I mean, looking at your record, you do pretty well.
Yeah. I mean, nobody can fire me, but, I can. But the advantage of a driver screwing up is I can give them crap for at least a couple months, but and I get it back just as much. But and it's hard. I mean, there's so many moving parts. There's so many things to think about.
Right.
Like at Road Atlanta, we were a little short on crew. We had 2 cars. So it's really hard to split the strategy because, then you have, you got to give your guys at least, sometimes they need a couple hours because it starts to become a long day. So I didn't want to split. Early on, it would have been smart because Parts Badger, he pitted all the time, which, he only pitted when it was yellow. So, and that's a very sound way to do it. And I would have probably done it with 1 car if I had enough crew. But you can't have those guys every hour, every 45 minutes or whatever doing a pit stop. You just wear them out in a 14-hour race. Because they've probably been up for, well, some of them been up all night drinking. So you can't.
Atlanta does have a nightlife.
You can't wear them out too bad. Actually, my chief, the guy that's supposed to run the pits.
Wait a minute, here it comes.
He's notorious. I mean, one year at Road Atlanta, they were at a bar down the road from. It was like 4 miles away, and they were like, "All right, I'm leaving you guys. I'm going to the hotel," and they were like, we're just gonna get an Uber. Well, guess what? In wherever, what's the town that wrote Brazelton, Georgia. Good luck getting an Uber at 1 o'clock in the morning. It ain't happening. So those idiots walked from the bar to the track to get my truck so they could go to the hotel. And I'm surprised they're not dead. So.
Oh goodness.
Anyway.
I know. Well, thanks for coming up and joining us.
Thanks
again,
for all the
Frank.
work. You guys do a good job here. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate you. Thanks for your work you're doing on the board.
Yep.
And helping us out.
Yep. No worries. Thank y'all.
All right.
Most definitely. See you soon.
Take care.
Most definitely.
Sorry, buddy. Yeah.
I'll get it. Yep. Thanks, y'all.
Yeah. So just as we were finishing up, Les, there was a lightning strike with an eye shot right over his shoulder, and
oh goodness,
this is turning into a long race. That's not really a race,
right? As a driver, I really do enjoy racing in the rain, but like we said, when the lightning comes, it kind of puts a damper on everything.
Yeah, there's some of the track cameras here, some of the views. This is a look over at turn number 2 as the cars come around through the bus stop and pitch to the right. Turns 2, I guess maybe 3. And into turn 5. Coming through turn 14 as they come down out of Deception. And turn 15 is almost laughable. You just can't see anything. It's just there's so much rain, and it's so dark over there. Turn 18, and then leaving 18, heading towards pit in. And then finally coming up out of 23, back onto the front straightaway. So, yeah, if you folks are just joining us, we're under a lightning delay, and obviously there's a lot of rain coming down. But that's protocol. It's a lot of it's the track. You know, they're going to protect their workers, and they have concerns for everybody's safety. Not us idiots. We'll race in the rain. We don't care.
Oh yeah, we're not smart.
But the corner workers, we got to take care of them. And so if there's lightning within, it's roughly 10 miles radius, then they'll pull them in. So that's what's happened here. You see, we've got a map here. You can see the storm cell that's moving north, and we also have our lightning strike gadget on the screen too, and that you can see we're well within 10 miles. So once this cell moves off, then we'll be able to get back to it. And there was talk of like 2:30 early on. I don't know. I think I'm going to hold them to it. We'll see how it goes. Kyle Lockrow back in the booth with us, and we got Les Epps joining us this weekend. These guys are going to be pretty regular around this show this year, as we're gonna put this 3-team effort together. Sure appreciate all the accolades. We've gotten so much positive feedback from everybody, and that's been really great.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for everything. We put our heads together over the off season when the opportunity was presented to us to do this, and we're trying to come up with some new ideas, and we're just trying to be creative. Unfortunately, Mother Nature is not letting us be able to do a whole lot today, but the good thing is, even though we're not getting a lot of racing on track, this is letting us be able to tell stories. Let the heart and soul of this series from even back in the Chump days really tell their story and how it got started. And you really don't realize until you talk to these people just kind of how intermingled everybody is and how they've previously worked together, or how some of these relationships and partnerships and everything kind of work out. So, no, it's a good opportunity to do that, and hopefully they're having better weather in Sebring too, because we do know that there are some folks that do come and play in our series and participate that are down there. So we want to give well wishes to anybody that may be racing in the 12-hour.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's Adrian Willoughby was saying, it doesn't seem like we're going back racing. We're optimistic, Adrian. We're hoping we'll get back racing, but as you could tell, that cell that Paulie just put up on the screen, it's a pretty nasty cell, and they've been predicting this weather most of the week, and unfortunately, we're right in the heart of it.
Yep.
Yes, Tony, we are going to let a little bit of that little thing called lightning stop us. We'd like to not become crispy race car drivers. And we don't need crispy corner workers either.
That's true.
Are you a Prost or a Senna? I don't know. It's a good question. What do you think, Les? What are you?
I'm a Senna fan. That's it's probably the only photo I have of another man hanging in my house. Senna hanging on the wall, and just I guess a lot of people took he was so good in the rain, you know, so they were kind of take that, I really think about that too. It's a good guy.
Yeah. He's a real hero for the Brazilians, and
for sure.
So it was a big deal.
It was Tony Kanaan's idol. Tony looked up to him, and
a lot of
really
people did.
Yeah,
Lewis Hamilton, a lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean, he paved the way for a lot of people, and they wanted to do it his way.
Yep.
But yeah, unfortunately, still raining here, folks, and it's just when we think we get that little bit of opening where we think it's going to happen, all of a sudden, the clock gets reset, and it's unfortunate. But you know what? We'll kind of grin and bear. So let's do this. We have a few minutes here, and a lot of people probably don't realize that
in between our time calling Road Atlanta and now here at NCM this weekend, we had 2 races. We've had 2 races in Champ Car. And the first one was the Oak Tree 12-hour at VIR. We had a pretty decent field up there, and it was won by Stroke and Checks Racing. And Tater Racing came in second, and Fuse 15 rounded out your podium there for the 12-hour on the VIR South course. That's our annual stop there, and it's a lot of fun. That's a 1.6-mile bull ring that we go to there in Alton, Virginia. It's part of that big configuration of VIR. It's a lot of fun, and it's definitely one where if you have one of those cars that favors that racetrack, it's really awesome. We're going to have a new guest here in the booth in just a moment. And then also last week we had our Harris Hill Spring Double. And we raced, I think it was 8 hours on Saturday with Winkler Motorsports taking the checkered flag. Effective Team Racing in the 149 entry came in second. And that was a massive win there on Saturday. 5-lap gap by the winner. Great job by Winkler. Effective Team second. TPWS Racing in third. And then we had the Sunday results there. It was quite an effort by a lot of those guys. And then it was the 7-hour Sunday. Black Flag Sarcoma took the checker by 3 laps over Race Right. And then the 753 Team Siamo Tudu Pilati. Yes, the 753 car rounded out your podium there at Harris Hill, and ironically, Race Right, who we were just talking about, that's who we have in the booth, our guest here. You guys finished second last weekend Sunday. Miss Patricia, how's it going so far? I know we didn't get a ton of racing in. I talked to you guys a little bit this morning as I was putting the camera in the car. Yeah. So you guys finished second last week on Sunday. We heard this wasn't really on the agenda plan?
It has.
It has been? Okay.
I think. That's a good question. We just kind of picked this up in supporting Silver Bullet in the September Harris Hill race. So we moved in. We have the shop at Harris Hill Raceway.
Okay.
And we decided, okay, let's do some trackside support. We've been racing Dotsa Lady, the 280ZX for several years just for fun.
Okay. So you were racing that car. You guys were.
That race last weekend too, but we're mainly supporting Silver Bullet now.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So with the trackside support, what does that entail? Because, I mean, we know there's teams that do various things. So what makes Race Right different? Why do people want to give you guys a call for trackside support?
Yeah, we build and maintain cars. So that's what we're doing right now. Well, now with Silver Bullet. And then last week we raced the backup car, which is Orange Crush, so that we had silver for this weekend. So, yeah, I mean, we just our main goal is to get in, say, what does the car need? They were great cars to begin with, and we did, just some things to make them even better, and then decide, okay, we'll go out and see what we're doing and race them and yeah. So, but yeah, we provide full support. So we're working with Dale and Andy are our drivers, and we come out and we get the cars ready. We load everything up. We have a driver that brings the car. We come into town. We show up. We set up everything. We have all of our lists and everything to make sure we have all of our stuff, and then we do pits and all of that kind of stuff, and just keep the car going and try to bring home some trophies.
Nice.
So.
That's awesome.
So how did that get started for you guys?
Yeah, so that's a process. So Patrick is my husband. The two of us own Race Right. And then Jake works for us, Jake Broomfield. So you see him out there running around, grabbing tools, doing all the very important things to help. And we, like I said, we were just doing it for fun. So Patrick had a job, like a day job. He worked in a shop. He's been a mechanic since the late 90s. And actually the two of us met working at the shop that he was at. I was in the service side of things, and then I got out of that, and now I actually do accounting as my main job.
As your day job.
As my day job. As accounting. So we enjoy racing. This is fun. We were like, how do we do this for a living? So an opportunity opened up, and we opened up our shop. It's been about a year. It was last March. So we opened up at Harris Hill, and then we were just kind of like, well, we have a few things we can work on, and worst case, we can work on friends' cars and that kind of thing. So that was sort of our backup, like, in case, you don't know when you're starting out something like that. So, but we ended up, we're in the main shop now there, which is attached to the clubhouse. And we maintain 20, 30 challenge cars, Miatas, for the Harris Hill Challenge Series.
Okay.
So that's a big part of what we do.
Sure.
That's a majority of what we do. And then we have this, we're trying to do more Champ Car this year, take it on the road and see how it goes. So yeah,
it's a lot.
So your primary spot is at there at Harris Hill.
Mm-hmm.
How did you find out about Champ Car? Was it through some of your customers? Was it just through Champ Car coming to Harris Hill? How did Champ Car end up on Race Right's radar?
Yeah, so Champ Car's been we've been, I don't know how if you know how long Champ Car's been coming to Harris Hill. It's been a while.
I know it's been a little
years.
while. Paulie, how long have we been as a club? Have we been going to Harris Hill? I know it's been quite a while.
A while.
Yeah.
A while.
And we do the 2 there, which is always nice. So we never had to go on the road before, but we got to do 2 every year just at home, which was great because it's easier when you don't have to haul all of your stuff, here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you can sleep in your own bed, too, which makes it much nicer.
Well, we camp at the track this weekends because it's like an hour away from home.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but still better. It's still technically
it's still home.
My own bed.
So,
yeah.
Okay.
So we started doing that with Dots a Lady. It was spring of 2019. That race was horrible. The weather sucked. The car broke both days. We were like, this is not real fun. Maybe we don't like doing this. And then we took like a year off, and we're like, let's try again. So Patrick totally rebuilt the car, like the whole car. He did everything. He tore it down and started pretty much from scratch. We had a cage car, and each race he would do more things. Okay, so we're gonna improve this system. We're gonna improve that system. So, and then we were doing C-Class in that car, and it's not real competitive C-Class car the way that it was. So then F-Class became a thing. We're like, well, let's try that. So we started racing that in F-Class and doing well. We won some races.
Nice.
Off the top of my head, I don't have the list, but
that's
in F-Class. So we took some trophies home.
But that's still an accolade. I mean, but that's showing how that F-Class is growing. I mean, we want to continue to see that 300-point series. We want to continue to see that grow, and that's awesome that you guys have contributed to that.
Yeah. So we started doing that, and that was fun. And then it was in September. The guys said, "Hey, we have this race here. Do you want to see how this goes working with us with Silver Bullet?" And we won. I'm trying to remember. We won the first day, and we got the second day. I was in September at Harris Hill.
Okay.
Silver Bullet.
Congratulations.
So we were like, okay, all right, this is cool. Miata is different, but we, mainly, like I said, we work on a lot of Miatas. It's different because those have to be to a spec. There's a really specific set of rules that those have to they're all ideally the same, same horsepower, same torque. So this is a little bit, it allows Patrick, he's the mechanical brains, allows him to play, and okay, what can we do with the car that's within Champ Car rules, and how do we play with that? So yeah, so that's been really cool. It's been a fun aspect of it to have something a little bit different.
So outside of Harris Hill, the 2 at Harris Hill, and then obviously here at NCM for the championship, you said you're looking to increase being on the road.
Yes.
Obviously still trying to take care of your customers at home. How many Champ Car races are you guys looking to do for yourselves or with customers this year? And then what's the aspirations going into 26 and beyond?
Yeah, so we did Sebring.
Okay.
Actually, which was really cool. That was our first me, Patrick, Jake, it was our first time being at another track that wasn't Harris Hill. And we were like, oh, this is like a whole different thing, you know?
Yeah.
So really awesome. So we're doing this one, Watkins Glen. Let's see. I think the next one's Ozarks.
Okay.
Mid-Ohio, Harris Hill again. There's one I feel like I'm missing somewhere in there.
Not the summer Sebring race or any of those?
No, so we're doing the 8+7s.
Okay.
So we're not maybe. We have 2 drivers.
The VIR, or are you looking at the championship race?
The championship
okay.
rate, yeah. When we qualify, we'll be there. I think there's one more. There's one that I feel like I'm missing. There's not
Pittsburgh
pit race.
We're not doing that one. Well, as far as I know.
Road America.
Road America.
Road America.
That's in October, right?
Yes.
Yes, we'll be there.
Wow.
Yeah, that's actually a dual weekend for Champ Car because we'll have Road America and then Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Awesome. Yeah. So it's been
good choice.
Crazy. It's been a cool, from starting a year ago to here we are. We're doing all these races and kind of living the dream, really.
So what's the goal moving forward? Obviously, you're seeing some success in Champ Car. You've got your primary programs back in Texas, near Harris Hill. Do you and Patrick have aspirations of doing anything for some clients in any higher tier series, anything looking at other series outside of Champ Car to grow your business?
Potentially. There's some interest for track members in Lemons, so that's maybe. We have to kind of, we are working on growth this year, but it's slow, intentional growth. Where can we want to make sure that we're still maintaining high standards?
Oh, absolutely.
So, I can't really answer that because we're in that phase of let's see where it goes,
Kind of see where your manpower is at that point, see what the resources have, customer interest levels, and then so they're on the horizon of looking at some options, but nothing definite.
Nothing definite yet, but we'll I think in the next few months we'll have a little bit more vision and see what else we want to get into, but we have fun with Champ Car, so we're like, well, let's keep doing this.
So how's the weekend? I mean, obviously we know today's been a bit of a rough day, but how did practice go yesterday, and what's the outlook looking at going into tomorrow?
Yeah, well, we are currently in P21, as you could probably see. So we're taking up the rear, but we broke a throttle body this morning, early, and our driver was able to keep it going for most of his stint. I think we came in just a couple minutes earlier than we would have liked to. So the guys changed out the throttle body. We gassed up. We changed to rain tires because we were watching the forecast and we're like, oh, here we go. Thinking we'd be going in the rain, but I think we're one of the only teams that have pitted so far. So our assumption is that there might be some stops. So hopefully we can work our way back up.
Yeah, hopefully you guys can gain some time once
Yeah.
the cycle of pit stops start.
So and then tomorrow, is anybody's prize. We got a whole day ahead of us, so hoping we get a few more hours today. Maybe if it'll clear up.
Yeah,
fingers crossed.
That's the nice thing about Champ Car. You get those 2 races basically. So if one day doesn't work out well, you got another shot at it. So that's pretty nice.
Yeah. Usually, now this is different for us because we're like, we've not done one where it goes into the next day, the whole race. So it's exciting to do something different.
Yeah.
So
we used to do a lot of these.
We should do more. We really want to do a 15 out, we're like, let's test it. Let's do it. But so we're like, well, maybe.
So are you looking at eventually doing the 14s and the 12s and then eventually rolling into doing a 24-hour?
I think it would be a cool experience. We do only have 2 drivers, so, that's a lot for 2 guys.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's a ton of drive.
To do the 2 days is definitely more ideal. But I wouldn't rule anything out,
Are you we know a lot of teams have done this where they've come in and they've had a set of group and then all of a sudden they're like, okay, if we want to grow this, we want to open it up. Are you and Patrick looking potentially at rental drivers, maybe with a second car down the line, maybe adding some proven talent to the the main car?
Yeah, we've discussed it. We picked up a second Datsun a year ago, was last March, that needs to be like fully built. It's a caged car, but I don't think it has an engine or anything in it. So we've discussed like what are our options for building that car, and if we do that, then yeah, we'll probably be at the point, where we would rent out seats. So
But again, you want to slowly do it to not overwhelm yourself.
Yeah.
You don't want to hurt the business that you already have. You
Yeah.
want to do it smart.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're not in a hurry to do anything. You have all the time in the world to just figure it out and have fun. And
these racetracks probably aren't going anywhere. They were here before I ever came along. They're probably not gonna. They're probably gonna be here long after we're gone.
hopefully not. We'll see what all the development in the neighborhoods and
Right.
all that kind of stuff. But
What kind of Datsun did you guys buy?
it's another 280.
Okay.
Yeah. So
All right.
we'll see.
Yeah.
Patrick wants to put a different motor in it. He does not like the engine that's in the one we have, just because they have issues and they catch on fire and just minor things like that. So
Just those small
Just
things,
little stuff.
flames. And
Yeah.
And pesky fire.
Yeah.
So for all the listeners, and we know there's people that pay attention to this or may go back and watch it, where can they find Race Right? If anybody's out there that wants to work with you, needs some trackside support, regardless of whether it's at Harris Hill, where can they find you? How can they get a hold of you?
Yeah, we are on the interweb, race-right.com, and then on Instagram as well, race-rite.
Okay.
Is our handle. So
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming up. Really appreciate it. Hopefully we'll go. I thought there was a clearing there for a second. It looked like it was slowing down.
Yeah, it looks like the skies are lightening up a little bit, and I'm just watching the race control logs. They did make a note about an hour ago. They said the requirement is they just need to be clear of lightning. So that's what they're looking for. We know that as we're getting closer and closer to that 2 o'clock, 2:30, that is sort of the window that we were looking at ahead of time.
Yeah.
So we're getting closer and closer to that point.
So hopefully we can get that little bit of window in, and you guys can get back going.
that would be good. I'm hoping we can get out at least a couple more hours today. And the guys are all bored. They're all going crazy in the garage because they're all just sitting there in their race.
Yeah,
suits,
race car drivers in a enclosed environment where there's tools and toys and IMSA racing on TV, that's usually not a good combination for us. So we really need to go back racing probably quickly here.
We do.
For the sake of sanity of race car drivers.
Things might start happening over there.
We're all 12-year-olds with expensive toys, and it's going to turn into, we're going to revert back to being 5 again.
Probably.
I think very shortly.
Doesn't take much with this crew.
No, not with any of us in this series. And we all know what we're guilty of, it's the shenanigans of rain delays.
Well, I'll go check on them. I'll go hold down the fort over there. You guys got it up here, it sounds like.
Real quick before you roll, are there any sponsors, any businesses, anybody you work with that you want to thank that have helped get you guys to this point?
Yeah, Bo Rivers, who owns Harris Hill, he's really helped us a lot get Race Right going. Dale and Andy, our drivers, they put the faith in us to bring them to all these things. So we really appreciate them. Jake, who works for us, he's been just pounding the pavement for a year now. He's really working hard. We appreciate him. Family, friends. We have a daughter who's here with us. I don't know if you've seen a little toddler running around in Cars pajamas today, but
we thought she was a backup driver.
Yeah. Soon. They're already antsy. When do we get her in the car? I'm like, guys. But she comes with us to all the things. So appreciate her for.
Is she picking up all the bad habits of drivers and all the fun?
She's starting to repeat a lot of things.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is she picking up all the bad habits and words we love to say in the paddock?
Yeah, we'll see. I try to keep her separated a little bit. That's the thing. Now she's in there. She's going stir crazy because can't run around outside.
And she's got race car driver and mechanic uncles. She's going to be raised right.
Yeah. Oh, she is for sure. But yeah, family and friends. Not. I'm trying to think. I'm like, not sponsors yet, but we're getting there.
It's great.
It's in the future.
There we go.
So, cool.
Well, thanks for coming up and
Thanks
joining
for
and talking
having
with
me.
us. It's
Yeah.
great having you. We'll have to connect with you another time at one of the next races you're going to.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. We'll be there.
Great.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Patricia.
Thank you. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you. Oops. Get that. All right. So yeah, the word is we're really just waiting for those thunder showers to break, for the lightning to break, and then we should be able to get everybody back out there on the track. So that is the word, and it's, speaking with her is just a fresh reminder of there's so many people that put so much energy into this sport and into this club, and really we've talked to so many people today. It's just a reminder of there are so many also really good ambassadors for the sport, and it's really encouraging to see that over and over again. There are just really a lot of great people hard at work to make this good for all of us, and so it's great to have an organization like Race Right that's there for you to help you produce your race. It's great.
Yeah, and I mean, it's proof it takes a village. I mean, folks like that dedicate to helping drivers, teams. It really makes it a lot easier for them, especially when they come in not knowing all the nuances that it takes to do this. It helps having people to lean on, and I mean, it's businesses like those that make it fun. So
yeah, it's definitely the case. So appreciate her coming up and talking to us.
So she was talking about how we'd been going to Harris Hill a while. Paulie, we've been actually coming to NCM for quite a while too. I believe the first time we came here was 2016. And I think we've run about 14 or 15 races here as our club. The first team winner was, I was doing a little research on it, was the 172 Spartan Racing in their 1995 BMW 318 back then. And we've done a lot of I think there were a lot of double headers here. And then they've done the Park Firm events, and we used to race here at a different time of year, and then in 2021 the race transitioned to March. So
yes, thank goodness. I mean, we actually were the first sanctioned racing body to compete here at NCM. So we kind of christened this racetrack way back in 2016, and yeah, at the time it kind of reminded me of Gingerman, where there can be some broilers, and you can get out here and just get destroyed by the sun. It's so hot.
Because it was June or July when you guys used to come up here, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was, yeah.
And we had one. I've still got a picture of one of my racing buddies actually hugging a bag of ice. It was so bad when he got out of the car. I mean, it was hot, so terrible. And so moving this to March has just been a complete game changer, made the race much more enjoyable for everybody, much more comfortable, so we can come out and compete and not risk death.
So we all don't look like Mr. Krabs when we're done racing either.
So this has been good. This has been a good, very welcome change. Still great racetrack, still great racing. But the weather is just a little bit more agreeable typically, certainly from a temperature standpoint. We were having dinner last night, all the Champ Car guys and gals, and we were eating out on like a patio kind of thing, and I just remarked, I said, this is like at the perfect temperature. It's like absolutely perfect right now.
Till the wind kicked up.
And well, that was Dana, yeah. Or not Dana, but that was Mike. Except for the breeze, But anyway, it was good. It was good, and the weather's been like that now since we got here. It's been really comfortable in the high 60s, low 70s. But obviously we got this rain stuff going on. So
if Mother Nature will just give us a little bit of a window, we can get this race back rolling, and we can entertain the folks once again.
Yeah,
they have got to be getting tired of listening to us talk.
No,
you don't think so?
No, they love it.
True,
they
very
just
true.
think it's fantastic.
I think they do. I think they love it.
They think it's great. Yeah, I don't know, Justin. What's the deal with Average Joe's? I mean, I can ask, but I don't know.
Well, if we get an answer, we'll find something out and see what we'll reach out to you and see if we can figure it out. So, but as you can tell, it's turn 18 is dry as a bone.
Yeah, everything looks solid out there.
Anybody up for some ice racing or just skate around?
That's great.
Yeah. But no, this really is a cool facility, and the fact that we're seeing so many of these teams that, yes, this is the national championship, but we're seeing these teams that are traveling from distances to come race at these places and to compete in it. I think it speaks a lot about Champ Car, the fact that we go to so many of these high-profile racetracks too.
Yeah, I was charmed when our guest was talking about what was her name again?
Patricia.
Patricia was talking about how we raced at Harris Hill all the time. That's really all we were raced at. And then we went to Sebring. It's like, oh, okay. So this is different than what we're used to, which is, yeah. And there is so much. We were talking earlier about this racetrack, and I'm waxing on about how great it is. And someone said, yeah, I don't really, man, that place is not for me. Because not every track's for everybody, and there's such a wide variety though to pick from. And you've got your Sebring, which is the ultimate in flat race tracks, and then you've got Road Atlanta, and you've got Coda with all this ridiculous undulation. You've got VIR with 120 feet drop from roller coaster down to hog pen.
Watkins Glen with the boot and the bus stop and downhill braking into turn one with an immediate 90-degree right-hander, and then Daytona's Daytona.
Yeah, just very, very different racetracks. You've got everything from the Harris Hills and the Gingerman Raceways, those little classic club tracks, all the way up to the super speedways of a Daytona. And so you just have all this variety and all these options to pick from, and pretty broad area you can pick from as far as demographically too. If you do, we have a lot of our members live in Florida, so for them, racing up at Road Atlanta and the races we have out in Florida and even up in the VIR are all pretty reasonable distances for them. We have others that are quite a ways north, up in New York and Wisconsin and that Chicagoland area. So racing at Pitt Race and Mid-Ohio and, Road America, Gingerman, those are tracks that are going to be, even Brainerd for some of them, are going to be a little bit more, a better trip for them. So I don't know that we're going back to Brainerd anytime soon, but you never know.
No, you never know what can happen in the next couple seasons. But let's look ahead at a couple. We're talking about the different tracks. Let's look ahead at the schedule a little bit while we have the time here. So in 2 weeks, we have the annual 14-hour, the Hawk Performance 14 hours at Daytona. And we know that's always an adventure. It's, from what we know, it's 120-plus cars, always a full field. A lot of people come out and run Daytona because it's Daytona. And then we'll have a 14-hour there, and then we'll transition back for the next 3 racing weekends. We'll have Gingerman in mid-April up in Michigan, which is the Cookie Cutter Classic. It's a 2-day, 7-hour race. And then there's a bit of a break, and then we'll be back after Daytona. We'll broadcast Daytona, and then we won't be there for Gingerman, but then we'll be back, Paulie, for the double down at the Glen, the back-to-back sevens at Watkins Glen, and that one we know is always a fan favorite and a driver favorite.
Yeah, and I've raced there in the rain and in the dry, and the rain is the best race of my life. Just the most fun I have ever had racing was at Watkins Glen in the rain, which sounds really strange. Like, are you like one of those people that likes to hurt yourself? But no, it was just an absolute blast.
But Watkins and I've done it in the rain as well. It has enough grip until it doesn't, and it's fun because that place is just fun to drive as a whole. And then the rain really tests your ability to be smooth with the car. Plus you're dealing with the uphill, downhill, and those S's going up through there. If you've got the car hooked up, you can go flat. But in the rain, you really have to test yourself. And how you said here, you really kind of have to have the bravado to drive it off in the corner. Well, you kind of do the same thing at Watkins Glen to carry that speed through the bus stop and see if you can hold it flat up through those S's. And that rain just adds a whole different element. And the paint up there is not slick at all. When you touch it in the rain, it's not slick. It won't put you sideways. It won't make you need a new fire suit when you touch the paint with your left sides out of turn number one.
Although there seems to be some struggle with that stripe that takes you into the pits when you cross through the final turn. What is that, 11 or something?
Yeah.
Onto the front straight. That that stripe they have, that is slick. But nevertheless, just a great racetrack.
It is upstate New York. It probably hadn't thawed out by the time we get up there.
Yeah, and just throwing that car into the toe of the boot, like nothing you ever have before. Just throw the car in there because you get so much grip in there. Yeah. It's an absolute pleasure. And it's also available in iRacing, so you can be a part of our iRacing League. Check it out in the forum. All the links are there. You can join our Champ Car iRacing League, and many times they race. Wednesdays, I believe it is. It's the track that we're going to is where they're going to be racing the following weekend. Usually, obviously, they couldn't do it this weekend because it's not scanned, but they could. They typically do. So make sure you check that out because iRacing, it's a great tool. I used it for many years and really enjoyed it. And it does help you get a lot of seat time and get kind of a feel for the track itself. And I think it's just really helped me at Daytona. It helped me at Mid-Ohio quite a bit too. Daytona, as we head back there, a really interesting racetrack. It has kind of a straightforward kind of approach. There's not a whole lot there to it, but there are some, when you first get there or you begin contemplating and go there, there's some things to think about for sure. And obviously turn one is one of those things you got to think about. How am I going to come at $135 down to, what is it, about 50 or something and make turn one? And then how do I handle the International Horseshoe? Like, what are some of the things you suggest for somebody that might be going there new this year?
Well, the first thing I would suggest is, to reiterate your point, if you have a simulator, go get on Daytona, go buy it if you don't have it, go run Daytona and find something that's comparable to what you're going to race there in a couple weeks and go for the next week and a half until you leave to go to that race. Spend as much time on the simulator as you can. See if there's a race that in one of the hosted sessions, see if there's a race in one of the official sessions, and just immerse yourself in that Daytona road course. It's not the most technical facility, but it's a different kind of racing when you're on that banking and when you're around that traffic, and get used to being in traffic. So what I always recommend for first timers is be smooth, be smart, work up to the brake zones. Don't try to overstep because there's not a lot of room for error at Daytona, and it can turn big really, really quickly. So, and what a lot of people don't think about is that transition to turn one. It's not just like here, Paulie, where after you hit the start-finish line, it's a flat braking area into the Mulsanne chicane. When you're going off when you hit the start-finish line at Daytona, the best way is if you start to transition, if you're by yourself, if you start to work up the tri-oval a little bit, what you have to do is keep the wheel straight, but you're still turning to the left. You're trying to navigate 18 degrees of banking, and then you're going down the bank, downhill, as the tri-oval kind of goes back flat for the short shoot over to NASCAR 1, but you're turning down into the infield and then have to get the car stopped and going over paint. What I always just tell people is back your brake zone up, get the car slowed down. Even if you overslow the corner, you can work up to a point to then make the corner. I mean, we see it year after year. Guys blow the brake zone and end up either in barriers or spun out, or miss it and end up having to rejoin in NASCAR 1 off at turn 6.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just so much nuance to the sport and so many things to consider. And so if you can get a hold of somebody like Kyle Lockrow to show you the ropes and help you have a much more enjoyable weekend, it's highly recommended. Well, stay with us. We're going to take a quick break, check on the weather, and be right back. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at NCM. Stay with us.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Jackie's on the racetrack, doing a reconnaissance lap, just checking the conditions of the track, and so that way that's just one step closer to getting us onto the racetrack to get back to racing today. So thanks for joining us, Kyle Lockrow, Les Epps and Paul Veltzum calling the race for you this weekend. Also, news on Flat Out Nemesis. I went over to ask about it, and actually they were already working on it. So I think somebody from the team came up and said, hey, by the way, BTW, we're not shown properly. So they're fixing that. So they will be actually, shown as B class going forward.
So to give you a little perspective here, we're watching Jackie, our race director, Jackie Side. She's going out and they're doing a safety check. I don't know if you noticed when she went through turn 18 right there, she just kicked up, went through a huge puddle. So with the elevation changes and everything here at NCM, yes, we got to get the lightning out of here, but we got to make sure we don't have standing water because hydroplaning race cars is just as dangerous as everything else. So we want to make sure that it's safe for everybody to go out. So Jackie is doing reconnaissance, seeing where we're at, if we can, when we can, kind of where we stand at this point, and then we can kind of gauge a timeline. It seemed, based on the forecast, hopefully the lightning would start to subside, and it has lightened up a little bit in the last 15 or 20 minutes, so we're optimistic that we're going to get this thing back rolling, hence why she's out there checking it out. But that's kind of a standard thing with race directors, is you always want to make sure that even when you eliminate one element, that you don't have others that surprise somebody, because we don't want to get anybody hurt. So, and if the track's not, and I was gonna say prime example right there. So
and it's funny we're watching this and talking about this very thing, because I was talking to my buddy Ben Shout about some things, and it was yesterday or 2 days ago, and he said, can we skip the sinkhole if there's too much rain? Is there a provision for that? And I was like, I have no idea. But it's funny, as we were watching Jackie go down into the sinkhole, she stayed down there for a very long time.
Which makes you wonder.
And I'm wondering if it's there's a lot of water down there. And if that's the case, I don't know if there's a provision that we can just basically shoot right across there instead of having to use the sinkhole.
It might be something that they look into if we can get back going today, but it also might be something, depending on how the drainage goes, it might be something that they have to consider or look ahead for tomorrow too, because I think we're still supposed to get some rain in the forecast at this point, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, and I don't know how quickly this track drains. It may drain really well. I do know it looks like she's going to go counter and just come back into the pits there. I do know that when you get down around turn 7, you're down in a very low part of the track. There's usually some drainage that comes down off the hill from up above there. In 8, you're sort of down in a pit, and the drainage does then come across the racetrack as a result of that. So that's going to be another, even if we get the track starting to dry out, that's going to be like the last place that dries out. There will be a little river down there. So a lot of guys, a lot of times you just stay more to the right. As you progress up to 8, you're usually in better shape than if you let the car wash out there.
Todd Lamb's watching the broadcast, and he said, "We'll get the track dryers out." I got an idea. Maybe we can get volunteers out there with the passenger cars to push the water away.
Yeah,
Todd, you could wrangle that up if you're listening. Maybe get that car out of the trailer and get it rain ready for Daytona here in a couple of weeks, and we'll test it.
Yeah, Les is down on the first floor of the tower, and there's like a gift shop down there, and
he's going shopping.
There's
he's
all
getting
kinds
his Christmas,
of cool stuff down there, hats and jackets.
He's getting his Christmas list ready to roll.
Yeah, pretty cool facility. I mean, it's got some meeting rooms and so on. Looks like we busted them watching the show here.
Yeah.
Some of the folks trying to dry out a little bit. Frankly,
yeah.
It's kind of hard to get away from it because it's hitting us everywhere. There is a place where we can eat, but it's sort of like a breezeway type concession. So even when the rain's coming down really hard, you're going to get wet there too. So there's not a lot of places other than the tower and the tech shed area where you can kind of get away from the rain for a while.
And I mean, you can see it here as the onboard camera we had with Ben Shout and Evan Horner and the guys with Bavarian Mustache Works. It just how much it's peppered that windshield, and just how much there is. You can see everybody down there having a good time,
watching the show,
feet up, kicking back, watching us. They're like, I'm not going back. Are you going out there? I'm not going out there.
Les is
venturing out.
Yeah, he said, as long as it's not above my ankles, I'm good.
He said he's a decent swimmer. I asked him. I was like, "Did you bring your floaties with you this weekend?"
So yeah, Jackie should be back in by now. So we'll see what the word is. Man, looked like there was a lot of water out there.
Well, like I said, if it
drains quickly,
yeah,
it's not really a problem.
And that's the hard part, too. I mean, even if we could at least get the cars out there and run them through a few of the puddles to just kind of disperse it and help it push off to the sides. But it depends on how much water. And it looks like there's a decent amount, but from up here in the booth, we can't really get an accurate count. That's going to be something that Jackie, our race director, and officials, and, working with some of the teams and stuff, we'll have to figure out what's going on. Ooh, wow, there's water rolling into some of the garages there.
Well, and it's still coming down.
Oh yeah, and it hasn't stopped. I mean, it's let up at points, Paulie, but it's coming down consistently here.
That is me. Yep.
Yeah, there's quite a few watching us over in the garage area there, hoping for some good news. Hoping for, okay, when's the forecast? What are we thinking? What's going to happen here? So as soon as we get that information, we'll certainly pass that along to you good folks.
And we want to thank everybody for hanging on with us here with the broadcast. And first, we want to give credit to all the teams and drivers and everybody that's been hanging in there. We know this has not been fun today, and it's been frustrating for everybody. So we want to thank everybody for being patient and just hanging with it and having fun. Everybody's been very positive and upbeat. So let's just keep that attitude, and if we can get this rocking and rolling, we still got 2 hours of racing to go.
Yeah, Les is walking beneath that observation deck that they have here at NCM Motorsports Park. This is the breezeway that takes you into the concession area, and it looks like they've pulled the shield down, but there again, another shot of us on the show. But as Les is walking around.
Nice.
Yeah, so pretty nice facility out here. They've just done a nice job with it.
And if you guys get a chance, if you've never been to the National Corvette Museum, I have never been. From what they said, it's really cool, and it's really awesome to go see in the history. And then the sinkhole that happened in 2014, I think they've put some stuff together. We'll throw it. I'm going to throw it in the chat for everybody. If you want to check it out, there's the link. If you want to ever take a trip out here and come see it, find out about the museum and what it has. So I guess the sinkhole in the Sky Dome happened in 2014, and there were a lot of Corvettes trapped in there, and they've now done reinforcements on it, because apparently this part of Kentucky it has karst topography. So what that is, it's the landscape that is formed from the dissolving rocks, such as limestone, and they said Kentucky is notable for that, which is kind of what led to it. So now they've done some studies, they've fixed it, reinforced it, and made sure that this isn't something that would happen again. So if you get a chance, the exhibit's in there, but also just the property and everything that they have here at NCM.
Yeah, make sure you check it out. I've gone in there. They have a really nice little cafe that's very 50s, got the checkered floor and all that stuff. And then they have a gift shop you can peruse. You can go into a portion, the beginnings area of the museum without fee. And if you want to see the whole thing, there's a fee for that. Very nice. Yeah, very nice facility. The Corvette Museum actually used to be in Fort Wayne, Indiana. It was on the south side of town, off the highway. And then they moved it down here. And this is great because we didn't have, it was a nice facility, but this pairs the racetrack with it, and it's just really cool. They also have another area that I haven't gone through that's got a whole bunch of other classic cars here. So there's a lot of things you can do. You can visit and go around and tour while you're down here too. So it sort of reminds you a little bit of the Barber Motorsports Park.
Any type of rain dancing? Rain dance?
So hang on just a second here.
So and the cool thing is with the National Corvette Museum that Paulie was talking about, I'll kind of elaborate a little bit further. So they have the Corvette Hall of Fame down here. And there's 3 categories of induction of how you can get put into it, whether it's a racing contribution, it's a relationship or something that has ties with General Motors, GM, and Chevrolet, or also some type of Corvette or motorsport enthusiast. So I will throw that in here as well if you guys want to check that out. And you can see some of the names that have been inducted into that Corvette Hall of Fame down here. It's really cool. I was doing a little bit of research on it and checking it out before coming up here this weekend. So as we're still on the less is more cam, and he's in here. We got cornhole out. So Les, if you can hear me, let's see who's winning the cornhole game. We got Kate and her husband Arjun, all the Brew Crew guys. So let's see who's winning. John Stone there, one of the drivers. Oh, Papaw there. Papaw, John's a new grandfather as of last year, the year before. So Papaw maybe get ready to take a nap.
Okay.
Yeah, Papaw's getting ready to take a. Oh no, he's not taking a snooze. He's being served by Arjun. There we go. Well, at least the team owner's taking care of him, giving him a massage there, getting him ready for his stint. And this is the dangers of what happens when race car drivers are out of a car for too long.
Yeah.
What's Arjun doing?
There's the 901 car parked in the garage. I didn't know he had a car that he wasn't. I thought both cars would be out there.
I was surprised when I looked and I saw that. I was like, okay, interesting. But yeah, some of the Brew Crew guys are playing cornhole. Got to stay entertained during this.
So Jackie did make it back up to the tower, and she came in and saw us, and she's saying at this point there are several corners which are not safe because they have flooded. So and she showed me a list, and as she was making notes, and it's like I think 8 turns. So throughout the track. She's going to make an official announcement at 3 o'clock on a decision of what we're going to do, but it doesn't look good. So that's the message I'm passing along to you from her, and we'll wait to see, because we don't want to, she doesn't want to make a decision too soon. Got to give it time, and so 3 o'clock is what we're waiting for.
And hopefully it'll drain out. I mean, hopefully if the rain starts to let up, again, we're looking out of our booth here. We're starting to get a little bit more brighter light. Hopefully the rain will taper off a little bit to where we can start to get it to drain enough to where maybe we can go back racing. As you can see, the guys, they're all waving. I think that's Derek. He was the first driver in the car, and Arjun. They're watching the 12 Hours of Sebring IMSA race there on their pit cart. That's kind of cool there. I can check it out and see what's going on. So. Always an adventure.
We're gonna have Troy Trulio on the broadcast here in a little bit. He had to step away for a minute, but he's gonna come back and talk to us too. So yeah.
So that's is that Kelly Whitnauer right there? Trying to stay. I think it's trying to stay dry.
So the concern that Jackie brought to us is not only it's a safety issue at this point with the amount of water that's being pooled on the racetrack, but also that we're supposed to get more rain.
Yeah.
So we're not looking at a period of where it's going to let up anytime soon enough for us to go back to a race. But again, the announcement official she will make in about 35 minutes from now, and we'll go from there, folks.
So yeah, it's unfortunate, but as one driver to another, myself and Paulie, we
trophy.
can. Oh yeah, that looks cool. Autobots. What is it? Autobots Assemble or Autobots? Yeah, whatever the saying is. My brother watched that show all the time. I never watched it. So I'm surprised I haven't gotten a text from my dad about that I said it incorrectly or whatever it is, or Autobots roll out or something like that. So and hi to my mom and dad at home. Don't cut me out of the will, please. But no, they've been good supporters of mine, and grateful for it. If you're on property or if you're interested, there's Andrea and Sue at registration, Mike, our CEO. If you are looking to get any Champ Car swag, go see them at the table. Anybody on that's not here and you're interested,
there's Jimmy.
Yep, there's Jimmy.
Yeah, you can check it out. Check out the website, champcar.org. And Troy, if you want to hop on the headsets over there, you can pick up swag that way. We'll mail it out to you. So joining us in the booth has been very patiently waiting, Troy Trulio. He's been watching and waiting for quite a while, and we've had a pretty good parade of people coming up. But you're in.
I was kind of hoping to come over here just to kill my boredom of watching rain.
Yeah.
Of waiting and waiting.
Yeah, I think that's part of it too. It's at least you can come and talk about racing.
Yeah, talk about racing. Talk about racing today. Today was great when we started. Like the first hour in the booth, we got a good view of watching the top 5 of the championship contenders go back and forth and Parts Badger, and I think it's going to be super exciting tomorrow.
I mean, they were all within 4 or 5 seconds,
and they weren't. Nobody was
getting away.
Yeah. That was so. Tomorrow it'll be interesting to see the depth of driver pool. So one driver, because usually you send out your fast driver first. Mm-hmm. So we'll see who has depth of driver pool tomorrow, and hopefully tomorrow conditions are good. Everybody's weather app looks different, but but hopefully it'll be good, and then it'll be interesting. I found it interesting that nobody took the strategy call of at an hour and a half when you saw the pace car come out that nobody jumped in. I was expecting some of the top guys to jump in, take fuel, and try to run out to try to gain some type of possible advantage tomorrow, because if it's dry, you're on a full tank when nobody else is. You're doing something different. But none of them took it. Like some of the others that were like in 5th or 6th took it, so they might be like mini dark horses if it plays out. So there are some interesting ones that, even though they look like they're in 5th or 6th or 7th, 2-3 laps back, it might come back to them at some point.
It might be an opportunity weekend for some people.
Especially if you're in a top 5, if you're not the top 3 and you know you're not the fastest car, throw strategy at it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean,
you got nothing to lose.
I mean, you're not going to beat Parts Badger and flat out on pure speed, but you might beat them on some crazy strategy that you never know.
And if you throw them off in that mental game, force them into a position where they have to do something out of their comfort zone or something different.
How to plan.
It might make a mistake. And
especially on these Parc Fermé or long races, because it's so long that a strategy at hour 2 can come back to you at hour 14.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I remember at Road Atlanta, I saw carnage, and I came in and pitted. And then we took fuel and we went back out, and we were the only car, and then it red flagged. And then we went out, we're like the last car, and then we're laps down, we're like a lap down, and then like 4 hours later we were 3 laps up, and people were like, how'd this happen? I was like, this happened 3 hours ago. You guys just didn't see it because we were in 20th place, a lap down, and then you guys all pitted under green. And then we just went, and then we went around 3 times, and you guys were in the pits, and then we're 2 laps up. So sometimes weird strategies, if you're playing, it can happen 3-4 hours later. So,
and that's the racing. I mean, lady luck.
Well, lady luck, but brilliant strategy too.
Well, that too.
Yeah, well,
you're a really, really smart guy. Yeah. There's the people that have been up here that said, yeah, that's not me. I'm not good at strategy.
Yeah. Well, I've always tried to think, and we always went plan A, plan B, and the MR2 forced us to be good at strategy because we never could go 2 hours on fuel.
Right.
Like everybody who did 2 hours on fuel were like, oh, well, you got that strategy. I can't do that. So I had to like sometimes we would pit at 45 minutes. People are like, you're crazy. I'm like, well, it's purple. I'm like, it's a 7-hour race. Later on I can do stuff. And then you have to plan like, okay, the last 2 hours of a race are usually the most green.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to kind of give yourself a buffer, because I know I can't do 2 hours, so and then if you do it right, you wind up having your whole pit crew ready, like with helmets on, sometimes for 45 minutes. Like your window gets to be so big, you're waiting for that purple or that yellow or something before you run out of fuel. So it's just more of you have to have multiple plans, which is kind of cool, because back in the day, you would just go 2 hours. Whoever could go 2 hours, everybody's on the same strategy. And then when the purples came and different things came, you can do different strategies, which is what I look at in the booth. And when I'll text Paulie, message Paulie, I'm like, hey, Paulie, check out this. Yeah. He's like, because you guys don't see because you guys are still doing the show, you don't see, I'm looking at all the cars. I'm like, and then, and I play a game at like an hour in or an hour and a half from the end. I start writing down first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and I start trying to predict. And even if the car's in eighth, I'm like, this guy's going to hear. And then we start trying to say who's going to go where and when, and they're like, well, this guy didn't pit, and it's kind of interesting.
It's not, you're being kind. It's not just that I'm busy, but it's also I'm not that slick and not that intuitive as you are. You're just a really smart person when it comes to all this stuff. So I just want to say thanks for joining Champ Car and helping. You're involved with the timing and scoring now. Yeah, I really appreciate having you here with that.
It's a different perspective being upstairs and what you see versus being in the car. It's pretty interesting when you see a beginning of a race and you're like, okay, here's this and here's that, and you're seeing stuff that you don't normally see, which is pretty interesting. And then people are like, oh, why'd you do that? And I'm like, there's actually like if you guys see a yellow, there's probably 10 things that happen. So we're like, and then people will call up, they're like, why is this? I'm like, we got like 10 other things going on.
Right.
And then we'll fix it.
Right. So no, Mike never wants to talk.
You want to talk to Mike?
Mike never wants to do.
We got the boss leaning in.
We got the boss. The boss is like picking.
So we thought we were in trouble.
His head in here.
Yeah.
I was told to come give you guys information.
Oh, what information?
Okay. Oh, how you want to talk to me?
We want to.
Mike was told to come give us information. Mike Chiswick, our CEO, but he's going to look it up.
We're making an announcement that we are done, because even though there's a break in lightning, 4 of the turns are underwater, like not an inch, like
feet.
Close to that. Yeah.
Okay.
So you folks aren't able to hear all this.
We're going swimming.
Yeah.
If we have a boat race out there,
Yeah.
hovercraft, that would work awesome.
That would be awesome.
That would be, yeah.
Champ Car hovercraft series. What do you think? They look fun.
We
those
have
little ones,
iRacing.
those little single personal ones. I want to do that so bad.
Get the little remote control boats. We could race those.
So it's official that
Jackie's preparing it, and she's going to make the announcement, push it out to everybody on the WhatsApp deal.
Okay.
Sometime between now and 3 o'clock, she's going to get it out to everybody. But it's official, yes.
Okay, so we just got a message that it is officially we're not going to be going back to racing today. So the pits will the cars that are in the pits right now will stay in that position, and Jackie's working on going through the WhatsApp and getting all that information pushed out to you folks, to everybody, so they have that by 3 o'clock.
What about impound and for the 8-hour? Have we figured that out yet?
Essentially, for the reason for it, and you guys probably couldn't hear this in the background, was while the lightning has somewhat subsided to where we could go back racing, the problem is when Jackie did a reconnaissance lap, there are some corners in the racetrack because, like as Paulie mentioned, the elevation change, they're essentially underwater and you wouldn't be able to really get a car through it. So unfortunately, Mother Nature has kind of forced our hand here, and it's looking like this is probably going to conclude our day.
Yeah, it looks like it's official at this point, and even though it's not a lightning issue at this point, there's just not the track isn't passable.
Yeah, the track's essentially blocked at this point where you can't get through, and it's not even like we were talking a little bit ago, where you could potentially could you rearrange the layout of the course? Well, you could, but the problem is it's in various spots on the racetrack that would affect other layouts. So it's not as simple as just, hey, we'll run a different configuration to try to get the rest of this in today. So, and that's a lot of factors. And I mean, for race directors like Chelsea or Jackie or anybody that's doing it, that's not a fun job to do, because regardless, you're going to feel like the bad guy. But the first thing that you always have to look at is safety. I mean, we got to make sure everybody goes home to their families and nobody gets hurt doing this.
Well, and it's not going to be fun for anybody going out there and that anyway. So this is what we're going to do. And so yeah, Jackie's going to push all that out official to you folks, so everybody knows what's going on. And so that's going to conclude the race then for both races. So there's going to be, again, a Park for May in effect for all of the cars that are running in the championship. And then today's race is also being called official. And I'll bring up a rundown of where things stand right there for that race. So we have a basic idea, an unofficial idea of how things stand for them.
So we're going to do credit for everybody signed up this weekend.
All right, so I've just received word from the big boss here that unfortunately, with everybody that has anybody that has signed up this weekend, there will be a credit that you will be looking at getting. You'll get more information as this develops, but unfortunately, just we kind of got put in this position. So
yeah, so there will be a financial credit coming back your way to some degree for today's race.
So Mike Chiswick said 500 champ bucks for the people that signed up for today. So 39 teams will get $500 in champ bucks.
There you go.
For today.
So that's the word. I think that's gonna be. So there's our standings right there. On second thought, takes the win today over 45th Parallel and Dingus in P3, followed by there's No Z and Mazda. And I don't know if you can bring up on your side the.
I've got that will, as far as the championship right now. We've got Parts Badger out front in first, Rockwell in second, and Flat Out Nemesis. That'll be your podium.
Yeah, it looks like A class today is going to, on second thought. B class, I'm not quite seeing. C class is 45th Parallel. Dingus is getting A class. EC is going to go to TMMI Motorsports in their Camry. And we're going to hope to get them up into the tower to talk to them too. So B class looks like it is on second thought. So those are the winners of those classes, and there you have the overall for that event. And then, of course, as we said earlier, these other teams, Parts Badger, Rockwell Autosport Development, Flat Out Nemesis, they will be held in Park for May, along with the other teams racing in the championship. Some 21 cars, I believe that is, will be held over for the championship until tomorrow. And then they'll roll out in order, and then we'll go back to racing and see how things turn out for tomorrow. But wow, really interesting finish of the race today. Certainly didn't expect to have such a short event here this weekend, but it's a short race today, that is. But I guess that's just the way racing goes. Occasionally, we don't see this very often. It's pretty rare that we would run into this problem, but yeah, this is what we have. And it's good news to hear from the CEO that there will be some champ bucks given back to the teams. We're all the track. Everybody's disappointed. We wanted to see a full day of racing. It just didn't happen today.
Yeah, and we don't see, like you said, we don't see this often. It's rare that it happens, but unfortunately, we knew this system was going to be rough this weekend. We just didn't know to what extent, but we've got 7 hours to look forward to tomorrow.
Yep. So with that, we're going to go ahead and sign off. So I want to say thank you so much, everybody, for watching us today here at NCM Motorsports Park. Not what we had hoped for, but we know we have more racing coming yet tomorrow, and we can look forward to that. So make sure you join us again tomorrow here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, beginning at 8:15 in the morning. It'll be myself, Kyle Lockrow, and Les Epps calling the race for you again tomorrow, and we'll see what kind of race develops then. Thanks so much, folks. So long. We'll see you next time.